IT, please confirm that we are ready to start live streaming. IT, please confirm. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone. For those watching online, I welcome you to the special presentations portion of our council meeting, honoring various residents, young and old, for various accomplishments that they achieve, whether it be sports, whether it be academic, or just helping out the community. And so tonight we have a special honoree that we are awarding a certificate of recognition to. It happens to be the son of Councilman Alex Sanchez, who he has many reasons to be proud and why we as a community should all be proud. So there's an award given out to high school students called the Do the Right Thing Award, right? So interesting about this award is it honors those that do good deeds in the community, right, and that also give back to the community more broadly. In fact, the line was helping out last Saturday out of the dunk tank, and he had way too much fun with that. But out of what's interesting is they only select 10 applicants. And if you want to know how many people total apply, there were over 1,000 applicants. Of those 1,000, 500 were from high school. And of the 10 that were picked at the end of the day, out of those 1,000 applicants, the only one from high school that was selected was Alain. So we want to congratulate you on that accomplishment. And why don't you come up here so I can... Thank you. Good job, by the way, man. So here we go. The certificate reads, an acknowledgement of your integrity in reporting drug use on campus, prompting school administrators and authorities to respond swiftly and protect the student body. The town of Miami Lakes thanks you for exemplifying outstanding character and civic responsibility as one of only 10 recipients out of over 1,000 nominations of the prestigious Do the Right Thing Award. Congratulations, Alain. This is well-deserved. Keep it up, man. Yep. Is there anything you want to say to encourage your fellow students?
Of course.
I love it. Of course.
My dad always said maturity is doing the right thing when no one's looking. And I always took that to heart. He has instilled in me that when you're doing the right thing, you know when... I'm not sure how to explain this.
You're doing well, man. Just however you want.
He taught me when to do the right thing. And this is a perfect example of it. For the past 14 years, he has taught me the difference between right and wrong. And I am thankful for him and my mom and my brother and my family. Thank you.
See, you did it. You did it. Congratulations, man. All right? Good, let's get a photo with everybody. Congrats again. And again, important words to always do the right thing even when no one is looking and even when it's not popular, right? So for the rest of us, though, we're about to get started. We have 6 minutes until 6:30, which will be the official start time for our meeting. So we'll be in a short recess and start promptly at 6:30. We have a full agenda tonight, so we're going to move as quickly as possible. Thank you all. we go, 6:30. Madam Clerk, are we ready to go? IT, can somebody come out and confirm we're rolling? IT. Good? All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm calling the meeting to order of the Miami Lakes Town Council meeting, the regular Town Council meeting for October at 6:30 p.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia is absent. He's if dealing with a family emergency out of town, so he is absent. Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Present.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Present.
Mayor Dieguez.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Excellent. Everyone, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilman J.C. Fernandez. Please remain standing for the invocation, which tonight will be led by Councilman Steve Hertzberg.
Thank you, Matt. God, thank you for the opportunity to serve our community. Grant us wisdom to make thoughtful, fair, responsible decisions for our residents. Help us listen with open minds, act with integrity, and always seek the common good. Amen.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. Council, we are now on the order of business. Are there any proposed deferrals, additions, or deletions? I'm going to work left to right. Councilman Sanchez, do you have any? No? Okay.
I have items to pull from consent.
Okay, yeah, this is the time, because this is when we're modifying the agenda. You want me to come back to you?
Come back to me.
Okay. Councilman Fernandez, do you have any changes to the agenda?
None.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Yes,
Okay.
I would like to pull items 12C, D, and E from consent.
Okay. For the benefit of the public and our colleagues, that is, or those are items 12C, D, and E being pulled from consent. Councilman Garcia, do you have any changes to the order of business?
Not at this time.
Okay. Councilman Hertzberg?
None.
Okay. Councilman Sanchez, returning to you.
Yes, I'd like to pull 12B, 12F, G, and H.
So I'm going to repeat it back one more time. So the Vice Mayor and Councilman Sanchez, just please confirm I got them all. We are looking to pull 12B, C, D, E, F, G, H.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. There being no other motions, is there a motion to modify the agenda as proposed?
So moved.
Okay, been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries and the agenda is amended. We are now in public comments. Madam Clerk, please read the rules into the record.
Good evening. Okay. So if you're here for public comments, please, as I always mention, just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and we'll give you 3 minutes to speak. All comments and questions from the attending public should always be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone. And no clapping, applauding, heckling, verbal outbursts in support of or in opposition to a speaker shall be permitted. For the public comments at home, we welcome you. We thank you for participating online. If you wish to speak, you must raise your hand by clicking on the reactions icon and selecting raise hand. And IT will allow you to participate and speak. And if you're participating online via phone as well, we welcome you, and all we ask you to do is please raise your hand by pressing #9, and IT will allow you to participate. So again, public comment, if you're here to participate, just approach the podium, and welcome, and thank you for being here with us.
Welcome.
Oh, there. Bonnie Cintron, 14770 Lewis Road. Good evening, Mayor Dieguez, council members, Mr. Peterman, and staff. As you can hear, I'm quite under the weather. It's not COVID and it's not flu. I don't have a fever, but it's a bad head cold. So I'm going to try to be very brief. I went through the agenda and I listed a few of my questions and concerns so that you can think about them in the future. First, I want to thank you, Mayor Diegues, for your idea about possibly developing a tree nursery in our town. I think that's an excellent idea, and I hope it comes to fruition. And I'd also like to thank Councilman Morera for his looking into the protocol about the grant writing, because I think many times we have gotten things that are not necessary or needed, and it's been wasteful. And one that really concerns me is this one referring to the bicycle trail on Fairway Drive, or Fairview Drive. No, Fairway, excuse me. If that requires any kind of cutting of any of those canopies, that has to be abandoned. That should never be allowed to happen, because that is one of our most beautiful streets, one of the best canopies that we have. And if it incurs a fine for the town because we don't follow through, so be it. I'd rather pay the fine and save the trees. Another thing about the grants, I saw something mentioned about hiring someone to write a grant, and I don't understand that, because I thought we had a person on staff that was permanently there to do grants, so I didn't understand that. And I have another thing to ask. In the future, I hope someone will please look into getting FPNL in partnership with the town somehow to get those wires on the east side of the town under the ground. I mean, it's been promised for years, and it never happens. And it's very dangerous, because if a storm does come and those lines come down, when people go outside after to try to clean up, they could get electrocuted. And so I'm hoping you will take care of looking into that. Also, I noticed there was something listed that was going to cost $80,000 for a study of assessing our pavement, our sidewalks, and another $40,000 for seeing whether renewable energy would be feasible. Why does it cost so much money to do those kind of things? Don't we have people on staff that could go and do these things as part of their job? I mean, it just seems like a very expensive thing. I also wondered what paver crosswalks were. I think I know, and if I'm right, that's a big waste of money and it's totally not necessary. I saw that our town manager is going to be negotiating a contract with a softball league, I assume for use of the Optimist fields. I would hope that that means that they will be paying the town something for the use. So that was good. And my last comment is to the police, I guess. That 25-mile-an-hour speed in certain places is really oppressive. Even an old lady like me has a hard time just driving 25 miles an hour, especially on Miami Lakeway South. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Next speaker.
Good evening, Kimberly Trellis, 8140 Northwest 155th Street. So I'm coming to you not just as the owner of a local business called the Trellis Cottage, Miami Lakes' newest gift shop, but I'm also here to announce the launch of the Miami Lakes Local Lotto. It's a one-of-a-kind community initiative designed to celebrate small businesses, dining locally in the spirit of giving this holiday season. This event is proudly backed by the Graham Companies, and it's showcasing the town's strong commitment to supporting local entrepreneurs and fostering community connections. So this year, the local lotto cards are going to be free and can be picked up at any of the participating businesses throughout Miami Lakes. We've partnered with 24 amazing businesses. The program runs from November 7th to January 7th, and all completed cards will be due January 7th, no exceptions. Anybody that completes, plays along with the program, they're eligible to win various prizes. So it's all about everybody winning this holiday season. So think outside of the box, the Amazon box this season, and shop small and dine locally. For the participating businesses, visit mylocallotto.com. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, all you have to do is come up to the podium, give your name and address. Going once, going twice. All right, Madam Clerk, do we have any online public comments?
Yes, we do, Mayor, and I'm going to call the participants as I see them in my screen. Mr. Abel Fernandez, I see your name.
How are you, Madam Clerk? Let me see if
Good
I can
evening.
figure out how to turn on the video, if you don't mind a second.
Yes.
Start video. There you go. I think that should be good. Thank you, Madam Clerk, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, Town Attorney, Mr. Manager. I'm here to speak tonight on several items, and sorry I wasn't in there. I don't want to get everybody sick. First one I want to talk about is I did a public records request in reference to some special call meetings, and I noticed that there were several requests for special call meetings put in, canceled, put in and canceled, I believe 3 times. But there were no other documents attached to it other than the statement was to review the manager's contract. Now, I don't want to assume, but based on the past precedent of this council's, I'll assume the worst. And if this is related to his continued employment or cutting his employment, I want to put something on the record for all of you to think of. And that is that in my public records request, it shows that the manager has had only 1 performance evaluation in the 6 years of his employment. In order to judge an individual, performance evaluation comes into play. Needs improvement plans, sustaining their work efforts, or coming up with new objectives for them to meet. I didn't find any of that. What I did find was that his evaluations were either 8, 9, or 10, and the ones that were 6 from 21, 22, I think were addressed based on the headings that I've seen, but nothing else on it. I'm hoping that if this comes up in the future, that you do provide all of us ample time, since the manager still has time on his contract, that we are able to read why this is coming up. Again, this is just the nefarious part of it. Maybe it's all good things and you're going to give them a huge bonus, and I can speak in favor of that. For those of you that'll say that the manager is my friend, yes, he is. He's been a friend for 30 years and he's earned it as a fellow firefighter with incredible experience running a much larger organization, which was the City of Miami Fire Department. Enough of that said. I also want to talk to you because I noticed in the past that some speakers came up and I saw some of you agreeing, and that was in regards to DEI. So in the meeting that I had seen recently, some folks came up and said that they were glad that you had gotten rid of DEI from the town. As I observed all of you, which I was hoping to do tonight, I noticed all of you nodding your head in agreement up and down and so forth. So I wanted to touch base on each of these, and let's talk first with the D for diversity. Right now we're celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. It's been announced on social media, it's been put on other sites, and we're celebrating this through the multi ethnicities that we have in our town. So I appreciate you for celebrating diversity, the D in DEI. Let's talk about equity. We maintain Veterans Park, organize events to help the veterans to be returning back here and feeling part of home. We also deal with the educational
Mr.
advisory
Fernandez, I just need to remind
board.
you that we need you to wrap up just because the time has expired. So please.
There's no way that, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, but there's no way I spoke for 3 minutes. I'm looking at my timer on board here.
we were all watching the counter that only began after your video camera went on. I promise you that.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, so I'll end it with 15 seconds. If we're going to live the words about getting rid of DEI, then let's drop everything. Let's drop the Special Needs Committee. Let's drop the Educational Advisory Board. Let's go ahead and drop then the Cultural Affairs Committee, because we either live the word of no DEI or we're living in hypocrisy. I am
Thank you,
for
Mr. Fernandez.
DEI. I think that we need to get over the weaponization of that word and realize that it's been
Thank you very
done for
much.
federal politics that have gone wrong for our community.
Thank you, Mr.
And we see
Fernandez.
it. And well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your time, and I hope that, as I mentioned before, you allow 3 minutes for each subject and not one subject. Thank you.
Well, we do it per speaker, as we always have done.
I understand, but I brought this up, Mr. Mayor, that I'm hoping that some of your councilmen and yourself will look at general questions and then questions for items on the agenda.
Thank you.
And I think it's only fair for that point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fernandez. Are there any other online speakers?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm going to call on Miss Jessica Fuentes. We see your name as a participant. If you're in our screen to participate in public comments, please mute yourself. Miss Jessica Fuentes. Also, Miss Kristen Hayes. Again, I'm just calling the names of the participants that I see in the screen. If you are here in the screen to participate, just unmute yourself. Miss Kristen Hayes. And as well, we have someone with no name. And that is it. And Mr. Oscar Martinez, I'm sorry. I didn't see that name.
Oscar, okay.
Mr. Oscar Martinez, Kristen Hayes, Jessica Fuentes. If we see you as a participant to participate in public comments, please, now is the time to unmute yourself. And welcome to the meeting.
Going once, going twice. And with that, public comments is now closed. We are now on appointments. I have a list of new appointments being made to the committees, which I will read into the record. And if any of those appointees are in the audience, please feel free to stand and be recognized. First and foremost, to the Youth Activities Task Force by Councilman Cuadra Garcia, we have Alain Sanchez. I wonder who that is. We have to the Economic Development Committee by Councilman Garcia, Denise White. To Youth Activities, we've got by Councilmember Sanchez, we have Jaden San Pedro. And also to Youth Activities by Councilman Sanchez, we have Alexa Pla. Right. Are any of those members here in the audience? All right. Well, regardless, if they're watching online, congratulations on your appointment. We look forward to the good work you will do on the committees. We are now on manager's reports. Mr. Manager, you're recognized for 8A, the monthly police report.
Major.
Good evening, Major Gonzalez, your town commander with the September Police Report. Real quick, just gonna run down a couple of the stats. Currently, we're down 50% on robberies, 49% on auto thefts. Commercial burglaries, we're down 75%. Residential burglaries, 80% reduction. So far, we've only had one residential burglary and one commercial burglary this year. And thefts, we've had a 63% reduction throughout the town. So it's a total of a 57% reduction as to last year at this time. So we're doing pretty good coming into the month of November. The officers have been doing outstanding. The programs that we've implemented with the high visibility on midnights, we've caught us some, the last meeting, so we caught a couple bad guys. So working some follow-ups on that, might be able to close a couple of additional cases. So we continue with the traffic enforcement, and all these initiatives have been kind of paying off. So thank you for your support, obviously, and we couldn't have done it without you. Also wanted to throw a shout out to the Public Safety Committee for the great job they did on Cars for Heroes. Carlos did a wonderful job with his staff, and they really shined for the town. It was a great turnout. I was there, saw a lot of you there, and it was real. I told them the next year it'll probably be twice as big. So kudos to them, and great job with that. And a little bit of a sad note, one of our officers, just to share with you how her house burned down, and it was a complete loss. Luckily, fortunately for her and her son, they weren't injured. They weren't home at the time, but they did lose 2 pets, and the house was a total loss. So I just wanted to share you guys that with that. We're helping, obviously, we have our Police Officer Assistance Trust Fund, and the department is assisting, and we're obviously helping with whatever we can for her. We're taking a donation on her behalf. And last but not least, on this is a little bitter or sour note, I just wanted to give you guys an official announcement that the next town meeting will probably be my last. We don't have a town meeting in December, and I start burning my vacation for retirement in January. I will still technically hold the seat of major until April 1st. The lieutenant, has my complete confidence and endorsement. He's been doing a good job on my side for the last 2.5 years. We're on the same page. Everything's great, and he's just going to be steering the ship in the right direction. So I have full confidence that'll take place during my bon voyage. So officially, next November will be my last, and then I just give you the update on everything on the stats year to date. Hopefully everything continues, and I guess I have more to say November, but till then, just wanted to make the official announcement and share it with you guys. You guys are the first one to hear it. I know there's been a rumor turning around, but this is it. So.
Well, thank you very much, Major Gonzalez, for that report, and thank you for your service to the town. The reforms that you've implemented since you've taken over, I think, have made the town safer. I know a lot of residents have told me that they see a much more visible police presence at night. Sure, there are some that want to see more, but at least I've noticed a change, and I've gotten those calls, and I think that's all because of your work. And like you, I have complete faith in the lieutenant as a potential successor. I think he did a good job at the Charlie Kirk Vigil last weekend, managing the police officers that were there. But yeah, just want to say thank you very much for your friendship, for your service, and it's, again, we're not done yet, but
Right.
But again, I think the stats speak for themselves, the great work that you and your department have been doing here in the town. Anyone else want to opine, jump in? Councilman Fernandez.
I'm sad. I didn't know. This was news to me. I'm sorry to see you go. I think Detective Ulloa is going to do a great job, but I think, for the lieutenant, excuse me.
Like I said, I've had a long career. It's 36 years in law enforcement total. I've been doing this since I was 19. So that tells you how old I am. Not that old, but 55. I'll be 55 next month. But I'm honored and privileged to have been able to end my career here in the town, because I've lived very nearby for like the last 29 years. So this is my, the movie theater my kids played, an Optimist. I'm directly involved in the town. So the best thing that could have happened for me is to end my career here, and I wouldn't have traded to another team. I told the major when he was here, he could stay here as long as he wants. I'm not leaving unless they kick me out. But I was going to stay here. Whether I got promoted or I didn't, because I really wanted to retire out of the town. That was the special touch, that this place is very special to me, and I take it personal, and that's why I take a lot of pride in working here.
Through the chair. Oh, chair.
Major Gonzalez.
Councilman Sanchez, and then Councilman Garcia, and then I don't know, Councilman Herzberg, and Vice Mayor, do you want to go last? Okay, excellent.
Major Gonzalez, thank you for the excellent report. It's great to see that our crime rates keep going down year over year, and hopefully it's a continuous trend. 36 years is nothing to shrug your shoulders at. It's a long career. I'm assuming a very fruitful career with plenty of stories that you'll be able to tell for generations to come. You will be missed. That's and even I've very short tenure up here, but it's been an honor to be able to work with you and by your side. So thank you for everything, and we look forward to your last report next month.
Just to want to say,
there you go, Councilman Garcia.
Thank you so much. That you're a true gentleman, and you brought this positive, proactive approach to policing. Your whole career, and you're gonna be missed. And but I'm sure your family is very happy that you get to spend more time with them. And I don't know what to say, brother. You deserve all the best, and your family deserves the best, and we're gonna miss you. Thank you.
I'll save the final words for your final meeting next month, but you've been doing a phenomenal job, and just keep it up. And I know I know the lieutenant will do a great job. I have the full faith and confidence in him as well. But I mean, even just this year, and one of the first things that when I was knocking on doors, one of the first things that people say, I want to see more cops, and you did it. I see it myself. Residents see it, and that puts a lot of trust in the community. So you got 2 more months, so keep putting in the hard work and doing a great job.
Thank you.
I respectfully reject your resignation. No, like Councilman Harrisburg said, I'm going to save most of my remarks for your last meeting, but this is well deserved. You know, you've earned this, and I think the statistics speak for themselves as to your impact, and to the lieutenant, I guess soon to be major. Make sure you use hair products, because look what it did to him. Thank you.
He's got that Latin George Clooney look. You got the good hair. Stay up here, I guess, for the next one.
All right, we're now on item 8B, the town banner on law enforcement vehicles.
Yeah, Mayor, I'll just introduce it real quick. The major and the lieutenant presented to us that now with the new color scheme that the sheriff's office is presenting with their vehicles, that more of the vehicle is going to be green and less of it white. It was an opportunity to revisit the banner that goes on the bottom of the 2 doors to identifying them as Town of Miami Lakes vehicles. We looked at some different color schemes. The major and lieutenant and Tony and I presented these last 2 that are here, and it's basically just to get a preference whether we wanted to continue with the blue banner or transition, use this opportunity to transition to a different color banner like the gold with the green lettering. And it's just trying to get the preference of the council.
Through the chair.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Just wanted to point out, we each have on here on the dais, a printout of, I guess, it's like a third option from what's on the agenda. That's my handiwork on Paint, on Microsoft Paint. But it's basically, you know, the current banner, but with the new color scheme. Because the problem was when I saw the new color scheme on page 13 of the agenda, I was a little concerned because that's literally Town of Miami Lakes written out in Arial font and nothing else. And unfortunately, I've seen some pictures online that Palmetto Bay literally did that. And so I took it seriously as though that's what's being proposed, not it's just a color scheme. But just for the sake of visualization, I provided the one that's on the dais, and it's literally the font from the current version, but with the colors changed so that the blue banner becomes gold, the fill of the letters becomes green, and the small little subtle outline becomes blue. And then I think that's going to make our cars look, you know, very professional and very sharp.
Anyone else? Councilman Garcia.
Yeah, thank you. I know you were an artist, man. That's awesome. It looks good.
I'm a man of many talents.
A man of many talents, jack of all trades. Well, again, I think we should be proud of your shops, right? Each individual police officer and the town. I am for anything that the officers decide looks better for them. All three look good to me. The blue kind of stands out because it doesn't go with the green, so I think version 3 is a little too. It clashes a little bit, right? But the vice mayor one looks good because you can see it from far, right? So I mean, it's really up to. I would defer to your choice, but right now I'm going with I like the vice mayor's choice right here. But whatever you decide.
Yeah, it was just a font change. This is going to be the same color. It was just a little. The letters just look a little thinner. Mm-hmm. But ultimately, it was just more to present the color scheme. It was going to be the banner in gold instead of blue with the white letters. Now we would have, it'll be like the same color letters too as the sheriff in Miami-Dade. So and kind of the same. They have a gold, you know, around their letters. But since we have a banner, we'll have the banner in gold and then the letters in the green. And obviously, the town seal will still go in the back on the hatch and on the C-pillar in the back corner of the cars. And that won't change. So, I mean, it's just something that we brought up for your consideration. Our officers, I think, you know, some of the talk in the town is they like that, the new change to the color scheme, moving away from the blue because of the new, you know, the car has a lot more green and gold in it. I think it looks sharper.
Point of order, do you need a motion and a vote on this, or
Uh,
is this
yeah.
direction enough?
Yeah, if you can take a vote, that'd be ideal.
All right, I'll move the vice mayor's suggestion for
I'll second
the banner. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Congratulations, Mr. Vice Mayor, on being now an artist among other.
Thank you.
And thank you, Major, for again for your service and for all your reports tonight. Mr. Manager, you're recognized now on item 8C, Public Works Monthly Infrastructure Report.
Omar?
Good evening, Council. Omar Santos, Public Works Director. As I usually do, I'm going to highlight just a few items and then open up for questions and comments. First one is, pretty sure most of you have seen it when you drive under the Palmetto. We've officially begun the construction of the lane that you're looking at because, so we're in the rebar phase, so we're installing rebar, getting all that ready for a concrete pour, hopefully soon. We're going through some testing right now. Second one, on the 59th Avenue project, we've made some good progress on the demo. We already have the county permit. And most of the utilities are cleared. We're just pending a disconnect from Florida Power and Light that we're currently discussing with them to see if we can push that forward. And then the last thing in maintenance, if some of you have driven on the east side of town, between 67 and 57, we did a full refresher of the pavement markings there. So now it's improved safety. It was very faded, so at night it was difficult to differentiate the lanes and the edge of the roadway. So now when you drive through there at night, if you want after this meeting, just check it out. Any questions?
I saw Councilman Sanchez jump at the chance, so we'll start with you, and then I saw the Vice Mayor. Any other hands? Councilman Herzberg, Councilman Garcia? None? No? All right, so Sanchez and then Morera.
Thank you for the great work. I do have a question, though, about the asphalt repair on the west side of town on Miami Lakes Drive.
Okay.
Is that something that we did or something that was done by water and sewer?
That was done by us. So I was going on there, when you would approach those manholes, and this is something that we flagged about a year or so ago. They were depressed on both the approach and as you were leaving it. What happens over time, if that's not repaired, just the constant impact to the rim, it could start loosening the rim, and then we can have a failure, which it happened once already here. So when we see those items, we try to tackle them early ahead, so we don't run into a rim falling.
I ask, is there a projection to do, at least in that piece where, for lack of a term, it kind of looks like a checkerboard on that side of town?
Yeah,
to level it out.
The vice mayor, he asked that. We typically limit to the area that we have to repair just to use the budgets. We have other needs throughout the town.
Yeah.
We do have a request that we have sent with, I think it's this year for appropriations, to do the milling and resurfacing. Olivia?
Yeah, that's a request that we've had to mill and resurface all of 154.
Completely from
Yes.
89 to 57?
In a perfect world, but
The first phase would be that side of town.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's another reason why not going through, connecting the patches.
Okay.
And these will fade over time and match.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm good.
Since he hit on the point, I'll start with that point. Obviously, I did reach out, and thank you for answering my question on that. I do agree with Councilmember Sanchez's point. It does look pretty bad, and I understand it could be 6 months to a year, maybe 2 years, for the color to fade. Eventually, it'll fade. We run a tight ship here as far as our budget, so I understand that. But all of that, I understand. Also, the repair itself, I understand. I want that repaired. I don't want to create a dangerous circumstance. As you said, it happened once. But when I hear that, it sounds like someone is responsible. Someone did something wrong. And I know you tried explaining it to me. That part kind of went over my head, too engineering for me.
Sorry.
But when I hear that from my lawyer world, I hear someone did something wrong because we paid for resurfacing, and then now it looks like it needs to get resurfaced again. So someone messed something up. In my world, that's what it means. And someone's got to pay for that, whether it be us, the vendor who originally did the repaving and didn't, I guess, properly account for settling or whatnot. But can you explain that, I guess, in terms that someone who's not an engineer could understand?
Well, so I will try. If I confuse you, just stop me at the moment,
Okay.
and I'll go back. So during the construction phase, there are checks. So when it's compacted, there's a check that's done. It has to meet certain parameters, and that at that time is recorded as passing for being sufficient. It could happen that there may be something lower under the area that's being worked on, that over time, for whichever reason, it could be a void that's under there that wasn't detected, or the fines are being, okay, I might be getting a little bit too technical, but
Who does the check?
the way we do it, we have the contractor has a inspection company that will do the check, and then we have a CEI, which is the inspection company that we contract that double verifies that was done correctly. So it gets taken to a lab, so they'll do a sample of the material, it's taken to a lab, then they do what is called a density. So they use a special equipment to see the compaction rate, and it has to meet a certain percentage of what the ideal lab conditions provided, usually a 98% compaction for a typical roadway.
So if it meets that check, is it not supposed to do exactly what it did?
In an ideal world, yes.
In theory?
Yeah.
The part that I find, I guess, a little shocking is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is it every single manhole on 154th from 82nd to 87th westbound? Because it feels like it's every single
The
manhole.
majority of them, yeah.
Yeah.
But then as we're getting to 87th, then the ones that continue, those are fine.
Again, I would encourage an internal look into this, because something messed up. You don't get an entire street worth of busted pavement along almost every single manhole unless something went wrong, something was done incorrectly. And if there is an ability to find something and hold someone accountable, then A, we're doing our job, and B, we can try to get some form of compensation so that we can repave and resurface, make it look good again without affecting the taxpayer. That's it on that point. I think that's really up to the manager, whether he wants to give that directive. But the other thing I wanted to ask was on 59th Avenue. It states here that asbestos survey has been completed pending report completion. It's my understanding that report has come in.
Yeah, so
and I just want to confirm there
so
were no asbestos.
since when I produced this report, all that has been completed, and we already have the county permit.
And it came out no asbestos.
No asbestos, no
Perfect.
lead.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Councilman Garcia?
Thank you. FPL, you submitted disconnect request. It's in progress. How long does that usually take to get that done?
So they told us a few months, but we were actually meeting with them this week to get that accelerated. There's equipment that they need to remove from the building. We're asking to do that at a later date and just provide us with the official disconnect so we can start demoing.
And I assume we can't begin the demolition until that equipment is removed from the building, right?
We can. So,
can, okay.
so what we've discussed with them is to allow us to, because it's in an isolated part of the building.
Okay.
So the contractor is willing to demo around it and leave it intact. But the main thing he needs is just the disconnect from the street to make sure the site is not energized. So it's safe for his workers.
All right. So what is, I mean, I know you're going to ask them to expedite it, but what is your goal to get that?
To get it all down?
Yeah, all
this
down.
year. That's the goal.
This year?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, appreciate that.
Yeah.
Next question, I've had some residents in the Royal Oaks area say that you've completed the work when it comes to drainage, but the top layer of asphalt has not been completed. It's been some months. Is that going to be done this?
Is this in 169 area?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
So from my briefing this week with staff, they started milling.
Okay.
So that's the removal I think, well, Councilmember Hertzberg lives there, so I think, so they started milling, and right after they mill, they're gonna come and put that final layer.
Okay, is there, besides that 169, is there any other area that needs to be complete that's been, the work's been done?
That we're
but we still-
doing something similar, I think, in it's the whole area. It's 169,
The whole area's gonna get done?
86 court.
86 Court, 84th,
Yeah.
167. So it's that, we call it the Royal Oaks 8th. So that's Royal Oaks 8th project.
What was the reason why it took so long to get that asphalt done after completion of the initial
They have to
work?
do flat work or gutter adjustments, just drain adjustments, make sure everything is at the final elevation. So when we put the final layer, the water flows as best as possible. It's not 100% because some of the areas with the trees gets a bit complicated, and we don't want to trigger having residents to do their driveway approaches or driveways. So it's a delicate balance that we have to strike when it comes to that. But that's the main reason. They're adjusting the rim elevation of manholes to make sure when they put the final layer, it's not going to be sunken or sticking out. And the same thing for the drains.
Was this project an outlier when it comes to the time it took to finish, or is this typical with all?
It's typical.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir.
Councilman Hertzberg.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. On that project, which the milling truck was going up and down today by my street.
Apologize for the noise.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. How my concern, and I've spoken to 2 residents, and one of them has a construction background, is those, I don't know what you call them, I just call them the gutters.
The valley gutters.
The valley gutters.
Yeah.
My concern is and I did double check, the one in front of my house, there is no gutter. It's flat. And I've walked the neighborhood, and there are many that are just flat. There's no curvature to that gutter.
So it's not a V?
Not a V at all.
Okay.
So I'll point those out to you. I'm happy to set up some time we can go by, whatever. But I guess my question is, one, make sure our team is inspecting those to make sure they have what they need to work.
Mhm.
It's hard for me to tell you because I can tell you that on my street, I do see pooling of water, and we haven't had a lot of rain recently. But at the same time, we don't have a street, right? It's not paved. So I can't tell you if it's working or not because the street's not paved. I guess my concern is if once the street's paved and we realize there's elevation concerns, that's on the contractor. Is that correct? I mean, they have to pave this correctly and put these gutters in correctly.
So the project doesn't call for a full gutter reconstruction, so we're only doing it in some areas where it's severe. What happens, sometimes, we'll correct one location, and then the water goes to another location, and we find another one. So in those, we've been taking a case-by-case approach, just because if you were to do the project, it would be pretty much a full roadway reconstruction, which is not what was scoped out with the project. And we also have to have a conversation with the homeowner because it does impact their approaches, and we need to know if they are ready to either accept the transition or for them to do their approach. In other cases, it may also trigger sidewalk elevation adjustments because if we adjust the gut, I know I'm boring, Vice Mayor.
I'm following you. You're good.
I left a while ago.
If we adjust the gutter to a certain elevation, we get proper roadway flow, but then the sidewalk may be lower, and then we're pushing water back. So that's another conversation.
No, I have that.
Yeah.
There's a sidewalk in
So
front of
we
my
can go
house
to your
that
house
the
and
water
we can discuss that.
Mine's a great example of multiple issues,
Yeah.
but I've seen it around.
And we've repaired that. We repaired that throughout the years. It just takes more effort from both sides.
And when you say the approach, you mean the residents that have that previously put their own tile on the approach, not just have the concrete. Because if it's a concrete approach,
so
is that the resident's responsibility or the town just?
It's the resident's responsibility.
Even if it's just the sidewalk concrete.
Yes.
Okay.
So the maintenance responsibility of that section between the sidewalk and the roadway would be on the homeowner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Understood.
And if you want, we can set up a meeting and we can discuss your case.
Yeah, I'll find the specific points and we should set up a meeting sometime next week.
Okay.
Anything else? I will just confirm for the Canal Bank Phase 1 evaluation, shows a final engineer report as pending. I think that's the same thing it said for a couple months, but from my briefing, it's my understanding next month we're expecting to have the report and I believe the engineer here, right?
Yes, either here or virtually. I have to confirm
Okay, yeah, that's
what
fine.
his
As long as
availability.
he's here to answer questions. That,
Yeah.
I just want to confirm that because obviously I know some of our council members are very concerned about that project.
Yeah.
All right, anything else? All right, perfect.
All right, thank you.
We can move on to item 8D. 8D, Building Technology Fee Comparative Analysis Report.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Town Council. So what was discussed during the last budget season a couple times was the building technology fee, and ultimately this Town Council requested that we conduct an analysis to see what other municipalities are doing. So our research was primarily conducted for all jurisdictions within Miami-Dade County, including Miami-Dade County. Out of the 35 jurisdictions, there's 16 that currently impose a building technology fee. We're not the highest. The two highest are Medley and Miami Gardens at 15%. There's 4 other cities that charge what we currently charge at 10%. There's about 6 cities that charge between 6% and 8%, and a couple handful of cities that charge a little about 2%. Also with that, there's about 3 municipalities that charge, instead of a percentage, a flat dollar rate. Gets a little confusing when they start introducing the formula, but I did want to add that to the record. Also, what we conducted, what we provided as part of this report is what we've done over the last 5 years with this fund, and what our current annual reoccurring expenses are. Our current annual reoccurring expenses, just to maintain our current operation with no extra bells and whistles, is about $82.5. And over the last 3 years, we've done a pretty good job in expending some of those funds. We got new Surface tablets for our field inspectors. We purchased a Laserfish server to expand our records retention. And also, in light of SB 180, one of the requirements was making our building department mobile in the event that we do get hit with some type of storm, and that's what we purchased with this year's funds. With that, you have the rest of the report there in front of you if you have any questions.
Any questions? Councilman Garcia.
Thank you for this report, appreciate it. And I guess the reason I wanted to hear a little bit more about is I understand there's cost and you've made these investments, which is a good idea, to make these investments. However, because of the size of the fund, right, I want to see why we have so much
I could answer
savings.
to that. Yeah, so I did a little bit further digging about between 2016 and 2019, the town's building department got a huge windfall of permitting because of the Lennar project. They were averaging about 2.5 to 3 million a year. So 10% of that, they're getting $250,000 every 4 years. And unfortunately, the expenditures were not catching up with the revenue. So there's kind of like a little treasure chest there in the event that hopefully in the next couple of years now, there is some type of new technology that hits a home run and we'll be in a better position to purchase that. Right now, I could tell you there's about 3 or 4 main players in Miami-Dade County that provides software that usually all the other municipalities uses. I hope, my personal hope is that Miami-Dade County offers an interlocal agreement because Miami-Dade County software is actually very functional. I don't know if some of y'all have ever used it, very user-friendly, but they have about 20 folks in their IT department alone that basically runs and operates that. But right now, I mean, I can tell you right now in the industry, it's almost like a wait-and-see game. Obviously, we're on the precipice of AI technology and how that's going to interplay with plan reviews and hopefully virtual inspections at some point.
What I'd like to see perhaps is, it was a windfall, and I understand that, but there's almost $1 million in there, right, sitting there? And you're waiting for some technology to come along, and I'm hoping that technology is not worth $1 million because then it wouldn't be worth the money in my estimation. So I guess what I'm trying to find out with this report is there space, because we have so much collected because of the windfall, is there space to give a reduction to our, any businesses or any savings we can give, businesses?
So as part of the last budget meeting as well too, I think it was the town mayor who requested town staff to review all of our fees, including the building department fees. At that point, we could take a look at to see if any of those fees can be reduced. I will tell you that the Florida statute governing these fees do provide necessary guardrails, where in the event that this technology fund exceeds more than the operating fund for over 4 years, then we are required to refund that money as some type of discount or whatever to our building permittees.
Yeah.
But as of right now, until we don't do a full comprehensive review of our current fees comparable to the construction industry and what our other partners are doing, I can't give you that answer right now.
Okay. Mayor, what I was asking is, since we had a windfall with the technology fee, is there a possibility to lower that fee as much as possible, since we have such a windfall? And I know that you suggested, or you asked for them to do it.
Well, we passed it, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess we'll wait for that. But I still think there's an opportunity here for at least a couple of years to lower that fee for businesses and save them some money.
Through the chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
I'm actually going to ask for the help of my colleagues who were there at the chamber when Mayor Cava was present. She mentioned a specific item about the building departments and something that the county was offering. And I remember thinking to myself, that's a great use of our technology. Would you happen to remember what it was that she was talking about? If not, I'll have to go and contact her staff and see what it was.
Vaguely I remember that they put together a service through, was it Strive 305 project?
Was it?
It was something to do with.
It might have been.
Yeah, to help all the businesses, all the towns with this exact fee, and they have so if you can reach out to them and get the specifics, but it could be a way of doing that.
And also, was it, she had a department that did all permitting from county to municipal?
So and then we could opt into that or something.
Correct.
Like
There's
that.
something for us to opt into
I'll reach
to
out
be
her
part of
staff,
that program.
But essentially, I remember as soon as she said it, the first thing I thought was that's something that we could actually dig that technology fee into.
So one of the purchases that we did this year was in partnership with the county, specifically with their RER department, and that's the little kiosk that you see right outside of the lobby, where eventually as our folks come in and they have any questions with the county, instead of getting on the phone or getting on an email, it's essentially going to be a virtual little space for them to speak directly with a county representative at the time. But that's something that we funded on our end.
Okay.
But yeah, I would love to hear whatever it is.
I'll talk to our county liaison and then come back next month.
Through the mayor, you mind?
Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you. I guess I'll get my thoughts on here so everyone knows where I'm at. I agree. It makes sense to wait to see the full evaluation. If there's an opportunity to reduce it, personally, I would want to reduce it for residential homeowners. I don't think there's a huge need to reduce this fee for commercial developments. I just don't. At the same time, when we get that fee evaluation back, I won't be surprised that we have a little bit of pressure to increase some fees, to be honest. If we haven't changed our fees for so long, there's a chance that we're going to be on the bottom end. So I really want to see that. I know staff is working hard. I'm very interested in seeing those results. For now, I think it's wait and see, but for me, I would like to give residents, homeowners, a break on the fee if that's possible, and maybe keep the fee at 10% for commercial for commercial developments. That's something I would be interested in.
Through the mayor, I apologize. I forgot.
Well, just to give everyone an opportunity, is there anyone else that has not spoken that would like a chance to ask questions or comment? All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for a second bite at the apple. Unfortunately, in my first go-around, I was focused on that thing, and I forgot to mention my position on the fee itself. I agree with what Councilman Herzberg said. I wouldn't oppose a nominal reduction down to like a 7 or a 6, so it's basically like a sales tax on the permit. But that being said, if we're not using all of it, then it 100% makes sense to go down. And, you know, I personally don't ever like seeing a bar chart with the town of Miami Lakes and showing us tied for second highest. I never like seeing that. So, you know, if there's an opportunity to bring it down, I'll support that. But again, as Councilman Herzberg said, I'll see the data first on what you guys come back with.
Anyone else? All right, you are relieved. I'll be right with you on that. Yeah, I did actually. I'm sorry, Mr. Manager. I went ahead and I fired our director over here. I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. But I'll be right out there to speak with you. With that said, we are now on item 9, the attorney's report. Mr. Attorney, you are recognized to go ahead and present your report.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Please take over while I go speak to Mr. Angel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. Really, the only thing I'd like to report at this time is we're going to have additional reports coming next month in November surrounding blasting and also surrounding, we're working on getting that line of credit squared up so that we can present with you the ordinance and the resolution come in during the month of November. So just wanted to put that on all of your radars. And that's all.
Any questions, comments for the attorney's reports? Seeing none, you don't need a motion adopting it, right? All right, seeing none. Oh. Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Mr. Town Attorney, any update on the enforcement of our ordinances?
So thank you for that question, Councilman. We did reach out and we had spoken with Lourdes Arauz. We've gone back and forth on setting up a meeting between us, the legal counsel for the sheriff's office, so that we can square up. But the clerk is working on that, and thank you for your help with setting that up.
Do you think the meeting will happen before the next council meeting in November?
I hope so.
Hopefully? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll move on to committee reports, and we have the Cultural Affairs Committee report. Chairwoman Salazar, you are recognized. He's out there.
Okay, now? Okay. Good evening, everyone. Mayor is not here. Vice Mayor, council members, staff. I'm proud to present to you our report, semi-annual report. You have it in front of you. Basically, we have like 3 open seats. Unfortunately, some of these members were not attending, so they had to be removed as per the rules. Following that, we have the budget for the past events that we had. Is basically, you know, we've been very diligent and frugal about how we spend our money. Then on our initiatives we have coming up, we have our Main Street live concerts starting hopefully January of 26. In front of you, you have the updated flyer. We'll be updating it with new pictures for the kiosk on Main Street. And we have a good selection, different genres of music. As you can see, we go from Latin, Brazilian, country, reggae, and then we have contemporary rock, and then the last one is going to be a little bit wild. It's a Spanish gypsy, and he plays all kinds of stuff. So looking forward to seeing you on Main Street beginning January, God willing, with good weather. Also the initiatives, we have more initiatives. We have Black History Month. We already have the schedule for February 21st, our Women of Distinction for March 14th. Pen and Picture Month, May 9th, and that covers, I guess, our fiscal year. Future projects and considerations, we have, we've been in touch with the Frost Museum. They're very willing to work with us. I'm hoping to have them open like a little museum in our neighborhood, and we'll be meeting with them soon regarding possible collaborations. We also had, we've been approached by the Alliance Française, which is well-known. I've known that association for many years. I really haven't met with the person, but he reached out to our committee, to the town. They want to do something cultural with us, so we're going to be speaking French, I guess, somehow. And also, the Miami Lakes Library wants to collaborate with us because they have a program called Friends of the Library. So whether, you know, an individual member or maybe the whole committee can participate in doing events also with them. And last but not least, I presented this to the council back in 2020. All of you are practically new. It's a white paper that we put together, and due to the COVID pandemic, it was, I guess, and also It's not financially feasible right now, but I have ideas, you know me, and I one time said, let's do this before I get too old and decrepit, and we cannot enjoy it. But it's read it. It's very, we're very proud of this white paper that we put together for the town. It was approved, by the way, back then, so just read it, and then you see our ideas, our dreams, our vision for a cultural center. It doesn't have to be a brand new building. We can, refurbish an existing building, and I already have my eye on one of them. So basically, and also we've been working with Parks and Recreation. As you know, I'm also part of the Neighborhood Improvement Committee, and they approached both committees. So they want the cultural affairs input in regards to art in public places. We've been reviewing the location where they want to put artwork. I know a lot of artists that are interested in being part of this. So look forward to that. And also in your package, this is something that I presented to Luis Collazo 3 years back. It's an idea of, if we do this, we'll be in the map. Everybody will come to see our floating sculptures in our lakes, and nobody has this kind of so many lakes as we do. So these are where the best samples that I could find. They're beautiful samples of floating art, and I think it's something that to think about. We can have competitions. I don't know if maybe you were too young back then, but when we had crystals, that the floating islands on Miami Beach. So that was spectacular and very, everybody from all over the world came to see them. So maybe we'll have more people, coming to our town and enjoy the art. And also, last but not least, a quick update on our 25th anniversary celebration. We included the golf carts. We're waiting for the police to give us a safe number of golf carts that they can manage when we do the parade. We'll start here at Town Hall. We'll have registration here. Make sure that everybody's all the safety issues are taken care of, and then we'll depart from here to go all the way 154th to the park, and then the event will start from 4 to 8, and we have tons of stuff. This is just figuring out the logistics, so it's still in the works. So we have about a month and a half to finish all this. It's been an arduous effort, and I'll be happy when it's over. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Any comments, questions for the Chair? Yes. We're going to start off with Councilman Sanchez. JC, you want? Okay.
Felicia, thank you very much for the great report. We're hopefully going to fill up those 3 seats, by my colleagues.
No, please, not yet. And they have to be very creative people. Please.
Okay.
Let me talk to them before you.
I understand. I actually know someone that's interested.
It's been tough for the past few years.
Yeah, I know someone that's interested in joining. Just she's a high school student at this moment, and she won't be able to join yet.
We have one person that's very helpful, Omar.
Yeah.
And he's been a great asset.
He's an Air Force veteran, by the way.
Omar,
He's an Air Force veteran.
Oh, yes, and he's also in the elderly affairs. But he's been a good one. The last 3 has been very good.
Happy to hear.
So we have to get people that are committed.
Yeah.
And have some creative, vision of what to do.
Yes.
And be positive.
Yes.
The reason we're able to complete a lot of these things is being positive and say, we can do it. I know we're short of money, and we, our budget was reduced by $1,000, so we'll figure something out. So, we wish that, we could get more sponsors for the.
But Felicia, I do want to say, though, that I want to applaud the Hispanic Heritage event that was put together, showcasing Peru. However, I do want to say that it was a bit worrisome, the amount of people that were present.
Yes.
I attended with my wife, and we swung by because we had a bit of a family situation, but it was a little bit worrisome, and I'm wondering for the next one, because I know in the past that we've done it here in Town Hall. This is the first year that was done at Robert Alonso Community Center. What security measures has the committee thought about to not allow it to get to the point where it was this year?
Yes, that's an issue that I witnessed this firsthand, and it was like a wild crowd. At the beginning, it was like they were impatient to get in, and they were, you know, most of them were elderly people. I don't know if they were from out of Miami Lakes. It was a different crowd. So hopefully for the next one, we were hoping to start charging people to come in, so to control who would come in, because they were hoarding the food.
Right.
You know, it was you know, it was kind of sad that had happened.
Right.
But we'll work something out.
Okay.
Normally when we have the event, advertise an Eventbrite, half the people show up. But a lot of walk-ups, we may have to limit the number, because this is between you and I, the capacity, you know, knowing how things work, the room capacity was 148, and you know, it was a little bit over that. So hopefully, you know, we'll next time. I think it's a good place, because it's big, has good parking.
Yes.
Would have loved doing it here, but we outgrew the place.
I
So yeah, we're that's one of the deficiencies that we had. But other than that, it was the I would say that Justin and Geraldine and Suzanne did a great job.
I know, Mario.
We even had the deputy council
Ambassador,
from
the council.
the council. Yes,
Yeah, from
he was
Peru.
there. He loved it.
Yep.
It was very good event. So
I
we're getting better.
Okay. Thank you, Felicia.
Our events are being attended. A lot of people are attending more and more. So the
Yes.
word is getting out. The same with Main Street Live. I mean, the last one was very
Yep.
nice.
Yep.
So that's something that, you know, we keep striving for quality,
Okay.
entertainment, and family-oriented events for
Of course.
everybody.
Thank you, Felicia.
Thank you.
Next, we have Councilman Fernandez.
Thank you, Felicia. Thank you for your service to the town. I want, for the record, I think that this 25th year anniversary is going to be such a neat event. I can't wait. I think you put in a lot of work, and I see that, and you know, including our phone conversation that we had this afternoon, I could see the amount of work that it entails, but I'm really looking forward to it. So thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
And thank you for your support, by the way.
Next up, we have Councilman, was it Herzberg or? Herzberg, and then
Herzberg.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Two things. So, one, actually, I like that art on the lake idea. I just don't know the cost, right? But if you can find ways that it's,
We'll figure out a way.
if there's
Believe me,
find ways
I'll
for no
figure out a
cost,
way.
I really like the idea. Especially, I mean, we don't own a lot of the lakes, but the lakes that we do own, I can think of
Yeah.
a few nice spots for that. And I agree with you. It would bring
Even
be
even
something
Jeremy
different.
liked it.
Yeah, I mean, I speak
So
with the Parks
idea
Department.
is, you know, like I said, it was maybe 2-3 years ago, but you know me, I'm persistent. I said we got to do this. We gotta
Yeah, I
do
mean,
this.
if there's no cost, you have my support for
No,
that.
no, we'll figure a way. Don't
Okay.
worry.
Listen, if there's somebody to figure it out, I know it's you. And I share the sentiments of Councilman Sanchez. I know at your meeting you discussed that it was a great event, and it's the first time doing it that large, so I know you'll get it right the next time. I mean, you did get it right, just the crowd issue
Yeah.
and food issue, but it was a great event. You guys did a good job.
Thank you.
So I just want to clear one thing though with the manager. I don't think there's anything in this report we need to make a motion on or approve, right? Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Felicia, you know, my mom's a big fan of summer concert
Yes.
and everything you do. So I just want to say thank you again. I mean, I know it's very difficult. It's very frustrating. And, you know, herding cats sometimes to get things done.
Yes.
But you've always done an amazing job. I just want to thank you again. Great ideas. I agree with Councilman Hertzberg. This lake, we're known for our lakes, so Art in the Lakes,
Yeah.
it sounds like an
We
amazing
have,
idea.
how many lakes? Like
Yeah, exactly.
10?
So if we
Yeah.
can get it
If
to
we
work.
get the HOAs to sponsor one in each lake, that would be phenomenal.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question on your report. I noted something. Is Miss Barbara Torres still on the committee, or has
No,
she been
you
removed?
have the old attendance chart. I updated it. I'll forward
So
that
is Ms.
information, but
Torres-
she's gone. Yeah,
she's
we
gone.
have. She missed like 3 in a row.
Yeah,
She's been
that's all.
traveling, and it's unfortunate because she's
No,
a very
it's
creative
just-
person. But you know, like
I
I
get it.
always say, the first part of committee is commit. If you
Yep.
cannot commit, you
I
know,
get
we
it.
cannot
The
have
rules
you.
are the rules, and I just wanted to
Yeah.
verify because it still showed her on the
Yeah,
roster.
no, you have the
so-
old one.
All right,
This
thank
happened
you.
after the report was submitted, so.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your report
Thank
and your
you.
time and
Look
your
forward
commitment.
to seeing you all in our events. Okay?
Absolutely.
That gives us, you know, make us happier that you being there is like been saying that you're supporting us. So
Absolutely.
So thank you so much. Okay.
Have a great evening, and there being no special presentations, we're now on the first of multiple pulled items from the consent calendar. Let's begin with 12B, which is the recommendation to award the contract for athletic program services for adults, ITN 2025-2023. That was pulled by Vice Mayor Morera.
Actually, it was pulled by Alex.
Oh, my, that's right, you began at C. Okay, yeah. So we will begin actually with Councilman Sanchez for a motion.
Okay. Well, the motion is to discuss this item, and I brought up this item during our briefing with the manager, with regards to only one entity applying, and there were multiple that were contacted, letting them know that this was out there, but only one applied. So just to take it off anybody's mind, if they wonder if it was only one because no one else knew about it, it was not. There were seven or eight total, correct, Jeremy? 7 of them. But to reflect on what Bonnie asked earlier, Mr. Manager, does the organization pay anything to the town to participate in the program, or the only funds that are involved in this are the ones that are paid by the players to participate in the softball league?
This is an invitation to negotiate, so now we'll sit down with the Miami Softball League,
Right.
and we'll negotiate all the specific terms and so forth.
But will that be a term that will be brought up within the contract to pay a portion of what they collect from the players to be paid?
We'll
to
have
the
that
town?
conversation with them, yeah.
Okay, but it can be.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Just on this item, actually, I'll ask to put us in the proper posture. Would you like to make a motion, or do you want me to do it?
I'll make a motion to make part of the negotiation a partial fee
No,
to be paid to the town.
I would say to approve the item, but with the addition that you want to include that term as part of the negotiation.
So my motion will be
Yeah.
to approve the item as long as there is terminology in the contract where a percentage of the monies collected from the players comes back to the town.
Well, okay. I'll second it for discussion. And I see the Parks Director here, Mr. Badsden, right? Back down.
Back down.
I will get it. I
Put the
promise
back
when he
down.
is. There we go. So I will recognize him to go ahead and respond and provide more context on the councilman's concerns.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Jeremy Bagdown, Director of Parks and Recreation. To that point, most of our negotiations when we're working with for-profit, non-profit, that's kind of where we look at the terms when it comes to the pay model. In most cases, they have maintained their 501c3. We would look at an 80-20 split of total revenue. So they would pay monthly 20% of their revenue generated. If it were a for-profit entity, it would be a 70-30 split.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I see that what they pay is, if you're a resident of the town, is $55 per player. If you're a non-resident, it's $65 or $75.
Correct. That is
and
our
if you bring the entire team, it's $715 for 13 players.
Yeah, so
which
that's
equals out to 13 times 55.
That's their registration fee. So that's
Right.
completely on them. At the end of the day, whatever their total participation is, their total revenue gain, we would do a split of that.
So it wouldn't be 20% of 20% of the 55.
It would equate. It would 20% of the total participants who paid 55. If they
Okay.
were residents, they pay 65 for non-residents.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Item 12B is approved. And before we move on to item 12C, and I recognize the Vice Mayor since he was the one that pulled that item, I want to take a moment to recognize Commissioner Ian Vallecillo from the great city of Sweetwater, who's in the audience tonight. So welcome, Commissioner. Thank you for being here. With that, we are now on item 12C, which was pulled from consent, which is the recommendation to award a contract for grant writing and support services, RFP 2025-16. With that, Mr. Vice Mayor, you pulled it, so you're recognized.
Yeah, so obviously, those who read through the agenda would have seen my NBI on how we go about obtaining our grants. Needless to say, I'm encouraging a lot of caution with our practice, our current practice of obtaining grants, and I anticipate the amount of grants that we apply for slowing down in the future. At least that's from my side. Not everyone has to agree with that, but just on a strictly objective basis on this item, I wanted to pull it to clarify whether this is, hey, because I understand this comes from our $48,000 line item for grant support. Is this simply us paying $48,000 for this item, or is this a pay as you go, meaning the less grants we up here authorize the town to apply for, the less we're spending of that $48,000?
Yes, it's pay as you go. And with the grant seasons or cycles, they'll be cyclical. So there'll be times where Olivia, the volume, she'll be able to handle most of it. But then there are times that there's a whole bunch of grants due at the same time, and then she'll access them. But they only get paid with the work that we provide them. It's not a retainer type arrangement.
Okay, and then
sorry,
go
it is
ahead.
a flat monthly fee that
There you go.
it's how we've historically done it with our grants consultant. It's been a flat monthly fee for however many grants they submit that month. We always, or almost always, do one a month. We often have multiple per month deadlines. So at the end of the day, we do it a flat monthly fee, but that does mean that some months we're really heavy on grants, and other months there might be a month we skip, but we're working on other applications that are due the following month. Sorry.
So that's not what I was told.
Yeah. So how are we doing this with the two? Explain the.
Yes, so that was, we had budgeted based on our previous grant consultant, which was a flat monthly fee of $4,000 per month. At this time, we would, if the consultant that we've recommended based on the evaluation committee is $4,125 a month. So at this time, we wouldn't, for this year, we wouldn't execute the contract until then, so it wouldn't be an increase for this year as they're starting late. But then moving forward, that would be an increase of a little over $1,000 a year potentially.
Okay, so here's my position on this. Let me put us in proper posture. I move to adopt item 12C.
Okay, so you
I'll
move to
second.
approve item 12C?
Yeah, I move
Okay.
to approve it. And if someone could
second.
please second it.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been seconded
I'd
by
like to
Councilman
continue
Sanchez for
discussing.
the record.
So, based on everything I've been saying throughout budget season and up to now, I will tell you this. What I'm not going to do is make our town government less efficient. And so if you need that support, I'm willing to support the item. But I would like to express that you should expect a slowdown. And so I'm not going to be okay with approving this next year. Because right now we have a lot of carryover from all the grants that have been approved, and you're going to come up against those deadlines whether we slow down or not. So I'm going to be willing to approve this item, but it's very reluctantly. And so, again, we'll get into that during my NBI, but we need to slow down on some of our grants and really give some proper thought to them. That's it.
Through Mayor.
Councilman Garcia.
It was me, no problem.
My apologies. Councilman Herzberg.
I agree with you, Vice Mayor, and just taking a look at the contract first, the contract does say a flat fee, which I thought it wasn't. I thought it was more per hour. But then there's additional services that are charged per hour. At the same time, there is a 30-day termination agreement. So I share the same sentiments, and I do believe we'll be slowing down the grants. If at any time we should follow up, if we're not using this 6 months from now, we should not pay the fee, right? I mean, so are we paying the fee whether or not we're using the service based off what the understanding is?
Currently, yes, if we do move forward with a flat monthly rate, which is again what we have done historically, we included an option for hourly, and that was usually meant to be for additional services if there was ever a situation where they needed the consultant to take on additional work. So that's why we had it as an option to have their their hourly fee be included. But generally, yes, it's been a flat monthly retainer, regardless of whether or not they've applied for grants. But historically they always have.
But generally, whether it's the grant writing, the report, the everything you have to do after the grants, applying, whatever. Generally, they have work to do every month, right?
Yes.
So that's it. So I mean, I agree. I'm okay with approving the item, but if we do see that slowdown, we can always not approve it next year or just cut it off in the middle of the year.
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
Yeah, this was one of the items that I fought for because I think we needed help with grants to help our town. However, I think a fee-for-service structure in the future would be a better way, because we are going to be more cautious on the fee, on the grants that we approve. Just because there's a grant available doesn't mean we should do it. And a lot of the grant scope is just like the sidewalks. They wanted a 10-foot sidewalk, and when it wasn't comparable, we you know, different things. So I do feel that these grants are going to be more tailored to what our specific needs, and they're going to lower. So a fee-for-service structure instead of a flat rate monthly, I think, is something that we need to look at as a council, and not just pay a flat fee, especially because there's going to be months it's really going to slow down. So is that something that they'd be willing to work with, or typically?
That would have to be a question for,
Yeah.
they're negotiating the contract and move
Okay.
forward, but as far as I understand, they did provide an hourly rate that they do work on that basis with other municipalities.
Yeah,
or
because I agree with my
organizations.
colleagues. We're going to be very discerning on what grants we approve going forward. Thank you.
Any other comments on this item? All right, Vice Mayor, you're recognized.
I'd actually like to make an amendment to my motion based on the information granted
ahead.
here. I would like to amend the motion to still adopt the item, however, instructing that it will not be a 3-year period with a 2-year, with 2 one-year options. Rather, it will be 1 year with 4 one-year renewal options, or as close to that as possible, because I don't want us renew it, you know, being forced to have this for 3 years.
So just to be clear then, your motion is to, in essence, send staff back to negotiate for those terms?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
All right, it's been seconded by Councilman Sanchez, who is now recognized in discussion.
If it's changed from 3 plus 2 to 1 plus 4, will it have an effect on the flat rate, do you believe?
As far as I understand, no. That's again the monthly retainer rate, but again, that would have to be something they discussed in.
Yeah, we'd have to look at the
negotiations.
way it was bid out. If the way it was advertised, if it was for a 3-year with 2-year, 1-year options, we'd have to look and see if that may affect future rates, year 2, 3, 4. But going back, we do always have the fallback of that the council member Hersberg says that we can terminate the contract at any time and go back out to bid whenever we want.
Within 30 days?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's section 8A. Right to terminate for any or no reason upon 30 days' notice.
Right, so if the volume of, if the volume doesn't sustain what the flat rate is, then we can always just terminate and go back out.
Sorry, just as a contract lawyer, that hurts my brain. Okay. It is what it is. I would still just go back and renegotiate it so that we can always go back, but it's not a big deal. And also, you can show them this video where I say that if they do increase their monthly price, I'll just vote no.
Okay, any discussion on the amendment? On the amendment? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the amendment carries, and we're back on the
So it
main
is gonna
motion
be
as amended.
1 plus 4.
Plus 4 one-year terms.
Yes.
That is what we want you guys to go ahead and go back to them with. With that, if there's no further discussion on the main motion, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, all opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment as amended, or rather, the motion as amended carries. And so we're now on 12D. 12D is authorizing the approval of a contingent fee retainer agreement with Hevia Hetchman, LLP, DBA, Hevia Hetchman Baldwin Trial Lawyers. And with that, that was you also that pulled it, right? Okay, and so I recognize the Vice Mayor to go ahead and make a motion and discuss this item.
Thank you. I pulled this item primarily out of an abundance of caution. I do not have a conflict of interest or any sort of financial interest in this, but to avoid the appearance of impropriety, I did want to disclose I was formerly employed by Trujillo Vargas Ortiz Gonzalez, which was at that time one of the partners was Mr. Hevia, and I just wanted to put that out there. I do go on at least one fishing trip a year with Mr. Hevia, which I pay for out of my own pocket. So yeah, there's no real conflict of interest, but just to avoid any appearance of impropriety, I wanted to disclose that. And I did want to give the town attorney an opportunity to just clarify that this is not us going into a litigation.
That is correct.
That is very important. Okay, I did not have the benefit of my briefing with you, so can you? Yeah.
Very briefly, way back when, we had a settlement that the Trujillo law firm assisted us in obtaining. This was with regards to the insurance settlement, and with regards to one of the original Pizzi matters, that was the civil, not the criminal.
Yeah, the
civil
reinstatement
matters.
case.
Correct. And so part of what the insurance settlement was that they would give us a certain percentage of any fees that the town would incur. There are still a couple of fees that are outstanding, and based on the fees that they're able to continue recovering, there is a split that goes into paying for the firm and a split that comes into the town. Since this is a new firm, it's in all transparency, we're bringing this matter to you so that we can just approve this and finalize those final payments.
Okay, excellent. Is there any discussion on this?
Was the motion made?
No.
That was on you, but no, there was no motion.
I'll go ahead and move the item as is.
All right, I'll second it. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Item 12D passes. We are now on item 12E. Also pulled by actually, no, was this also serious? Okay, and then the rest were Councilman Sanchez. All right, so item 12E was the approval of change order number 2 for professional engineering service to Marlin Engineering, Inc. for Fairway Drive, bike lanes, and crosswalk improvements. Mr. Vice Mayor, go ahead, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I can't in good faith make a motion on this, but I did want to pull it from our consent to state, number one, there's a lot of red highlighting on my page, which when I do red highlighting, it means it's things I don't like. I want to point out that the memorandum on page 266 of the agenda states that a key feature of the town of Miami Lakes is its paved bike trails. The preservation and expansion of these trails are essential components of the town's strategic plan. So maybe the town's strategic plan states that, but we need to be very careful with how we go about that expansion part of that equation. It's my understanding from my briefing that when this project was first visualized, it was going to be bike lanes that went along the roadway, and it would have involved an expansion of the asphalt street cutting into the swale. And then at that point, they realized there's no way to do this without cutting down a tree. And so it's now an off-road project that's going to expand the sidewalk. What we're asking for here is a tree inventory and a tree disposition plan. Now, when I read the word disposition, I freak out a little bit because we all know that that's a big no-no in our town, disposing of a tree. I'm gonna support this item. I apologize. I am gonna move the item, but let me do that actually. I'm gonna go ahead and move the item as is.
Second.
Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded by Councilman Herzberg.
But I want to say, if this report comes back and says that a single tree is being cut down or needs to be moved or jeopardized in any sort of way, or even that the presence of the tree may in the future damage the work that we're doing now, I am going to vote, I am going to be bringing then subsequently an item to cancel this project at whatever penalty it is. And that's my comment on this.
Any other discussion? Councilman Herzberg, and then was there anybody else to see the lineup going? Councilman Garcia.
I agree with you, Vice Mayor. Is there a way that we can make that part of our motion and to make sure that the manager comes back to us if there is a recommendation to touch a single tree? Because that was the question I had on my agenda. I was like, we're not touching a tree, right? And the answer was they don't believe so, but you're right. This person, the person we're hiring is going to make that determination. So I don't want to touch a single tree.
Before we finalize the design and we complete the tree inventory and tree disposition plans, we'll report back to the council. Is that, Omar, is that doable?
So what you just mentioned, Vice Mayor, is something that we as a staff have communicated to our consultant nonstop, which is one of the reasons that we had to move off-road. One of the design approaches that's being taken with the help of FDOT is the construction of the path where we have the root ball or close to the tree. That's being changed to just, instead of digging in the area and impacting the tree roots. We're actually elevating it, leaving the roots where they're at, and putting a system that has been used in other projects to allow the roots to essentially stay in that area with minimal impact to the path. In addition, if we get into an area that we're getting close to the tree, the direction that we have discussed is to apply for a variance to reduce the path. As a council member mentioned, most of these grants, when we're doing shared use path, they require a 10-foot. If we go lower than that, we have to request a variance through the engineer of record. And that's something that we have discussed with FDOT that we would like to do to prevent any negative impact to the trees.
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
Yeah, I just wanted to, 60th Avenue was the same thing. We made sure, we directed the staff to make sure not one tree was, so I know you guys did a good job of,
There were two at the time.
Yep.
And that's when this whole started, which is Safe
Yep.
Russell School in the Miami Lakeway and the 60th.
That's right, that's right. So we were able to reduce the size of the sidewalk. We were able to work around the trees, move them around. I think that's a no-brainer, right? We don't want to knock down a wonderful shade tree that's 56 years old for a path. That's not going to happen, right? But you guys have, in the past, worked around that and make sure that that you work with it. So I'm confident you'll do the same thing here. So, however, I just want to make sure nothing gets done if one tree is going to get hurt, because that's going to.
And we'll communicate that through the manager. And the items that you see here, we're just required, since we're working within a certain proximity to trees, to have this to include in the plans.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other discussion? See none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and item 12E, right, is passed. And now we are on, yes, we are now on the remainder of the alphabet here. Item 12F, which was pulled by Councilman Sanchez, the tree maintenance program. Councilman, you are recognized for a motion.
Yes. I'm going to move to approve this item. I just want to give kudos for the follow-through on this item. I know this was one of my new business items a few months ago, but I do have a question. Mr. Bagdon, if you can come to the microphone for a second. I see the application and I see the pricing based on the tree size for the trimming. What I don't see is a price for the application, like for someone to come out and say like what the resident has to pay in order to review the tree and see if it's eligible for that trimming.
So essentially, what would take place here is there's an application fee. It's listed there at $25. That application fee then starts the process to us to make sure it's a swale tree that's operable.
But where is it listed?
In the criteria page.
Because all I have in front of me is the application. Is a one-page application titled Enhanced Tree Trimming Maintenance Program Application.
I see. It should be on the tree trimming resi program. I don't have the attachment number, but on the criteria page, it should be listed there. It is not. So that is correct. I would have to add it onto this one pager that we would use if you're looking at this one.
Okay.
It should be on this one.
And then how would residents know that this program is existing? Would it be added to the app? Is it on the website?
So it would be added on the Arbor side of the Parks Department. We'll go ahead and also do a campaign with our communications department to put out some notices on social medias, make sure it's on the page. If we can put it on the banner, we can put that out there. As well as once it starts going, the idea is we can get these residents maybe to sign up and have it done right before hurricane season, which is probably most of the time when residents would want to pay for an additional service. So we would try to also leverage our Everbridge system to go ahead and make that notice out that, hey, there is an application now for trimming out of cycle. This is the application and this is the criteria if you were interested.
Okay. Then I would move to approve this, but also placing the $25 application fee on the application.
I'll amend that.
Yep.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Garcia and then Councilman Herzberg.
Councilman, this is a great idea because you're giving options to the residents that have been asking for this for a long time. I just want to make clear to the residents, we're not approving for you to go ahead and on your own, cut your tree down and you have to go through a process with our approved vendor, and it has to be approved by the town. So what I would make that clear, if you can, in the communications with the residents and the way we communicate with the residents, make that clear. We're not giving them the okay to do it on their own. We're just giving them the option to pay for it to get it done faster, but it has to go through us and get approved through us. Because the last thing I would want is the wrong message to get out there, and then all of a sudden we see trees getting cut down. So if there is there any way we can make that happen and make sure that gets that point across, I think this is a good idea to give options to our residents. Thank you.
Yeah, and along those notes, the other side of it is we won't actually take in the payment until we verify that the tree is applicable. So while they apply for it, we won't go ahead and process payment until we review the tree is a swale tree, the tree is in need of trimming, or if they're not on that year cycle. So if they're not on that cycle, we will do them the favor letting them know you have your cycle is expected to be completed X month.
100%.
Yeah.
What I'm referring to is inevitably there's going to be somebody
You can get it trimmed no matter
who
what.
pays for. Well, I heard, and they pay for it. They're still going to be subject to heavy fines. And what are those fines again if they cut down?
Yeah,
a
so
shade
hat
tree?
racking can start at 500 and it can go a little bit beyond that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Well, it's just the four of us. Okay, Councilman Herzberg for
Thank you.
follow. Yeah.
So I'm a little confused though, because someone applies, who's going out to check the tree?
So it would be our arbor coordinator.
Right.
So he'll take in the application, review the house,
Mhm.
make sure the tree in question is the swale tree 1. Sometimes they're going to ask us to trim private trees, which we don't. He'll confirm the cycle, so if it is due that year or not. At that point, once it meets the criteria there, he'll go out for an inspection. Check the tree, make sure that the tree isn't already within ANSI standards. At that point,
But who's going for the inspection?
our
Is it-
arbor coordinator.
So it's our in-house person doing.
Correct.
So there's no cost there's no, I mean, there is a staff.
Yes.
But there's no outside cost. There's no non-staff cost in doing the inspection, right? Because you just said we don't charge unless we approve it.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not going to charge for, if we have to get the arborists out there, there has to be a cost. right?
Correct.
Okay.
And that should be absorbed, but at the end of the day, it's trimming. Our arbor coordinator has certifications in tree trimming as far as visual inspections and so forth, so that he can manage.
Got it.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be a situation where we have to have one of our contractors go out there and determine if the tree should be trimmed or not. It's going to
No.
be in-house staff that decides, and then once the staff says yes, they get charged. If they say no, then there's no charge.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
We'll return the check and cancel or void if they
Perfect.
request.
As long as there's no cost for doing nothing, for doing the first part and not collecting the money, I'm okay. I just don't want this to be cost negative. I love the idea. I think it's a good idea. I just want to make sure that that there's no lost cost in any one application. That's all.
Yeah, understood.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Item 12F is passed. And we are now on item 12G, approving an agreement for water and sanitary sewer facilities between Miami-Dade County and the town of Miami Lakes. Councilman Sanchez, you pulled this, therefore you are recognized for a motion.
Yes, I'm going to move to approve this. I just wanted to put out there that this was already within the scope of the project and has already been budgeted. I want it on the record that we're not adding any new costs associated with the moving of these lines.
So the original scope, yes, that was part of the project. Well, with this agreement, we're just getting into agreement that the county will allow the town's contractor, when the time comes,
Right.
to relocate those lines. We just met with Water and Sewer last week to narrow down the scope and the path that they're gonna permit us, like how we're gonna bend it.
Yep.
So at the end, there's an estimate for construction, but like the manager mentioned, until we get those bids, we won't have that final number.
Okay, but just to make, I just want on the record, it's already within the scope of the budget to do the movement of these
Yeah,
lines.
we have
Yeah.
to. Without this, we can't build the bridge.
Yeah,
All right.
primarily this agreement is just water and sewer giving us permission to modify their lines.
To touch their
No,
equipment,
I'm
yes.
just covering all the bases just in case we get feedback later. You're adding more funds to this project when it's already a project that's.
Yeah,
you know,
it's
yeah.
part of the scope. It has
It's
to be
already
done.
part of
Yes.
it. Yeah, so
I
I
second.
move to approve.
That's second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and item 12G is approved. And so we are on the last item pulled from consent.
Yeah.
Item 12H, amending the Neighborhood Improvement Committee Resolution Number 12-1041. Councilman Sanchez, once again recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item came up during the neighborhood improvement report that they gave us, and biannually, every 6 months to meet with the HOAs, I think is a bit too little times. And I remember, even discussing that we would help the Neighborhood Improvement Committee get in touch with the HOAs. Originally, it was 4. Now what's being proposed is 2. I'd like to meet somewhere in the middle in 3.
If you may, Mayor.
Hold on.
So my motion is
yeah.
to move it from biannually.
To approve, but
and
having
amend
3,
it to 3
yeah,
instead of
with
2.
that amendment.
I'll
you know.
second for discussion.
Okay, it's been seconded for discussion, and we will go to Councilman Hertzberg to kick off that discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. And I remember one of my MBIs was about getting the HOAs in, and nothing's really happened. My concern is, I mean, if the manager can tell me, when's the last time the Neighborhood Improvement Committee even met? I mean, I think I don't know. I think 2 was a start. Right? They didn't want any. Let's be honest. They didn't want to do this at all. We told them, hold on, it's in your resolution. This is something we want to push. So yeah, 4 does seem like a lot. Let's start with 2. Have they planned anything yet since we've seen them? I don't think. I mean, I try to watch as many meetings as possible. I'm not aware of them planning anything at this point. I don't even know when the last time they met.
Yeah, this is a committee that has had challenges meeting quorum and getting their minutes and agendas in on time. And
right. I mean, from just off the top of my head, I typically watch all the, at least try to skim through the meetings. I can't remember the last time they met. So I agree with you. I would love to do it 4 times. Yep. They didn't want to do it at all. So that's why we came to this compromise. I would like to see them do it once first to even talk about it. That's my concern. They came to us and said they didn't want to do it anymore. So that's when we said, okay, try twice. But at the same time, I'm not aware of any efforts they've put in to do it at all. So I would like to know those efforts. Not saying they haven't done it. Nobody's told us. But at the same time, during my briefing, I do understand that this committee has had issues meeting quorum, getting minutes in, etc. And it's a good committee. It's a committee that's done a lot of good work. A lot of the people in that committee have done a lot of good work. So I want them to get going again. But I think putting an additional onus on them doesn't make sense at this time. If they have a really successful first try, then I agree with you. Let's push it. But I don't know if the will is there in the committee right now.
Additional discussion. Nothing from Councilman Garcia. Former Chair Fernandez, do you have any input? Well, I'll give some input. You know, as also speaking not only as an interested policymaker, but as an especially interested policymaker as the former chair of Neighborhood Improvement. When I ran it, we did all 4 meetings, and we had to constantly be innovative to drive up attendance, but we were able to make it work. In fact, our clerk at the time was my liaison, and we were able to, change it up, have good discussions on code enforcement. Another one would focus on lake maintenance. Another one would go over refreshing your covenants. It's possible, but I agree with you. There's going to be a little bit of a ramp up before we get to the same level of interest, probably, right? And then also, no doubt, there's probably been some other HOAs and condo associations that have gone defunct since they probably had their last quarterly meeting. I like keeping it at the 2 that it's at right now, so I can't be supportive of the amendment at the moment. But perhaps as we see that they are ramping up and getting more interest again, and the interest is there, then we can explore that again. But for now, I just want to get Neighborhood Improvement back up and running, to be the same organization it was when Councilmember Fernandez and I were there. But with that, I know you wanted to speak to that, so you're recognized to go ahead and respond.
So I'll go ahead and withdraw the amendment from 2 to 3 and leave it at the original 2 to see if we can get that ramp up.
So the councilman has made an amendment to keep it at the 2. So is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, it's been seconded by Councilman Fernandez. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The main motion is amended. And with that, we're now on the main motion as amended. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Item 12H passes. We are now back on the remaining items of consent. Is there a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar?
I'll move.
It's been moved by Councilman Fernandez, seconded by Councilman Sanchez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The remainder of the consent calendar is passed, and we are now on ordinances on first reading. Mr. Attorney, you are recognized to go ahead and read item 13A into the record.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, this is an ordinance amending Section 13-1509, fences, walls, and gates of the code, amending regulations for fences on sidewalks facing a street east of the Palmetto Avenue Expressway. And so the title is An Ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Sections 13-1509, fences, walls, and gates of the Town Code of the Town of Miami Lakes, amending the regulations for fences on sidewalks facing a street east of the Palmetto Expressway, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion to the code, and providing for an effective date.
All right, with that, this, this is an amendment on first reading. I'm gonna, correct, pardon me, an ordinance on first reading, which is not a public hearing. However, I will turn it over at this time to Ms. Susanna Alonso to go ahead and introduce the item, and then we'll entertain motions from there.
Good evening, Town Council, Susanna Alonso for the Planning Department. This is an item that is probably familiar to all of you because we had a very full discussion at the time of new business item. It's about providing residents on the east side of the town options in order to have some degree of fencing on their side facing a street properties that are in corners that are facing streets on their sides that right now are required to fence adjacent to the main structure, so at the same height as the main structure. Give them a little bit of leeway to be able to fence in and maybe create some privacy for bedrooms, bathrooms, and maybe private areas of the home that may be facing the street. The councilman that proposed this, Councilman Sanchez, wisely chose to put it at 5 feet from the main structure. And after a little bit discussion, we're creating a maximum and a minimum so that at a minimum they have 10 feet from the street and a maximum of 5 feet from the home. And I know that sounds like a little bit of a, obviously 10 plus 5 equals 15, which is where most homes are located. They're usually located 15 feet from the property line. But creating the maximum and the minimum gives a property that has maybe a larger space, it's gonna be 5 feet. So if you have 20 feet, you're gonna be 5 feet from the property from the main structure and leave 15, leave it a little more room. And if you have less, if you have 13 feet, you're gonna have at least the 5. Does that make sense? So you kind of create a better condition for everybody.
All right, if you have nothing further, I'll entertain motions. Is there a motion?
I move to approve.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Sanchez. I actually heard Councilman Fernandez come in with the second, so we'll give it to him. With that, is there any discussion? I see Councilman Herzberg.
I'll just be brief.
Well, yeah, that's right. Since he was a seconder, Councilman Fernandez, then Councilman Herzberg.
Oh, I just want to say that this body ultimately makes a decision like this, but because, and I really mean this, because you are in support of it, I'm gonna support it, and I'm gonna vote yes.
Do remember that as a procedure, you're hearing it now on first reading, then we're gonna go to the planning board and beat it up. And if there's anything, we will come back on second reading with maybe recommendations from the planning board to make some changes. So it's just our first time to basically consider it, give it some thought, see how you feel about it, tell me what you don't like, and we can start beating it up for second reading.
Okay, Councilman Herzberg.
I share the sentiment. I take your advice, seriously, because I know you have the best interest in the town. One recommendation, at least for me personally, I would love to see like a chart or survey example of, okay, well, this is the type of home, this is where I would love to see that, because that would make this decision much easier for
Visuals.
me. A visual,
Gotcha.
yeah. I definitely want a visual, especially when we're talking about feet, and a visual would be so much easier. Even just on Google Maps and using, Google Maps is pretty accurate. You can use the measurements there. That's number one. Number two, though, this is only the side facing, right? Obviously. Yes. So only side facing. I mean, I don't see what's the negative if you believe there are any. I don't see it.
Well, that depends on who you ask, as everything in this town.
Asking you, what's the negative?
There is many residents that feel very strongly that the corners particularly and the sides facing the street should be open, so that what they want to see is the road, the swale with their pretty tree, the sidewalk, an additional open space, and then the side of the home. not a fence. So there is quite a few residents that do have and I can tell you because I have done, I don't know, 4,800 of these variances, and I hear them all. They have very strong feelings about that, which is why the leaving those 10 feet at least is better than allowing it like it is on the west side, which is allowed at the property line with 18 inches of a hedge, right? So we're not proposing that on the east side because I do know that there are many residents that have very strong feelings about it.
Right.
So in that respect.
And that's why I want to see the visual, right?
Correct, yeah.
But I guess the visual would also help on this point. Are there right now backyards that can't have a fence because of the current code?
Oh, yes.
See, I mean, I understand as a homeowner
yes.
has a backyard, but they can't have a fence in. You can't fence in your dog, your kids. I mean, that seems crazy, right?
Entertain these variances regularly, maybe every other month, at least once.
What are the height restrictions on the fence and the type of fence?
For now, we're as every other fence, 6 feet. So we're not changing the regulation. That could be something that you could suggest.
Right, that's
that
what
have
I'm thinking.
A lower fence, a lower height, getting close to the street. That's also something you can suggest. These are all things that can be. At this point, no, we're not suggesting anything different than the 6 feet that are required for everybody else.
Through the chair. Oh, sorry.
Councilman Garcia.
Yeah, and I think Councilman Hertzberg said it correctly. Who is opposing this? Are the homeowners on that corner opposing it? Even the homeowners that live in, okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they say.
I can tell you, we always have some letter saying, and sometimes we have approved variances, and afterwards we have had even board members say, I can't believe I approved that. I shouldn't have approved that fence. I don't want to say any names, but.
So the actual homeowners that live on the corner, you're saying their feedback is, we like it the way it is? Because I'm almost, I mean, without even asking a question, I mean, it's their property. I'm sure they want to have that ability to have a fence, right? So I'm for this amendment.
Sir, we have
sure.
residents that don't want any fences on their property.
Okay.
At all.
Well, here.
And again,
Yeah. I think we should give them the ability to have that option, so
right.
I will approve this.
And before we go to the Vice Mayor, I just want to state that obviously this is an ordinance on first reading.
Correct.
So, there will be time to make any changes, and for those of us that want to reach out to members of the public that we know that would be affected by this and try to understand where their position is and why. But with that, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to clarify something, because with this wording of minimum setback of 10 feet from the property line and a maximum distance of 5 feet from the main structure, I remember it where we discussed being the 5 feet from the structure. But with the minimum setback of 10 feet from the property line, is there any concern, are any of the properties that could potentially be affected by this properties where the property line ends at the sidewalk as opposed to right by the street? And that swale is not necessarily theirs?
Yes. There is properties that have an additional parkway. They usually call it a parkway, that is usually about 17 to 20 feet wide. In addition, so yes, sometimes the property line is not at the sidewalk.
Yeah, so in those situations, wouldn't this not make sense? Because I'm talking about, like, if I'm not mistaken, my property line for my house ends at the sidewalk, right? Now, I don't have a side house, but if the side of my property was at the sidewalk, then there's no way you can get it to a minimum of 10 feet from the sidewalk while also a maximum of 5. I'll work out the math and give you specific examples between now and second reading. I'm okay with approving it, but I just wanted to kind of like point out
the minimum setback on a home facing a street, the minimum setback of that main structure is going to be 15 feet. So that's the number that we're playing with, right? So generally, most single-family homes that are facing a street on the side will be at that 15-foot mark. There's a few that are going to be at 20. There's a few that may be at 13 or at 12, because when they were originally built, they were built either using a variance at the time or through or maybe the street got platted afterwards and it got put in a different location, right?
And again, you would say that this is probably the most frequent variance request
Correct.
that comes to the town? So
Correct. So,
obviously there's
but
demand.
99% of them are going to be at 15, which is why we're using the 5 and 10. Allowing the maximum and the minimum sort of like gives us a little more room for the ones that have a smaller setback existing, that they still get a little bit of something, but is not at the property line, and vice versa, right?
And then for those, I guess, who may be opposed to this, because I think, if I heard correctly, you suggested that some corner homeowners are against this. Nothing about this requires somebody to put a fence in.
Correct.
Right? They can choose to stay fenceless if they want. This is just
Correct.
granting an option.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 13A, ordinance in first reading. Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
Ordinance in first reading, item 13A passes.
Excellent. We are now on ordinances in second reading, beginning with 14A. Mr. Attorney, please read the ordinance into the record.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This is an ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending the official zoning map to rezone A 7.7 plus minus acres located on the east side of Northwest 74th Avenue between 143rd Street and 145th Street, as more particularly described at Exhibit A, from the GU, which is general use, to the RU1 single-family residential district, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for findings, providing for direction to the administrative official, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, providing for exclusion from the code, and providing for an effective date.
Excellent. This being a public hearing, because it is an ordinance on second reading, anyone in the audience in chambers that would like to speak on 14A, please come up and be heard. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please check online to see if there's anyone that would like to speak on item 14A.
Yes, I do see participants again. I see 4 participants. If you want to participate, just unmute yourself and let us know so that you can speak. I think I see Mr. Naji, Miss Kristen Hayes, Mr. Oscar Martinez, and another Zoom user.
Okay, I would say let's, Madam Clerk, because
Yes.
some of them do seem like they have an interest in this particular item. Why don't you call them one by one and, give them a few seconds to respond as to whether or not they'd like to speak, and go down
Very
the
well.
panel there until, we've cleared through all the names.
Very well. So I'm going to start with the first one that I see in the screen. Miss Kristen Hayes.
Hi, good evening. No, thank you. I don't wish to speak.
Thank you very much. Noted. Mr. Oscar Martinez.
Hey, good evening.
I'm sorry, we did not hear you, sir. Do you wish to speak, or? There might be a delay.
Mr. Martinez, do you wish to participate in public comments? No response, Mayor. Mr. Naji, do you wish to participate?
I would prefer to remain silent for this matter.
Very well, noted. And we have another not name, a participant, no name, Zoom user.
All right. Well, seeing no public comments online, the public comment portion, or public hearing portion rather, of item 14A is now closed. With that, Madam Planner, please go ahead and introduce this item for the public and the council.
I believe the attorney, you need to read it? You read
Yeah,
it?
he already read it, but just for you to explain,
Sure.
just provide a quick overview for the public.
We're on the second reading of this item to rezone the area adjacent to the Palmetto Expressway and I-75 Gratigny interchange, to rezone it into a residential single-family area from the GU that it is completely compliant with the comprehensive plan, and town planner recommends in favor.
All right. Well, first, is there a motion?
I'll move.
It's been moved by
I'll
Councilman
second it.
Fernandez and seconded by the Vice Mayor. Mr. Vice Mayor, you're recognized for discussion.
Thank you. Madam Planner, and I guess, yeah. I guess this is for you as well as for the clerk and maybe Mr. Cardenas. What kind of advertising or notice was given to the affected residents about this today?
They got 30-day notice. 30-day notice. They got
Direct mail or-
direct mail. All the properties were posted. Every single property was posted for the last 30 days.
What was noted for this
Correct,
meeting?
for this particular
Okay.
meeting, yes.
Yeah, because they were all here in force last time, and I don't see them here now.
Um,
And I want to make sure that they know that this is happening.
We
This is
also
obviously
held a
important.
planning board meeting, and also we had very little participation. They were same as today.
Now, you told me before the meeting that you had an opportunity to meet with almost all
Yes,
of the owners.
correct.
Were those meetings before or after the P&Z meeting?
Before.
So is it a safe assumption for me to make that they heard you and they understood you, or am I going out of my depth and saying
I met with some of them at length, and some of them more than once.
I guess their concerns or their objections were yeah.
Aired, yeah.
Okay. Allayed, thank you. That was actually the word that was in my head. Okay, so I wanted to make sure that there was a proper public process for this, and that this isn't just an outlier where the residents weren't given notifications.
I want to repeat that I didn't meet with all of them personally. Some of them sent representatives.
Mhm.
I would have wished to have met the particular property owners themselves, but for some reason that was not offered.
Were
But
the representatives attorneys?
No.
Representatives who weren't attorneys, what were they in terms of representatives?
Uh,
Family, friends?
family, yeah. Family,
Translators?
mostly family. Family
Most of them
members.
were they there in addition to the resident?
Yeah.
Or not as a replacement? Okay. All right, that's it.
Hey, I saw, we'll go to Councilman Herzberg, but first Councilman Sanchez, and then Herzberg, and then Garcia.
I just want to touch base, and if the attorney can opine on this one, the overarching, I want to call it a dark cloud, the Live Local dark cloud. I want to make sure that GU and RU1, Live Local cannot be built on either one of those.
No.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct. So what Live Local says is basically that properties that are industrial or commercial may be turned into mixed-use property
Right.
if there is a certain component, 40%, that is workforce housing. And if the applicant decides to go forward with that, then that limits our ability to be able to review the site plan,
Right.
and it has to be approved and reviewed administratively.
Right.
That's what it says in a nutshell.
Yeah, but general use and residential use.
No, not for residential
It cannot
use.
be approved for Live Local.
GU?
I mean, the GU district, so the way that the GU district works is that it has to, in order for properties to be built, and we do still have a couple of small GU districts. For instance, the area where the cemetery is considered GU.
Okay.
So hopefully that's not the
So
situation. in the
making it into
cemetery,
an
but-
RU1 protects it even more against it not becoming
Correct,
a
correct.
Live Local area.
Right.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Yeah, and what I wanted to say about the GU is that GU has to take whatever the common denominator, the common design in the area. I know I'm saying it wrong, and I'm fumbling all over my words, but basically it's got to take a look at what the area is, and whatever the area is, that's what it has to be designed for.
Got it.
But taking it a step further, Councilman, the actual comprehensive development master plan of the town lists that area as low-density residential. So even that particular area, it wouldn't apply for Live Local.
All right, thank you, Mr. Attorney. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, and next would be Councilman Herzberg, and then Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, the Vice Mayor shared that same issue. I was surprised not to see people here. But I assume it's because you did a good job. And also, I think it's clear from my briefings that changing this to RU actually helps the residents and curbs their concerns, because the issue of GU is, I mean, all the concerns that these residents have can already happen in GU, or even worse. Theoretically, somebody could buy 4 lots and say, well, now I'm GU, I'm building some townhouses. It puts us in a bad situation, puts the residents in a bad situation. I'm confident that some of these lots will be developed a little bit more now, but this is the most restrictive zone that we can't use, right?
Correct. That is the lowest density that we have available in the town of Miami Lakes.
So it gives the single-family homeowners there the most protection from development nearby.
Correct.
So it's common sense. It's gotta move forward. Thank you.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I remember last time there was a lot of residents talking about this, and we pushed it back. What was and if I remember correctly, their main concern is basically losing the character of that area. This is basically the last area in Miami Lakes that's kind of old school, the way it used to be. What was the main concern that the residents gave you when they were talking about this?
They had a lot of concerns that had more to do with them being forced to pay for things and maybe have to do improvements that they weren't willing to do. That was generally where most of their concerns were. They were also concerned about not being able to make improvements on their property or being forced to make improvements or not being able to build additional residences in the area or maybe being forced to take in larger units. But, you know, it was all mostly things that were easily explained and understood once you have a conversation.
So then effectively what basically changes besides the designation for them?
Nothing.
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 Okay.
At the end of the day, the most concerns that we have with this area is the lack of level of service. And that's something that we're working on separately with different pathways. But there's nothing that the residents need to do, or there's nothing. Their properties are now becoming legalized within the conformity that what they have already. So we're basically making it what it is, with the zoning that is appropriate for what it is.
Now, one of the concerns that I heard was someone comes in and buys a property that's, you know, more than some of these properties would average, 2, 3 acres, 4 acres? 5
Yeah,
acres.
some of them are very large.
Yeah, they're very large. That they can now split them up, right? And
They potentially could, yes.
they could split them up. And what's the smallest lot size?
They could do that today, Councilmember.
They can do
Yes,
that
and they
today?
could do that
Even with
today.
GU. Yeah,
Yes.
there's no change between GU and our.
We're not changing that.
Okay.
That we
No, I get it.
Go ahead.
The only concern that I have is that this is potentially an area where a developer can come in, buy a bigger, know that, you know, they can buy the plot. They can do that now, I understand that, but I think their concern that they had is that it was gonna increase density, because someone's gonna split that up into 6, 7, 8 lots. And then instead of having, how many homes do we have there now? 7? 8?
I'm gonna tell you now that there is gonna be an increase of homes in the area.
That's the concern that
That's
they
one of the
had,
reasons
and
we're
that's the
here.
concern that I have, that's gonna become
Yes.
the smallest, what's the smallest lot available that?
At
75 by
at the RU1, the smallest lot size is 7,500 square feet.
Councilmember, can I address the point
Yes,
of
sir.
your concern? What we're doing by making this area RU1, right, is making it the most restrictive allowable under our code.
Correct.
Under Florida law, as it is today, we are not prohibited under SB 180, this is a new law that went into effect, and is the law of the land, from making anything that is more restrictive than what occurred prior to August of 2024. So even if we wanted to create and rezone it into something new and make a comp plan amendment and change our flume to create a zoning that's more restrictive to RU1, we're prohibited from doing so. So what we've effectively done is taken that whole area and made it into what is in our current code, single-family homes and what's allowable. Nothing can be built bigger than that. Arguably, it could have been that area might have been considered for townhomes, and townhomes would have been even more or smaller. Or maybe RU1Z, which are zero lot
Zero-lot
homes,
lines.
that we have in certain areas of the town. That's not the case. We're making it to RU1, which is arguably the most, how can I say it, provides the greatest requirement for square foot per lot in all of our zoning districts.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
So yes, there could be some subdivisions, but they would be within the largest of the densities that we have at this point.
And just to clarify, they are still working on, they don't have sewer.
They do not have sewer yet, no.
Okay. So that would be a concern for me for building all these, because that's going to happen. Everybody knows it's going to happen. That density is going to go up under, what we have. And we don't have sewer lines. So I know we're working on something like that. So can you talk about the cost it would for the town in the future to provide sewer to at least, I would say, doubling or almost tripling of eventually, possibly, triple the amount of homes that there are now?
Well, remember, if we were to develop a plan to run sewer lines, it would not be to the homes that are developed or not developed. It doesn't matter. That really doesn't matter. We would run the sewer lines through to the center of the street, and then those properties, whenever they were developed, they would be responsible for tapping into the sewer line.
But what I'm just trying to say is this is not an if anymore. It's going to be we have to do it now, because honestly, we're saying it's okay to build more homes there, so we're going to have to do it.
Right.
There is no, are we going to do it? Are we not going to do it? It's going to get done. We have to do it now. Eventually, so I'm just worried about the cost. I guess the question I have, what's the cost to the town?
Yeah, this is
we're going to do it anyway.
I believe that this is an issue that just basically sat dormant for many years because nobody wanted to develop there.
Sure, but this is a catalyst now for that. Yeah.
But this issue today does not affect any of that.
And but again, I'm just thinking of what eventually is going to happen, because we're going to have connect the sewer. But okay, thank you for answering.
I'll put my thoughts on the record. I'm fully supportive behind this. There are some residents that have bought land that haven't been able to build, in part because they're waiting on certainty that comes from us finally taking it out of GU into some other zoning. This, hands down, as we've heard ad nauseum, both at this hearing and at the last, this is the most restrictive zoning, residential zoning that we have under our code. I fully support it. I think we should do this to give those residents that are waiting to process their permits, the certainty that they need, and to make sure we don't hold that up anymore. Some of them have been waiting for at least 2 years. Additionally, in my view, I think, sewer is the future, right? We are still trying to, over time, eventually phase out septic all over the county, and in the case of Miami Lakes, that is the only area of town that still currently provides for septic. And, obviously, however we can eventually get them to connect to sewer, which is better for the environment and better all around in terms of service, we'll get there. But at least for right now, I think we just need to go ahead and pass this. And so if there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 14A, ordinance in second reading. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
In support of Back to the Future, absolutely, yes.
14A, a ordinance in second reading passes.
Okay, excellent. We are now moving on to our quasi-judicial hearings, which I know we have some members of the audience waiting for that. We are on 15A. Let me pull out my handy-dandy procedures item here.
Mr. Mayor,
all right, yes, I know you are the first one to go up to read your preliminary statement. You are recognized to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to be reading a preliminary statement and asking a question of the council shortly. Council, please be advised that the following items on the board's agenda are quasi-judicial in nature, and opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the board to ask questions of the staff and witnesses on their behalf. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Any person presenting documents to the board should provide the town clerk with a minimum of 10 copies. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedure may be obtained from the clerk. At this time, Mr. Mayor, it is important that if anyone has had what is called ex parte communications with the applicant, that to disclose them. There are two items, and if I may, I'm just going to read them both into the record.
Yeah, go ahead and read everything to the record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first one is going to be a conditional use to expand operations to a 19th elementary for 19 elementary students. This is for Educational World Learning Center, and this is under hearing number conditional COND 2025-0218. Educational World Learning Center is the name of the applicant, and the location of the site is 16470 Northwest 59th Avenue. The second one, Mr. Mayor, is condition 2025-0386. This is also for conditional use. The name of the applicant is Panax Clinical Research LLC, and this is for request to be able to operate a clinical research facility within an industrial district within the town. So at this point, if any persons in the council have had any communications with Panax Clinical Research LLC or with Educational World Learning Center, you should place that into the record at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. With that, pursuant to our rules, we are now at the point where anyone that is wishing to speak on any of these items, doesn't have to be the first one, on any of these items, if you are going to be speaking, you must be sworn in by our clerk, and she's going to administer the oath of office, or the oath to you, not the oath of office, I apologize. But with that, again, anyone wishing to speak, now is the time for you to be sworn in. And, and I guess, is there anybody on remote comments that it wishes to speak? Because we would need to see them on the screen as well, taking the oath.
So let me ask them again. If you're online, Ms. Kristen Hayes, are you speaking on this item?
No, thank you.
Okay. So for purposes of the record,
on any of the items, whether it's 14A or 15A or 15B.
Understood. No, I'm not speaking this evening.
Thank you so much.
thank you, noted. So raise your right hand.
Wait. So that was the only one that's online?
That's the only person online.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Madam Clerk, do your thing.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
And before we proceed, I know the town attorney just addressed it, but I want for the record to state that I have received ex parte communications forms from Councilmember Sanchez, from Councilmember Fernandez, from Mayor Dieguez, from Vice Mayor Morera, Councilmember Garcia, and Councilmember Hirschberg. They completed their forms. No communications have been had.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And with that, I'm going to begin the public hearing on item 15A, COND 2025-0218. Public hearing is now open, and pursuant to our rules, Susanna, or rather Ms. Alonso, you are recognized to go ahead and provide staff's
Would you like to
impression.
take public comment first, or would you like me to present first?
That's not according to the rules I have right in front of me. It's direct from our code. They will get their chance later.
All
The
right.
participants will get their chance later.
Okay, gotcha. Again, Susana Alonso for the Planning Department, presenting this conditional use for 19 additional children on an existing daycare center. This is a situation that we've seen a few in the last few months. It is a daycare center which is usually governed by children and families and other agencies that take care of smaller children. They're now transitioning to add some elementary school children to their roster, which has different requirements, particularly as to open space. As I'm entering the staff report into the record, staff is recommending approval with a lot of conditions, as staff has a lot of concerns regarding the availability of open space for the bigger children. They do require, let me see the numbers, 8,998 square feet in order to satisfy town's requirements. They're proposing to utilize an adjacent lot for that additional open space. Staff would like to have proper documentation, which has not been received yet, as a covenant in lieu of title in order to tie those two lots together, as well as additional landscaping and improvements on the adjacent lot in order to be utilized as open space for the children. And with that, I enter the letter of intent and the staff report into the record, and I'm gonna allow the applicant to make their presentation.
Okay, yes. So, well, according, again, per our rules in the code, yes, the applicant would be next, and then anyone else from the general public wishing to speak and define as participants will have the opportunity. But first, we'll turn over to the applicant. Now's your chance to go ahead and explain your project in detail, which becomes part of the record that will be used if there's ever a challenge or whatever the case might be, and to convince the council to go and explain why your application meets the requirements of our code.
Point of order.
and therefore should be approved. Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, point of order.
Is this part also when we ask questions? Or
No.
do we allow them to finish? And
No,
then-
yeah,
Okay.
the council discussion and whatnot comes later,
Okay.
yes.
I just didn't want to interrupt, you know, in vain.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I'm here just going straight off of what's in the code.
Yes, hello. My name is Eduardo Vasquez, architect. The architect for the applicant, Beatrice. First of all, I want to say that this is an existing daycare facility, two-story building. She's been serving the community for 10 years already. She has a lot of clients, a lot of reuse clients. And I want to say that this in no way increases any amount of students that the building can serve. We're not adding any space at all. We have the amount of classrooms that are there. We're taking one classroom and trying to increase the age from 4 to 5, 6, and 7. So the same amount of students, but it's just a little bit higher in age. For instance, I have a young girl that has is growing up. She has a brother that just went into the classroom, and he's like of age. You know, he gets to age 5 or 6. He has to now. That parent has to take that student to another elementary school, another drop-off area. We're trying to at least, you know, serve that student or that parent the ability to keep those same students in the same area for a little bit longer, only 3 more years. So no change of amount of students that are ability in that school. There's a existing dirt lot next door that she owns, her same group owns, family, and we're gonna take that, we're gonna have to beautify it because right now it's a dirt lot. We're gonna have to put landscaping in there, we have to put grass, we landscaping for the codes, so we're actually, you know, beautifying the area. Also, one of the things that happens is, in your elementary school student, you need 500 square feet in the statute of play area. If you're a kindergarten student, 4 years old, you only need 22.5 square feet. So 22.5 square feet of play area for a 4-year-old, 500 square feet of area for one student. So basically that's putting a hardship to her. She has to use that whole lot just for a play area, not changing anything in the building at all, just the ability to have those students a little bit bigger age. We're not asking us to change to a whole elementary school. That would require many acres to do that. It's only 19 students. There's actually, in the application, we have 5 5-year-old students, 9 6-year-old students, and 5 7-year-old students. So that's really the difference here. In addition, we will be willing to, you know, listen to the audience or the condo association, anybody that provides comments, and work with them for any concerns they have. We're not going to change the drop-off procedure. Right now, she has it staggered so that the students and parents have a certain time that they drop off, and there's not a big line. But when you go to again, daycare to elementary, on the site plan, we have to show like a drop-off area, but we don't intend to use it. We just have to show it that you have. We have a parking lot that you pull in, you drop off a student. You know, you have even a 7-year-old student, you're going to take them off of the car, bring them in, check them in, and go out. You're not going to have, hey, you know, cross the street or run. So we would be willing to hear anybody in the audience or the condo association comments, and we will work with them to satisfy what they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, the applicant having made their presentation, we now go to the general public. Are there any members of the general public wishing to speak on this particular conditional use application, which is 14A, relating to the school? Any comments in chambers related to this particular application? Okay, ma'am, please come up and please state your name for the record and whether or not you are representing another party or if you're representing yourself. And being an attorney, I'm familiar with that accordion file, so I'm going to assume that you're representing someone else.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Town Manager, Town Attorney, Town Clerk, council members and staff. My name is Valerie Sanchez. I'm an attorney at Alejandro Villarreal, PA. We're located at 16400 Northwest 59th Avenue, Miami Lakes, Florida 33014. And I represent the Miami Lakes Professional Center Condominium Association. I'm here today to state that the association never received notice of this hearing, but nonetheless, we found out it was happening. And we've prepared written objections to this application. I have copies for everybody if I can introduce it into the record.
Yes, please provide them to the clerk, who will then distribute them. And for the council's benefit, again, remember to hold your questions even as to any concerns of notice or anything until we get to that portion of the meeting where we get to ask questions of the applicant and the participants and staff. But, yes, you're approved to go ahead and please give that to the clerk.
I also just wanted to let you know I also have 2 property owners who have also written their objections as well.
Separate from the association.
Separate from the association.
Okay. And just so for the record, you are representing that you represent them. Oh, solely the association? Okay. Okay, so you're just doing them a favor. Understood. Just wanted to be clear. Yeah, just wanted to be clear about your representational capacity. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. The association is here to notify the town of Miami Lakes that this application, which seeks a conditional use approval to expand the applicant's operations to include an additional 9 elementary school children, is a direct violation of the association's governing documents, specifically the Declaration of Condominium that can be found in the public records of Miami-Dade County in OR Book 25678, page 2249, which states, in Exhibit B of the Declaration of Condominium, Provision 4, the property may be used for such uses as permitted by the town of Miami Lakes, Florida, except as otherwise prohibited herein only, and activities related thereto, and for no other purpose. For purposes hereof, permitted uses shall exclude, by way of example, and no part of the property or any building located thereon shall be used for schools. Additionally, Section 9, Article 7 of the Declaration states, no owner or tenant shall cause or permit anything to be done on or about his unit which interferes with the normal flow of traffic and parking of vehicles thereon, or interferes with the association's maintenance of applicable common areas. As previously stated, Zaylene Investments Incorporated is the owner of those 2 lots, and one of the lot was granted approval for a daycare facility. It's not an elementary school. As previously stated, an elementary school is not a permitted use under the association governing documents. Additionally, this proposed expansion would significantly increase traffic within the association, which is a very small association that consists of only 12 lots. It's already restricted as it only has 1 point of ingress and egress. And its limited access presents a serious concern as additional traffic generated by the inclusion of these 9 elementary school children, along with their parents, staff, bus, transportation, or any type of service vehicle, would lead to congestion, delays, circulation issues, and such an increase not only disrupts the normal flow of traffic, but it also raises a legitimate safety and accessibility concern for all property owners, tenants, and visitors within the association. Along with the objection letter, I've also included Zaylene Investments' request for the architectural request for an architectural modification with the Architectural Control Board of the association, which has been disapproved for the same reasons which I have stated. For these reasons, I ask the town of Miami Lakes to disapprove this application. Additionally, here is one of the property owners and also the president of the association, and he would also like to address the town.
He may. Please come up to the podium and provide your name for the record, and you have as much time as you may consume.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Ruben Sanchez. I am the president and director of the Miami Lakes Professional Center. I'm also an owner of the property right across the street from the proposed applicant. And I could tell you from evidence that I've seen that the traffic is horrible. The ingress and egress is really difficult, especially creates a safety issue for not only the owners of our properties, but for the children that are being dropped in this location. When she has events, parents park their cars all over the streets, creating a hazard not only for, again, the owners of the properties, but for the children that are being dropped off or being walked in the street because we do not have a sidewalk. As a result of that, I believe that adding an additional 19 students creates extra hazard, not only, again, for us, the owner of the properties, but for the children that are being dropped in the school. As a result of that, as the president and owner of 2 lots, the one that I occupy across the street plus an empty lot, I oppose the addition or whatever it is that they're doing in their property. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanchez. I'm gonna, sir, are you here by any chance for this particular item or something else? Okay, would you like to speak? No. Okay, just wanted to make sure everybody had an opportunity. There is a rebuttal process, but we're not there yet. So I promise you, we're going right in order of what's right in front of me, which comes directly from our code about the procedures here. So you will have an opportunity, as will they, for you to rebut and for them to reply. With that, we are now on okay, here we go. Yes, so actually, you will not have an opportunity as a representative for the applicant to cross-examine. This isn't about rebutting. This is your opportunity, if you'd like, to ask them questions, to, in essence, undermine their credibility, why you believe that we should give less weight to their testimony, and ask other lines of questioning, disproving their points. But if this is just a pure rebuttal, you will have that opportunity later.
So I can ask him a question?
Yeah, this is your opportunity to ask him a question, yes, cross-examination.
Okay, no, I'll just wait to explain. I can,
Well, wait.
let me ask him a question. Or
Okay,
the,
yes.
The group, the attorney, or did you?
Sir, I'm sorry. The only thing is that under our rules, and I do have it here, yes, all questions still must be, even though you're making it at them, it has to be as if it were addressed to me.
Okay.
Just for decorum purposes, it's meant to make it less confrontational that way.
Okay. Again, my name is Eduardo Vasquez, architect. I would like to ask any of the attorney or the neighbors or association if they actually saw the plans, because there's no additional areas. And I want to ask them if they know that. There's no additional students. It's the same amount of students. This has already been approved 10 years ago as a daycare. And I want to make sure that they understand and they know that, that there's no...
One at a time. So your first question is whether or not they have seen the plans.
Seen the plans.
Okay. And now they have to come up to the mic again, because all this has to be on the record. We're recording this, so we just need to make sure we keep the record clear. So that's his first question to you. What is your response?
I believe Ruben received a copy when they presented the request to modify. However,
For the record, he is nodding yes.
However, I just saw them today.
Okay. Oh, so he just saw them today. Oh, that you just saw them today. Okay, but Mr. Sanchez saw them before. The question was simply whether either of you had seen them, and the answer is yes. So your next question.
And if they did see the plans, they know that it's basically the addition of the grass area, taking a dirt area into landscape area. There's no additional.
Well, remember, this is about asking questions. So you have a chance to tie in all your points at a different time. But right now, just to get your questions and to get them on the record, answering truthfully one way or the other about, whatever your questions might be.
Okay. I think that's enough for questions to them. And I'll wait for
Okay,
the rebuttal.
excellent, sir. At this point, now staff, meaning Miss, our favorite Susanna Alonso, is now recognized to cross-examine either the applicant, any other individual speakers. So this is your chance. Would you like to ask any questions of either?
I'm a little concerned about the notice.
Well, wait, hold on.
Mentions of notice,
Right now, we'll get there, and because trust me, if you're concerned about it, we're concerned about it too. And you guys are the ones that mailed it out, or we're supposed to mail it out. So, but we'll get there when we get into the discussion and the questions, from the board. Right now, do you have any questions directed at either the applicant or the other participants?
No, I do not.
Excellent. Okay, so now, board members, we begin with the vice mayor. We are now in questions of any of the parties that have spoken here today. So we will begin with the vice mayor. And remember, this is not an actual legal proceeding, and but in the sense of, go easy. The rules of evidence are a little lighter here.
It says quasi-judicial. So my first question is to the town attorney: is the condo association, who is not itself an owner, unless there's common areas of which it's an owner, required to receive notice the way an adjacent owner is required to receive notice?
No.
Okay. Did Mr. Sanchez, did you receive notice of this individually as a business owner?
I'm sorry, sir. I need you to come up to the microphone because, again, this is, even though it's not an actual court hearing, it is a quasi-court hearing. So we, okay, excellent, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I understand. No, I received this notification on Monday, which was today, Tuesday? Yeah, yesterday. This is the first time I saw this. Now, she was supposed to, or the applicant was supposed to file a form asking us to review, which she did. And we're supposed to answer her within 30 days, right? And this is before the 30 days. She filed that on the 21st, I believe. The 21st. So we haven't had the opportunity to answer that, and then we find out that she already had filed with you, this application.
Mr. Sanchez, when you say you received that on
Monday,
you mean yesterday?
Yes.
Or last Monday?
This Monday, today, yesterday.
So yesterday?
Yesterday, yes.
Okay. Is there a post date on that card?
Yes, the post date is September 29th.
September 29th?
Yes.
Okay, so that's just a bad
Yeah,
USPS.
yeah, correct.
I just wanted to make sure that it's not that we messed up. all
No,
the
we
numbers
understand.
requirements.
Yeah.
I appreciate you answering my questions. I don't have anything further for you. For our town planner, there is currently a conditional use allowed on that property, right, for the daycare?
The daycare existed before conditional uses were being granted for daycares.
What is their current student limit or child limit?
We don't have a number for them right now because they don't currently have a conditional use.
Okay.
The conditional use requirements for daycares were initiated, I think, in 2017, and they've existed before that.
Okay. Wait, since when?
2017.
Okay. When did they start business again? 2015? So 10 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, ma'am, you haven't come up, and I respect that, but are you the business owner? Yes. Okay.
In answering questions, I need you to please come up to the microphone, just because I need to keep the transcript, as it were, which is going to be the video of this hearing, clear. Perfect. Please ask the question one more time and let her answer.
I guess I'll ask both of the questions. How long have you been in business?
10 years.
And then are you the business owner?
Yes.
Okay.
What is your name?
Go ahead and state
Beatrice
your name.
Zeline.
Alrighty. My question is, I'm sensing some discrepancy in numbers, which is why I was asking the town planner this. How many students or children do you currently have enrolled?
I have license for 114.
114?
Daycare.
Daycare.
Mhm.
So I want to just establish that what the gentleman over here said is not correct then. because he is stating that there are no additional children. You're going from 114 and you're asking for 133. That's 19 additional.
But that's for educational. You need a separate license for that.
I understand, but I'm simplifying this.
Okay.
How many kids at one time can be there, right? Right now, it's 114.
But that's only for daycare, for DCF.
Okay,
That has nothing to do with educational or elementary.
but they're in the same building at around the same time, right? If we were to approve this,
Mhm.
right, you would have 100 and, what was the number, I'm sorry?
114.
114, you would have 114 daycare kids plus 19 school kids,
Correct.
right? That's 133 kids.
Yeah, that's fine, because DCF has nothing to do with the educational part.
Well, I'm not asking about DCF, I'm asking about the town of Miami Lakes and the fact that that's 19 more kids, that's very likely 19 more cars, and I guess that's my concern. I've seen that parking lot. It's a very tight parking lot.
Can I
Is there a
jump in
plan
here?
in place, one second, is there a plan in place, and I want to ask the owner respectfully.
I just want to inform her of the code.
If he wants to refresh her recollection.
35 square feet per daycare, kinder pupils, and 30 square feet per elementary pupils for parking.
So we're actually going down.
Wait, I'm sorry, like that's not clear at all, so I need
I'll-
one, you know,
I'll explain when
yeah, please answer directly into, well, if you want, you can speak for her on the rebuttal.
Okay.
And if you want to show her the information, well, no, like, I think what the vice mayor would like is for her to answer, since he's asking her
Okay.
specifically, but feel free to give her the answer that's in the information there.
The amount of students that you allowed to have in your, are 35, you need, for one student, you need 35 square feet for kindergarten.
So per one student, I need
Well,
35.
speak into the microphone, please.
Per one student, I need 35 square feet for
So you're trying to say
kindergarten.
35 square feet for each student that you have enrolled there under the kindergarten, okay.
And for elementary?
And for elementary is 30 square feet per elementary students.
Okay, okay, and does that answer?
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
have
no,
no
no,
idea
no,
what any
no.
of that means.
So, well, I think what he's trying to say, well, never mind, again, this is a question issue hearing, I can't put words in your mouth. But yes, okay, I'm gonna help him out here and in the process maybe help you out.
Okay.
You own both of those businesses, right? Or those
The
two
lots,
classifications?
yes,
Okay,
the
yeah.
two lots, lot one and lot two.
All right, so,
Yes.
and your question again was just getting to the heart of just how many more students would be able to visit there, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, like how many new students then would be enabled to be enrolled in either of those schools as a result of this change? Maybe that's the best way to put it.
We're asking for 19
Okay, this is the yellow building, right?
elementary, yes.
This is the yellow building?
Mhm.
Would the daycare kids and the elementary kids both be in the yellow building? At the same time?
The second floor.
What?
In the second floor, there's 8 classrooms, so will be one classroom for like the kindergarten and the other class for
Sure,
school
but they
age.
would all be within that yellow building?
Correct.
Except when they're outside running around in this other lot, right?
Correct?
Okay. Is there some form of, I listen, on the one hand, you've been a business owner for 10 years in this town, and I truly respect that. In a very busy corner of our town, I'm sure the price there is not cheap. I have the utmost respect for what you're doing. But on the other hand, I do understand the concern of the adjoining owners, and I can imagine, 113 parents showing up to pick up their kids if it was happening in my office building, which is essentially what this area looks like, a little medium density office buildings, I would be very concerned because it's not meant for a school. So do you have some form of traffic mitigation plan in place for this? It's 20 extra cars, right? It sounds, I know how to read people. Mr. Sanchez over here is already a little exasperated about the traffic situation as it is today. So
The school
I guess
opens
convince me to let you do an extra 20 cars in that queue.
The school opens at 6:30 in the morning. So
Okay.
there's drop off from 6:30 in the morning all the way to 9 a.m. Parents come at different times.
Okay. And what about pickup?
And pickup is from like 2:30 to 6 p.m.
I'll let someone else ask questions.
Through the chair.
Hey, Councilman Fernandez, then Councilman Herzberg.
There's a few things that concern me here, but something that really is worrisome, I'm curious. The attorney stated that it is strictly it's against the association rules as it stands. Could you repeat? Because I'm looking it up, and you stated that it's recorded in OR Book 25678. For some reason, do you have a method do you have it? I didn't see it in what you presented to us, right?
Councilman,
the actual rule.
I'll help you. I have it up.
You have it?
Yeah, I have it.
Could I look at it?
I mean, I can. Yeah, I mean, it's public record. You just got to look it up online. It's the declaration. You just gotta look at it online.
What?
Yeah, I mean, I'll put it so it's clear. I don't want to.
I would put it into the record, Councilman.
Yes.
So everybody
I don't want to have any
understands.
sidebars. Section 4 of an exhibit to the declaration. It's book 25678. The exact page would be page 2293. Does so the use restrictions, and the word schools is there. There's a lot of use restrictions, and that's going to be one of my questions to the association. But the word school does show in the use restrictions on the recorded declaration. So it's there. I can tell you it's there.
Councilman Fernandez?
No, I'm good. I just wanted to know that was the case.
Any other comments or questions? Did you say yes?
Yeah.
Councilman Herzberg?
First to the association's attorney, I read the use restrictions on the declaration. Are there any other? Are there any tenants in the association that have received any waivers of those use restrictions, or any of the current uses in those use restrictions? And I'll add to that: is there a process to get a waiver? Because the preschool was approved, I assume, correct? So that's like a 3-part question. Sorry, but I think you can handle it.
No worries. Unfortunately, I don't have the answer with me today. I just found out about the hearing today, so I tried my best to prepare as adequately as I could. I could get back to you with all that information if you'd like. I'm not sure what happened when they approved the daycare, but I'd be willing to get back to you with all those answers as well.
I did have a question for the town attorney who just walked out, so I'll hold that. But is he going back?
Well, I have some questions, actually, if you can stay right there.
Oh, wait, okay. Yeah, I'll wait for Lorenzo. Go ahead.
Okay. So, do you practice community association law?
I do not.
Okay.
I just started.
Okay, no worries. Well, look, this is a very exciting area of law. I think you'll learn to like it. I mean, this is more in terms of land use and zoning, entitlements, approval, and all that. But in community association law, which I practice some, the declarations are considered private contracts between the unit owners and the association. The town is not a party, obviously, to that declaration. So my question to you, being that you brought it up as a basis for your objection, is what basis does the town have to go ahead and deny the application based on the alleged violation of the declaration? Because that should be a private cause of action. So I'd like to know, what do you see as the basis for us to deny it based on a violation of the declaration if we're not a party to it?
Like I said, I don't currently have an answer for you right now. I can get back to you. At least with the second point as to the traffic, we can discuss that and that.
Well, okay, so yeah, I guess more specifically, right, and for my colleagues that are doing this for the first time, I just want to remind you that when we are acting in a quasi-judicial capacity, we are acting as judges, right? We're not acting in our usual legislative capacity where we are passing legislation that affects the entire town. Our job in this case is more ministerial, to apply the existing code as it existed at the time that the application was received to that application, and to make a determination whether they have met the requirements of that of the existing code or not. That is our only job here. We don't get into policy making of, well, I think this would be a bad idea because of this, that, and the other. Our job is to make sure, is one question, one inquiry only. Did they meet the standards in the code or not? So my question to you, therefore, my follow-up question is, can you point me where in our town's code with respect to this sort of approval, conditional use approval, that we can consider the traffic impact as a basis for denying the application?
Once again, I'm sorry, I do not have an answer for you right now, but I can
That's
get
okay.
back to you with one.
No, that's okay. But I just want to bring back the nature of the questions and everything to the main thing, which is whether or not the applicant has, met the existing code standards, right? Again, we cannot, since we're not a party to the declaration, go ahead and, get involved in that. That is a private document, a private agreement between the association and its members. Trust me, I can understand where it gets frustrating. We're on the board of my condo association's board as well, where we have our office, but it's also part of my law practice. So, again, I just cannot consider that, and I don't think it would be prudent for anyone up here to consider that as a basis for denying the application. So I'm trying to figure out what else would be a basis for denying this, if it makes sense to, or whether they have at least for the purposes of our inquiry have satisfied it, right? Because our hands are tied very strictly to what's in the code. So that's the only thing I just so again, I understand everything you're saying. Trust me, I'm right next to Bob Graham Elementary, where I have my office. I have to deal with that traffic, and it really upsets me, right? And now I have a dance school next to me that has added to that traffic. So I completely understand the frustration that you have, especially when you're talking about adding kids. But in order for us to to complete our inquiry, it is solely on the issue of did they meet those standards. And so my next question is actually to our town planner, land use specialist, whatever you'd like to call her, Ms. Susanna Alonso. Can you please come up here a second? Thank you. Now, my question is going to be, okay, let me think about how I ask you this, because your report, in essence, says go ahead and approve, but, and then adds a lot of conditions, a lot more conditions than I've seen in some of your other recommendations to approve. So my question to you is, right now, though, in your professional opinion, does the application meet the standards of the town code?
Not without the conditions.
Okay, so currently it would not,
No.
without them agreeing to these conditions.
And
Okay.
the applicant is stating that they are putting in a drop-off zone that they don't plan to use. That concerns me further.
Yeah, can you repeat that answer for the?
There's been a comment right now made that they are putting in a drop-off zone that they don't plan to use, and that concerns me even more, because that obviously, is not what is on the letter of intent. So that's, obviously our agreement is that the school will be used in accordance to the letter of intent, and my staff report is being based on that letter of intent. So I'm a little concerned.
Okay, so I have no further questions. I think both parties, or rather, the participants, which is what we call the other third parties that aren't necessarily applying for this, and the staff have answered my questions. I don't really have any questions specifically of the applicant this time, but again, on questions only, when I get into debate, on questions only, Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. So 2 questions. Town attorney first. The restrictions in the declaration, this is a condominium, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can we take that into consideration, or should we just put that aside since the town's not a party of that declaration, obviously?
That is correct. So the town is not a party to that declaration. That declaration is not material to the application that's before you. So that is something you should not take into consideration into your decision.
Even though we know, and I tend to agree with you, but I want to ask you the question.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we know that if we approve this, there's a good chance that approval could lead to litigation, has likely nothing to do with us, but still, right? That's your position?
That is correct, Councilman.
Okay.
It is true. The HOA has counsel, and she can go ahead and take any actions that she deems necessary against the applicant in order to enforce the HOA's rules and regulations.
It would be a
those are
breach
the
of contract.
HOA's right. Those are the HOA's rules and regulations. They are not the town's.
Right.
We are, kind of confined to our code.
Okay. And then a few questions for the applicant.
Can I follow up on that question?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll come back on that.
Just following up on that question, are we talking about, like, motion to dismiss standard, you shall not consider something beyond this? Or can I choose to, whether I have to or not?
Okay, so
Like, I'm trying to really pin it down, whether I can consider the traffic situation or
like
not,
your
or am I
effort.
barred from doing that?
No. So that's a fantastic question. You have to take all the evidence that's before you, and you have to take what is considered substantive competent evidence that's before you as to approval of this item. So you have before you staff's recommendations, staff's report. That's based on their studies. You do have the testimony that you can take into consideration as well as the applicant's presentation.
But I just want to be clear, just in that answer, though, that the competent substantial evidence still has to relate, though, to what's in the code, right? We can't just pick something that has no bearing on this, right?
Correct.
Because then obviously it would not be competent, at all. So.
Correct. So the evidence that you're weighing is in relation to the law that's being applied, and the law that's being applied is the code.
Am I allowed to consider my own personal experience?
I would not suggest it completely. Again, you're able to take the evidence that you've had. Obviously, you're going to have your own bias, Vice Mayor, but you really need to apply whatever's before you to the code. That's a standard.
Thank you.
To the town attorney or maybe the town planner, I think first the town attorney, the conditional uses, so we're not required to accept these conditions, right? I mean, the town planner just said that it does not apply to code, so it's completely up to us, discretionary, whether we would accept conditions to this use, correct?
This is not as a matter of right. This is as a matter of meeting certain conditions that are found within the code and that are found within the planner's report. So that is correct.
If I as a up here say I don't like one condition, I have it's my right to say I don't like these conditions. I would deny the application, right?
You should not be arbitrary or capricious in how you come to that conclusion, but so long as it's something that's reasonable, yes, you are correct.
Through the chair. Through the mayor.
It's not here. Well, first I saw Councilman Sanchez's hand up, and then we'll go to Councilman Garcia.
Okay. Mr. Architect? Okay. So I'm reviewing the plans, the LOI and plans that were submitted along with the application, and I'm looking at a page that has the plans. On the bottom of the page, it says 59th Avenue, and on the left side of the page, it says private road. But when I look it up on a map type of scheme, that private road seems to be northwest 164th Street. Is that correct? Right, but it's on the map, northwest 164th Street. Is that northwest 164th Street owned by the condominium, or is it owned by the town of Miami Lakes? Because based on your LOI and plans, it says private road, which means that we don't own it. Okay.
I'm sorry, can you confirm this? Is the microphone on?
Is there a green button at the
yeah.
bottom?
At the base.
No.
At the base of the mic. Is there a green light?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and
So-
I'm sorry, you will need to restart your answer again. This is, just for the
Okay.
purpose of the record.
So the site plan that was given on that sheet A 1.1 was taken from a survey that I received from the client that showed the entire condominium and that road as being part of the condominium. So when I say private road, it's not private to her, but it's part of the condominium.
So, there's different folio numbers within the condominium.
No.
It's one big folio.
One
for the
folio
entire
number.
condominium.
All these lots are one folio number,
It's
and each one is a condominium within that.
And so 164th Street is not owned by the town, it's owned by the condominium.
I believe so.
How
That's
can we
what we-
verify? How can we verify that, Mr. Mayor? It's owned by them. Okay, because from what I see here, there's only one entry point and one exit point. Because based on the diagram here, you're asking for individuals to go north on the private road, turn around at the end, and go back south. But as an egress point or an ingress point for emergency vehicles, per se, ambulances, fire trucks, police, if you have vehicles, because I see that you have positions here on the private road, I believe it's 5 from what I saw in here, for staging area. But then it would block one side of the road to make it more difficult to navigate in that area.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah, again, the diagram was done based on the requirements of the elementary school, which require a drop-off area where kindergarten does not. And as I stated and Alonzo indicated, I said we don't really, we're putting that diagram, but we don't need to use that. Not that we don't plan on using it, but we don't need to use it because they're going to go into the parking lot, drop off their kid, and go out. They're never going to do an elementary school. You'll drop off your student at the driveway and let them walk in. But in this complex, you'll never do that.
Is that what's currently in place, where parents pull in, drop off their students, and leave?
Correct.
And is this causing a traffic issue in the area?
As I stated, we'll be willing to work with the association and the neighbors to come up with a plan to, that they're okay with and that everybody's okay with, that will prove to them that there will be no additional traffic. There's no additional students in the facility. It's 8 classrooms. It remains 8 classrooms. One classroom that it is for daycare will be taken out and provided for elementary school.
Right, but you're still going to add another 19 students.
No, that's not correct.
Aren't we taking it
We're
from
just changing the
114
age.
to 133?
We're changing the age of the students.
All right, so the students that right now are going to go into kindergarten, that's what this is. You want to take them into kindergarten. But now that means that the lower grade just became available to create more space for another daycare class to come in.
No. So you have 8 classrooms.
Right.
One of those 8 classrooms will become an elementary classroom with 19 students. So that classroom has the ability to fit more.
One class can fit 19 kids.
Yeah.
So how are we going from 114 to 133? Because the application has 133.
The application, she can have 133 or even more in her. I can do the calculation in her daycare.
Right.
Well, the application is just explaining that, and it's really done for the outside play area, that she can only have 19 elementary school students.
Right.
If she doesn't have the elementary school students, she'll have
So
daycare.
you're not going to open your door to open enrollment to bring in more kids because now those 19 kids are in elementary school and you're going to bring in another 19 to fill in the gap of the daycare portion.
No, like one thing is what she's allowed to have in the building, which is filling those 8 classrooms that are existing.
Right.
And another thing is what she has enrolled, or what maybe she has a lower enrollment one year or higher, but the classroom itself will be taken away from daycare and provided for elementary.
Okay.
So
Because my
we
big
would
thing is-
like to, discuss it with the neighbors and get their approval and show them that this is not going to cause more. In fact, my point of view is going to cause less traffic, because that parents that now has to take the 2 children, one to elementary and one to daycare, only has to go to one place. So it's going to be 2 or 3 per car, instead of, all the, different people or
Okay.
different
I have
parents.
I have a question for the owner now. I understand that your release is between 2:30 and 6 p.m. Would you say that there's a portion in time where 40% of the students leave at the same time? Like, is there, like 5 o'clock, majority of the kids leave at 5 p.m., just to give a number?
There's spaces for parents to park.
No, that's not my question. My question is, out of, you're currently 114 students. Is there 30 that leave between 5 and 5:10 p.m., just to give an example, like a release time of 5, is there a peak as to when the majority of parents pick up their students?
The most that have been like 5 or 6 or maybe 8 at the same time.
At what time? Average.
like around between 3 and 4.
Between 3 and 4, but
That's the
staggered
peak-
between that
That's
time.
the peak time, yeah.
Between staggering and that time.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, because I'm a big proponent of traffic mitigation,
Mhm.
and schools are a magnet for traffic. So I understand the frustrations that can come with pickups and things like that, and I also know it's a whole ecosystem where education is vital for our children. But, you know, that's, when I see here a private road, and then I look at the map, and it's literally one in and one out for so many buildings that are in the area, I do have to take that into consideration as well.
The parents go inside the parking lot, they park and they leave their kids, and then they leave.
And that's how it is now?
Correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, it's not causing any traffic on the private road or on 59th Avenue?
No. And as a matter of fact, he had stated when we have parties, we fixed that. No one's now parking in his building. Now we're doing it by times.
Okay.
Like from 9 to 9:30, 8 to 1.
Like a staggered approach?
Right, for the traffic not to occur.
Okay, Councilman Garcia, what, do you have anything else?
Just for the owner.
Oh, okay, okay.
For Mr.
so-
Sanchez.
All right.
Yes, please.
Well, the HOA president.
The
yeah.
HOA president, Mr. Sanchez, yes. Do you have any pictures or any videos that might show us the traffic that you have witnessed?
No, I don't, but I don't think the applicant is being totally honest with you guys. I have seen.
Hold on, there will be yeah, there will be a rebuttal later, because we're not in discussion right now, we're just trying to get
Okay.
questions and answers.
Okay.
Yes.
And we still, you know, again, I have to follow procedure to make sure these proceedings.
So
are not
the answer
taken-
is no, I don't have any pictures.
There we go.
But I seen it in person. I seen the traffic, and I seen, you know, how, you know.
And
you
obviously,
mentioned- you
Mr.
mentioned-
Sanchez
you-
is under oath.
Yeah.
You
so-
mentioned the street. You know, the one street, 59th Street, is yours, it's public.
Right.
And they drive into a private street.
Right.
There are cars lining up to drop their kids in your street.
Right.
So there is a line to drop the kids. That I have seen in person. I don't have photos. I
Right.
don't have pictures. I could take them, but I don't have them. So
That is your testimony, your sworn
that's my
testimony.
testimony.
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Anything further? No. Okay, Councilman Garcia, and then we will move over to Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for the owner and also for our town planner.
By owner, you're referring to the applicant?
The applicant, yes,
Okay.
for the applicant. How many students do you currently have right now?
Right now, I have about 100.
Can you be a little more specific?
100 students,
100 students.
100 like daycare students.
Okay. And your proposal, what you're saying here is that you're not going to add students, you're just changing their designation from preschool to, from elementary to preschool to kindergarten?
For educational.
Because they're getting older?
For educational. I'm gonna continue with the daycare, that I have the license for that, and add 19 students for educational, for like 5 for kindergarten, 5 for
Well,
first grade.
I'm hearing two different things.
Okay.
You're going to add 19 students to the additional students that you have now,
But
not
that-
change the designation to the current students. You're
That's for
adding 19 students.
For elementary, not for daycare.
Okay. But there's going to be more students in that building, correct? That's just a quick question. Are there going to be?
19 students.
Okay, that's where I
19
think.
students.
Yeah, I think.
Can I ask that?
Sure,
Uh-huh.
sure.
So
Is there going
I
to be
think-
more physical students
Right.
in this building?
So she's not, she's a daycare, she owns a daycare, she
Sure.
works on that. She's not like a zoning or architect that can answer
Okay,
that question
Let me
correctly.
stop you right there. I just want to know.
Right.
In this building, will there be more students than there are right now? Just
The capacity of the building will not change.
That's not the question I'm asking.
So
There's a difference between what the allowed capacity, which
The allowed
apparently is one.
capacity.
I'm not asking about the allowed capacity.
Okay.
'Cause
So
the-
she
I'm
has.
asking, and I'm sorry to be a little this
Yeah.
direct. Will there be more students in this building if we approve this? Will she add more students?
No.
Okay.
And I answer that
You-
because
okay.
in enrollment always is higher some years, lower some other years. Her current enrollment is 100, but she has the ability to enroll 133 daycare students.
Okay.
Now,
Okay, so to the town planner, one of the conditions here is, you said 133. Could there be a condition added? It has to, that the student's body has to remain the same as it is right now, which is 100? Is that a condition that could be added?
I'm looking at my attorney.
So, can you repeat what's the condition that you wish to add,
I
Councilman?
would like to see if we can add a condition that would maintain, even though the designation of these kids get older, fine, they go to elementary classroom, but the number of students remains the same, regardless, 100. It'll remain the same. Is that a condition we could
So it's-
could ask for?
Right now, what he's requesting is 133. You're saying to limit it from 133 to 100?
That would be the ask, because I know that
He's asking, are we able to?
Are we able
make
to do that? Are we able to ask?
Can we do that?
Can we do that? Because one of the main issues is they don't want more students and more traffic.
I understand. I would, it's a loaded question, and here's the reason why.
Okay.
What's being requested of you here is to add 19 more students. So if you wish to reduce that extra 19, that is what's before you. If you want to reduce it further than that, I would caution against that.
Mike, no, okay.
Well, they have
So I can
right to
reduce
have,
it.
but I just want to be
You
clear.
want to
because
reduce it from the 19 further?
I want to keep it the way it is.
You may do so that, and then what you would essentially be doing is voting against this conditional approval.
Okay. And then the third question I have, I'm sorry, is can I make a decision, yes or no, based on the number of conditions that the town are placing? Like, this is an extra amount of conditions. I haven't seen these many conditions in an applicant in a while. Can my decision be made? Can I say no to this or yes to this, depending on the amount of conditions we're asking that the town has asked this applicant? Could that be something I can consider?
Okay, so when you're considering the application, you're considering in its totality. You're considering
its totality.
what is being requested,
Mhm.
and you're being asked to take a look at what the conditions are that staff is imposing. If you wish for there to be a modification to that, you could make a motion asking for that to be removed or added. Now, just take in mind again that when you're making any of these decisions, you're basing it on what the actual law of the town is, our code, and what is being presented to you.
To help him out, if you
Thank
look
you.
at section 2 of the proposed ordinance, as if we were to agree to this, in section 2, it basically, without detail though, lists the 5 standards that we may use in our decision.
Okay.
So, to kind of expand on the town attorney's answer to your question, my argument would be that we can't use the conditions as a basis to say no, because that's not one of the 5 criteria here. But you could, as he mentioned, make that motion to amend the number of conditions to add more or less. If that were ever an issue for you.
How about amend one of the actual conditions?
No, well, yeah, again, that is yes. But as
Okay.
far as the basis to say yes or no, we have to go off of those 5 categories there. I'll read them into the record for the benefit of my colleagues generally. Number 1, the land use compatibility. 2, whether or not there is sufficient site size specifications, and infrastructure to accommodate the proposed use, which is why traffic is an appropriate standard to consider. Number 3, compliance with the comprehensive plan and land development code, and proper use of techniques by, of course, the applicant, and the amount of hazardous waste that would be generated or involved in the proposed use. Those are the 5 criteria that we can use in making our decision. The conditions, again, you can modify them however you.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, based on what you've said and what
Well, remember, we're not making motions though right now. We're still in questions.
Sure, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Well,
I just needed to.
I thank you for the.
I'm just literally following what's in the code. I just
Appreciate
wanna
the
be clear.
edification. Thank you. That's all the questions I have
All
right
right,
now.
first we have Councilman Herzberg, and then we'll go to Councilman Fernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. First to either planner or town attorney. What is the purpose of this condition? Is it to add students? I don't think it's our decision or whether or not they have a first grade or second grade. Is that the purpose of this, or is it just to add students?
Yes, both. So a daycare is up to first grade, so first grade is not included. Daycare is regulated, like she keeps mentioning, the applicant keeps mentioning, it's regulated by DCF. At the point when they go into elementary school, DCF is no longer involved, and it's now, I hate to say, it's up to y'all, because there's really very little else regulation. I know that there's some Department of Education involvement at that point, and some state It's Department of Education as far as the state goes, but the involvement as far as the physical nature of the building and the adequacy of the building and the adequacy of everything involved is up to us.
So so this does two things the way it is now. It increases
So-
capacity
Yes.
and allows for over first grade.
Correct.
Second grade and higher.
19 children over
Okay.
first grade and above.
So then, question for the applicant. I'm confused how I guess it's something I want to understand. What are the grades? How does because the applicant stated there's going to be one classroom, but is that just second graders? How does this work?
The application only allows for 19 elementary students, and that's based on the outside play area that we have.
Right.
Those 19 students, I said, it goes up to fourth grade now, year 4. Now you can have a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 7-year-old.
Well,
So-
I think based off what the town planner, you can already have a 5 and 6-year-old. Is that correct, town planner?
And the other thing before she answers is, the main reason that she wants to do this is that right now, the daycare does not allow the step-up scholarship, where we're helping parents pay for their tuition. When we get to the elementary school, 5, 6, and 7, they can now apply for step-up scholarship, and they can get their tuition paid by the county or the Florida. That's the main reason she wants to add those elementary students. She can't add 50 elementary students because she doesn't have enough space in the play area and also in the classroom.
So, my question, okay, understood, and that clears a few things up. My question is, how many classrooms are going to have elementary students?
It's 19. We're only applying for one classroom.
But what grades are those students
So
going to be in?
in that classroom, you have different grades. I don't know the grades, but it's a 5-year-olds, 6-year-old, and 7-year-olds.
With the same
in
teacher?
the same classroom, in the same.
But with the same teacher, how does this? How does this work?
You can only have one in there. The one thing that I want to state after discussing with my client and listening to everybody here, and I want to save everybody a little bit of time, we would like to either tailor or withdraw our application for a next meeting in order to have the chance to address their concerns and apply, satisfy them, and also those conditions which we have not seen. So if that's in your procedure, is that something that
So yeah,
they can table it to the next meeting?
We can table it, and I think there's strong desire to do that for a variety of reasons. But we, just to get the evidentiary portion out of the way. I mean, obviously we'd still have to go through this exercise next time, but the more points we can knock out now, the better. So I want to finish the question and answer portion.
I have one more.
Exactly. So I will let Councilman Hertzberg finish, then Councilman Fernandez, and then I have some final closeouts, and then we can get into the final, get to the point there where we can start making the motions.
On this site plan survey, whatever you want to call it, I see stacking spaces 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What are those? Because I mean, looking at a map, there's no room for that. That's half the road. So what are the purposes of these stacking spaces that are outlined here when it doesn't seem like it's
That's
usable?
one of the concerns that I want to address. But when you get into the elementary school requirements for code, they require stacking of cars for drop-off. Daycare does not require it, and that's what she currently does. The parent pulls into the parking lot, takes the student out, walks them to there, checks them in, and then walks back to her car and leaves. But once you go to daycare, one of the checklists for the city and the county review is that we need to show that. And that's why I want to clarify with her that when I meant we're not going to use that, is that we're going to try to keep the same situation that we have. We have to, by code, show the space, and therefore, we have to discuss with the association, make sure that that's good with them. But I don't foresee that they'll be using that.
Right, but by code, you can't just say we're showing it on a plan. You're going to delineate the parking spaces on the road. So that's a problem I have, Mr. Attorney. How do we approve a plan that shows they're delineating spaces on a road they don't even own? Right? So I think that's a valid reason to look at something.
Yeah. And also, we can also adjust the plan so it's in her lot. That's one of the reasons I want to table it, but go ahead, questions.
Councilman Fernandez.
Well, to the planner, this question. There's still a little bit of confusion about what they currently have license for. How many students do they currently have license for?
So their current license would be through DCF. It wouldn't necessarily be through the town.
Oh, it's not through the
other
town.
than whatever they're allowed as for their BTR, because they do not have a conditional use at this point.
So then we just have to go off of based on the numbers that they're providing, which
They're an existing non-conforming use as to the fact that they still don't have a conditional use.
and those buildings, and then to that point, then because you stated it earlier, those buildings were built before the town incorporated, or before we came up with conditional use.
Yeah, the before we required a conditional use for the daycare.
Okay.
That's the.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And the buildings have been built one at a time. Like they're still being. This is an area that has empty lots that are still they're being built by owners. So every owner is building their own.
Okay.
So this one may have been built, I don't know, I've seen the drawing, so maybe 2015-ish.
Okay.
Would have been, yeah.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment that if it is moved, can I say something?
Okay, we're in questions, but. We're in questions, but fine. Make it a quick comment.
I'll hold off.
Well, I mean, you might not get another chance, so.
No, I just want to encourage the association president as well as the attorney that if you do meet and if this is tabled, which it may or may not be, I have no idea, but if it is, then if you still oppose it afterwards, I would encourage you to show up, because we're going to assume that you're okay with, after this meeting, that you're okay with what they presented to you. So I just want to make that clear, that if you're still opposing it, please let us know.
Yeah, that's why we're still going through the motions.
Oh, and, okay, so my final questions before we move on is the following. When did you notify the applicants of the conditions that you were proposing?
I have been in communication with the applicant since April. I've requested landscape plans several times. The solution of coming up with the adjacent lot came in.
But specifically with the conditions that you are proposing in section 3, right?
Okay.
The covenant in lieu and everything else. When did you first communicate that to them? Because I could have sworn I heard one of them mention that they just learned recently about those
over
conditions.
the phone several times, and it's been in conversation, not in the form where they're written like this. And obviously, we always share the agenda when it's published with the applicants, so that they know. So it's obviously on the agenda.
Yeah, and I believe and just to verify, I believe you testified earlier and answer to one of my questions, that you were concerned by some of the comments that they made as a result of the fact that the pickup and drop off did not conform with the letter of intent?
Correct. So if they're showing a drop-off area that then he was saying that they weren't going to be using, so that's changing the way that they were going to be dropping off.
Yeah. Well, then, yeah. Okay. And nothing further for you. I'd like either the owner or the applicant or the applicant's representative to come up and answer a few questions related to these conditions. So, sir. Was it you earlier that mentioned that you just became aware of the conditions that were being proposed? Or was it the applicant herself?
We have had several communications with the city back and forth, because we were missing landscape plans. We provided a landscape plan. We're missing I think the covenant of the next door, the ownership of the next door. I might have missed it. I did not see the email with the conditions. So I apologize if I missed it, but I have not seen it. I've just heard it.
Well, this is just also getting to my next question, which is, and although I think you answered it, though, that at this time you do not have, for example, a proposed covenant in lieu of unity of title. At this time. Okay. Okay. So, I think what's becoming clear from the tone of my colleagues is that there will be some kind of motion to table, so you will get that. We're not there yet, though, and I technically there has been a motion one way or the other, because we haven't gotten through the other procedures, so we'll get there. Yes, okay, perfect. So I'll come to you now in a second. So I think you can expect that. What I will say, just as a benefit to you, is that some of the answers did come across a little cagey right? You know, like when we were trying to ascertain whether or not this was going to add more kids to what was there, and the answer seemed a little cagey. So I would definitely have a clearer answer next time, among other things. You know, and again, for me, it would be a lot easier if you already started working a lot of these conditions and showed me that they're ready to go. And for you guys, you know, obviously, again, as I mentioned before, you know, the traffic concerns you raised, they speak to criteria number 4, right? That we are allowed to consider the infrastructure question, or maybe it was 3. Point is that it goes to the infrastructure. You know, but the stuff about the declaration, that is a private agreement between you guys that you guys would have to enforce, you know, separately through another legal proceeding. Mr. Vice Mayor, for your last question.
Thank you. It's just a very quick series of questions directed specifically at you, sir. Do you have an ownership in any of the involved properties? Are you a property owner within this area?
No.
Okay. Do you have an ownership interest in the school?
No.
And are you an attorney?
No.
Okay. That's the only
I'm an architect.
Got it. All right. With that, we are now on the staff rebuttal. Staff, is there anything that was brought up in questioning, anything that was brought up in the applicant's presentation or in the participants, you know, in the association's presentation that you would like to respond to?
I would like to revisit the conditions.
And I just want to also point out, though, that we are inclined to you know, reconsider this at a later time. So
Yes.
again, but what is it you would like to put on the record, though, as far as the rebuttal?
I would like to revisit the conditions prior to the next time it gets heard, because I would like to consider the circulation through the community as part of a possible future condition.
Okay, perfect. Well,
And the turnaround of
I
the
don't think
vehicles,
anybody up here is going to object to you meeting with the applicant on that, or meeting with us to get our feedback. Well, actually, wait, no, because this is
No, you
quasi-judicial, so we should not have ex parte communications with anybody. Yeah, so for you to get in contact with the applicant and to go ahead and revisit those conditions based on what you've heard from the council today.
Thank
Okay,
you.
anything further you would like to rebut?
No, I am done.
Excellent. All right, with that, the applicant now, sir, this is the time now. I believe earlier in the evening you wanted to go ahead and respond to some things. Now is your chance, without interruption. So feel free.
I'm going to keep it short. Again, my point of view as an architect, that there's no additional students. There may be a fluctuation in enrollment, and now their enrollment is lower, but the amount of classrooms and the amount of students for those classrooms will stay the same. We're taking one of the classrooms that she has for daycare, and we're making an elementary classroom. 19 students can be in there. If those 19 students weren't there, you can fit the same amount of daycare. But again, I would like to request a postponement and be able to meet with them and get their approval before we come back, and get approval letters before we come back.
Thank you very much. With that, the public hearing is now closed. And I have a point of order to the attorney as our parliamentarian under the charter. Currently, obviously, a motion, one way or the other, has not been made. Can we still make a motion to table the item without there being an actual motion before us, or is it more of a motion to defer?
It's a motion to defer to a specific date, which would be the next council meeting, so that
Okay.
proper notices can go out.
All right,
reason
then
that
a
you need
motion to defer to the next council meeting in November.
and
Yes,
also,
sir.
I think-
Yeah, just to let the parliamentarian make his full point on
I think the
point
reason
of
that you
order.
want to defer to a specific date is because this has already kind of been announced as a public hearing. So you need to, in order to preserve the notices, defer to a specific date.
Excellent.
I move to defer to the date of the November council meeting. Is there a council meeting in November?
Yes,
Okay.
it's December that we don't
I'll
meet.
second that.
Okay.
All right, it's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Garcia for the clerk's benefit. With that, yes?
Point of personal privilege.
Oh, boy.
Hire a lawyer. And you guys you're already on notice. It's November. Both of you, both sides, were very unprepared. I understand your point. You, ma'am, get yourself a lawyer. Because respectfully, sir, it's not your profession. I get it. You made a good attempt, but she needs a professional.
On the legal side is what he means. I'm sure you're a great architect. With that said, all those in favor of the motion to, actually, no.
And
Matt, call the roll, please, on the motion to
Yes,
defer.
and just to be
Yeah, just to be clear for the
very-
record, yeah.
For clarification purposes, motion to defer to the next council meeting, which is November 18th.
Yes,
That's the certain date.
yes. All right.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The motion to defer passes. Item 15A.
Thank you all, though, for your time, for being here. I know it's already 10 o'clock, so, it's late. Go home to your families and, prepare for November. All right? I'll see you guys next time. No, thank all of you. Next up, we have item 15B. Hold on, let me move there in my binder.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I understand that they are not here, the applicant. So
Okay.
what I would suggest is, kind of in the same spirit, we defer
Motion
to November.
defer?
Yeah,
They want to give us more work in November as we get closer to the holidays?
it seems so.
Oh, that's not going to bode well for them. But, okay, well, the vice mayor has just made a motion to defer
To the November council.
Second.
to the November 18th, 2025 council meeting, item 15B. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Fernandez. All those in favor? Actually, wait, do we need to do a roll call? Roll?
You can,
Motion to defer by Vice Mayor Morera,
Well, it
which
seems
was
as if we're
second.
all in agreement, so how about this, actually? Instead of calling roll on this one, because, there's no presentation been made, there's no chance that there will be a disagreement, I hope. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Item 15B is deferred to the November 18th council meeting, and we are now in new business items, finally, gracefully. And we are beginning with item 16A. Give me a second. Public Records Modernization and Transparency Enhancements by Councilman Stephen Herzberg. Councilman Herzberg, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. So I did speak to the clerk briefly about this. I think the memo speaks for itself. I think there's improvements we can make with the way certain public records are found, especially one of the things is easily finding our council meetings. So my motion is just to work with the clerk's office, look at the options we have to improve these 4 items, work with legal on the ADA issues with some of them, and then come back to us. Hopefully, this should be done at no cost. That's my plan. If it comes at cost, then we'll talk about it, but that's my motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Mayor, do you have any discussions? And you
No.
second? All right, anyone else have any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 16A, the motion carries and 16A passes. We're now on 16B, Public Safety Protocols by myself. Just, very quickly, council, and this will or necessarily should involve some discussion. But, we've heard some complaints from certain residents in town. Some of them have been made directly to us. Some of them were made over social media, on Facebook and the various town pages. But I was wondering about 2 in particular. Like one of them, for example, the one that we have heard online and in person, has to do with the use of bicycles by our town police officers and whether that is an appropriate use of resources. For many years, I will say that I actually did not mind it, but the more and more I think about it, and again, as I was here at Town Hall earlier, and I, picking at a meeting, and I was getting ready to leave, I saw an officer come in on bicycle, and I was just getting to thinking, is that really the best way to respond, or the use of our officers, right? Because if there's a call that comes in, those officers in the cars are obviously going to get there a lot faster than someone on a bicycle, right? This is just my way of thinking, right? And, and yes, we love all you guys. I just want to be clear. We're not putting you in the spot. I'm not even going to name who we're looking at for the record.
Thank you, motion, so I can destroy.
Okay, no, that's fine. Go ahead, because it's not just that, right? And again, the idea is to have a discussion publicly, finally, for his benefit on that. The second thing is, whether or not for Airbnbs, whether we can go ahead and just, have it as a policy that, and I know that they're just getting the registry in place now, But to have our officers regularly and whatever, have the manager come back to us with what their proposed policy is, but some kind of policy in which there would be regular directed patrols by those Airbnbs to make sure there are no violations of, the noise ordinances, of any number of other aspects, of the restrictions that we passed on Airbnbs. So my motion, just to get us in the proper posture, is twofold, right? To go ahead and ask and direct rather the town administration to bring back policies that prohibit the use of the bicycles for the neighborhood patrols, and secondly, and again, we can amend it however we want, but the second part of my motion is to go ahead and have them come back with policies on directed patrols and other steps they can take to monitor the Airbnbs once we get the registry up and running. That is the motion.
Second for discussion.
Seconded for
Mayor.
discussion, and then I will go to you in a second. Just bear with me. Clearly, this is a popular item to discuss, so it's having the intended effect. Before we go to you, Mr. Vice Mayor, I'm going to go to the town manager. Let him say his piece. I see the major's back, so the major can go ahead and offer his defense.
Yeah.
He's been waiting for this.
Yeah, I'll defer to the major, but the use of bicycle has its pros, and I'd like for the major to detail that before we get to the point where we're dictating to him, the SME, that we're outlawing.
Look, I get it, but this has come up enough times, and I've had some of my own questions, so, and again, it's twofold. One is the bikes. One is coming up with policies related to the Airbnbs that would
No, the
become a regular
Airbnbs,
thing.
no, I don't think it's an issue. We can handle that.
But yes, so I'm curious to hear this, and then we will go, the vice mayor, I think I heard Councilman Herzberg, and then, okay, so again, this is very popular. So that'll be the initial lineup after you address my points. So then the vice mayor, Herzberg, Garcia, and then we'll come over here to my left. Major, you're recognized.
What was the question about the bicycles?
Well, so for me, as you know, and because I know you've seen it on social media as much as I have, and I don't know if they've called you about it, but I certainly have gotten these calls regarding the use of bicycles by some of our sworn officers in the neighborhood resource units. Whether that's effective, why do we do that? Why don't we have them in the car? How are they going to be useful in the event that the call comes in?
Okay.
And well, not useful, but in the sense, how are they going to be able to be just as responsive as, say, someone in a squad car?
Right. So our neighborhood resource unit, that is part of their daily duties. We have, a supervisor and, 8 officers, and they all have bikes. Now, not all the time are they all available to ride, but Robin has a bike. Sometimes you'll see it on the back of his truck. They all have bikes issued to them, and part of their duties is to conduct bike patrol. Bike patrol is part of policing, 101, where it's a visibility thing. They ride. See, so I've had these phone calls too, so I understand. But the majority of officers, what they do is all our NTU officers, what they do is they work the schools in the morning. That's part of their job. Once they finish that, they come back to the station. They jump on bikes and they patrol. They have different areas. How fast can you go on a bike? Not as fast as a car. So I mean, I've heard, oh, they're going fast. I go, they're on a bicycle. They're exercising. You're riding a bicycle. Whether you're walking or you're riding a bike, you're exercising, however you look at it. It's not a pro thing, it's not personal, but they're not on their personal bikes riding, they're not in plainclothes riding, they're in uniform, the lights have lights on them, the bikes have police lights for high visibility, and they're patrolling the streets. The slightly faster you go, the more terrain you could cover, right? Miles per hour. You go 10 miles per hour, you cover 10 miles. You go 15, you cover 15 miles. You go 5, you're only going to get 5 miles out of the hour. So we implore some sort of average coverage, right? If you go 3 miles per hour, you're only going to drive 3 miles in an hour, and that's kind of wasted the time. So average speed, they listen to the radio. If there's a call in their area, they will come by and stop. And then once they're done with that, they do a couple of hours in the morning, maybe lunch, and then do whatever other tasks they have with the community, and then come back for dismissal. But the rest of the patrol officers are in police cars doing police work. We also tell our officers to get out in the park, walk around, talk to the residents. And, it's not a bad thing, it's more community policing.
So a question on that front, because, I know it's going to come up. How many officers at a time do we normally have on bicycles, in the NRUs?
3 to 4.
Out of the
Out
the
of the
total
six- the
number
six,
of
the
the
six,
okay,
yeah.
Okay, and is that only during the shifts that take place during the morning and the afternoon, or
Only in the morning,
only in the morning? Okay, so okay,
Monday to Friday.
okay, yeah. Perfect. Yeah, no. But again, I'm just
In between the school hours, when after
Yeah.
school comes in and before the dismissal.
Okay, perfect. I think that's more than enough answer for me to take back to the residents that have reached out on that issue. With that, though, before we go into actual discussion, beginning with the vice mayor, does anybody have a question of the major? Councilman Garcia.
Major, I know other departments use the bicycles because they're easier to sneak up. Like, for example, if you're trying to find porch pirates and things like that in certain neighborhoods, they're easier to just go through the neighborhoods and find, sneak up. Is that something you use? Have you found that the bikes allow you to patrol areas and not be, have you had any success on the bikes with criminals or finding criminals or?
I know a
arresting
couple of
criminals?
instances in the couple of years. It's not every, we
Sure.
don't have crime here like that, right? So it's a good thing. So it's not very common, but I know there was one year where they were on the bikes, and I don't know if you recall that year. She works days, and that they were able to respond to a call, apprehend the guy that ran, and on the bikes were able to get better coverage than an officer on foot, and they were able to swarm the area and apprehend the individual. So that's one example that I recall that happened a couple of years ago.
Second question, are these bikes, they're personal bikes or
No, they're
the
town police bicycles.
Town
They're
police
marked,
bike.
yeah.
Are
And they
those-
have lights on them.
They have
blue,
lights.
red, yeah.
Are those e-bikes or regular bikes?
No, regular bicycles.
Okay.
E-bikes would be considered cheating, sir.
Well,
yeah.
Well, I know you had a question about how fast they can go because of
Yeah.
that. And I know e-bikes allow.
Yeah, they go a lot faster.
Allow them to go 15, 20 miles an hour.
Yeah,
and also, so, that's a consideration. But I guess that's all the questions I have for you right now.
All right, so now that we're done with questions of the major, I'm going to go down the line with the vice mayor again, Councilman Herzberg, and then Councilman Garcia, and then I'll come over to my left.
All right. For me to even consider not continuing the bikes, I would have to hear it directly from our major or our future major that it's an inefficient, ineffective program. And it would have to be in those exact words. If I don't, short of that, I don't even consider this. Because as long as I've grown up in this town, I've seen that patrol. That patrol is the reason why I've always had a positive image of police. I mean,
Yeah, I have a
it's
bike.
always been that.
I have a bike myself, and sometimes me and the lieutenant will ride. I've
Yeah.
seen, you could ask some of the residents of La Loma, and they see us out there. We say hi every time we go by. We go on group rides on the holidays. When we come in here, we do group. You see it through there? We go through there. I know that route. I've been through there, and every time we see residents outside, hey, how you doing? How are you? They're cleaning their cars. Their garages are open. I've never heard anything bad about it. So I've never had any negative feedback. Maybe a couple.
Listen, that the guy
but
cannot
not
transport someone to jail, we know. But that's what the radio on the shoulder is for, right? For backup.
Yeah.
And I have no doubt of their ability to arrest someone off of a bike.
Sure. They're in full uniform. They have their gun
Yeah.
belt on. They're
Yes, I've seen
handcuffs,
21
radio.
Jump Street, so it's...
Exactly. That's pretty gangster. And then, but it's also, I see it as two things, right? I see it as the community policing aspect of it, of creating bonds, creating presence where there are many parts of this country, and frankly, parts of even the state, some parts of this county, where police are greeted with a negative connotation. I think that this is one of the aspects that ensures that seeing a badge is not mixed with a bad emotion, right? It's, oh, hey, cool. Cops are around, they're keeping us safe, they're riding around on the bikes. The cars, frankly, are intentionally made to be a little intimidating. They got the bully bars in the front, all of the lights and the sirens. It's a little intimidating. I mean, the only thing intimidating about the bikes are, Ortiz and Torres' calves.
Yeah,
But
that's the whole point of the community policing. You're more personal. I've ridden a bike, and you're out open air.
Yeah.
People can hear. You can hear things better sometimes in the police cars. You have
So-
the windows up all the time, and you go in a little faster. You know, and the police cars are more for responding to calls and doing traffic, where the bike guys are more for patrolling. You know, listening to the environment of the community and being able to interact if they had to. I've been out there handing out contact cards, stopping at houses, saying hello. So.
And someone did mention the porch pirates. It's a deterrent because they can just pull up at any second. So I'll just end there and saying like the bar is very high for me to even consider that. And then with regard to the Airbnb, yeah, absolutely. That I'm totally okay with that.
Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. So when I lived in downtown, I was involved with the DNA, which is like our downtown neighborhood association. You know what the number one complaint we had about the police there? That they weren't out of their cars. They're always just parked in their cars. So I agree that it's something about community policing. It's being out there, being approachable, being in the community. And I've seen some of the same comments, and I respond the same way every time. I'm not a law enforcement officer. I don't have 35 years in law enforcement. So unless we see something that's illegal, right, or just completely out of the ordinary, I'm just going to trust what our major says. So on that point, unless those exact words that the vice mayor said happened, I wouldn't be for changing anything. On the Airbnb, though, 100%, and I plan on bringing a new business item once we get the approval from the clerk and all the other parties that they can do our code. I want to revise our sound ordinance because that's by far the biggest complaint we have on the Airbnb. Yep. And make it stronger, but agreed on that part. So I don't know how we can split this motion up, but agreed. I would like to see what the police department can do about enforcing that, because that is a common complaint. And I heard the bicycle thing, though. I defer to our major and what he believes is right. But I appreciate you bringing it up. I think it's a good discussion for us to have it here, so then everyone sees why we should keep the bikes.
Exactly. And again, I learned something new too that I didn't know, which is that it's only restricted to the morning, with the schools, right? It's not an all-day thing, which I do think is where some of the consternation regarding that method of patrolling comes from, right? The thought that this is happening, during, either not at night, obviously, because I don't know if anybody has ever complained about it at night. But my point is, when some of these residents, I think you know who I'm referring to, have complained, I think some of them really took it to mean that in the afternoon, they were also patrolling, past, let's say 1 p.m.
Why would you complain seeing a police officer in uniform patrolling your neighborhood on a bicycle?
Look, in fairness to them, where I will give
if
them
you don't
credit,
see him, I'm going to argue that point. If you
No,
don't,
no, no, no.
you
Of
complain that
course.
you don't see the. You know what's my funny thing when I laugh? You see the officer? Yeah, we saw him. Okay, you saw an officer, or you be complaining that you don't see an officer, and then that's worse. Just like I've gotten complaints that, hey, I seen 5 officers hanging out over here. They're probably having roll call. The other option is that they do it here at the station, and you don't see them at all.
Mhm.
So that's educational too for some people. I've had.
Yeah.
They're at the park. I see 4 police cars. Yes, I know the sergeant's meeting with his officers. They could do it at the park. Just tell people the same thing. I get phone calls all the time. I'm very interactive with the residents too. They have my number. So, or they could do it here at the station for half an hour, and you don't see any 4 police cars out there. Yeah. And it's quicker for response. They're already out there. They're visible at the park. People feel safer. But then there's that other aspect of the side that complains, but they're not really understanding what's happening. And it's the same thing with the bicycles. There's people that say, I say, did you see 4 cops on a bicycle with their little lights and flickering? Did you see them? Okay, you saw 4 officers driving through the neighborhood. They're patrolling.
Yeah, no. Look, I'm not pushing back on any of that.
No,
Again,
no.
this is
I'm not. I
coming-
was just,
Yeah.
I'm telling you what I hear. This is my conversations that I have too with residents.
Yes, probably on a regular basis, even with the same people over and over again.
This man just said, I'm on my way out. I'll say what I gotta say.
No, but I'm very upfront. I push back too because I have to defend the cause. If
of course
if my officer is wrong, this is my other option. If they were out there on their personal bicycles, in plain clothes, exercising, getting paid on the town dollar, that's a big problem. But they're on official town police bicycles in uniform,
And they're also
patrolling,
moving
and
at
they're
a
not
high
in
rate of
Hialeah
speed.
having
Well-
coffee over the bridge.
Well, what I
or
would
in
also tell you
PSN,
is
you know
that
what I'm saying?
the other point that you raised about them going at a high rate of speed, I think is important too, right? They're not on a leisurely stroll, right? They're covering, the town multiple times over at the speed that they're going, 10, 15 miles per hour, whatever, because
Right.
I've seen them move,
Right.
right? But I think, look, I think where I would give some very little credence, but to those that aren't supportive of the police on the bicycles, but obviously I think you already addressed that, is if this was going on throughout the entire day, which it's not, is what you're saying, right?
Right.
So I think that's where many of them were concerned. But I don't want to jump in front of my colleagues. So with that, it was Councilman Garcia that was next,
Thank
and then
you.
I think I see Councilman Fernandez. Did you want to speak? Yes. All right, and then Councilman Fernandez, and then Sanchez? No? Okay. So
Thank you, Mayor.
Garcia, Fernandez, and then I'll close.
Thank you. As far as
with an
Airbnb,
amendment.
Airbnb, I've proposed and we've passed stricter rules on Airbnbs 100%. Anything we can do to get rid of those bad actors, I'm 100% for. So as far as the biking, I mean, just the numbers speak for themselves. Lowest crime in decades. You guys are doing a great job. And part of that is the bicycle patrol. So again,
Yeah,
unless
that's part
you
of-
say,
that's part of the solution.
unless you say, no, I'm going to support what you guys want and keep the police going. But I understand the question, say, because they're thinking residents, the one thing our residents do is they always try to find solutions, and they're thinking, well, if they're on bikes, they're not being as efficient. But again, it's in the morning, it helps with the schools, and it's limited, but it has more positives than negatives. So I think the bike patrol is a great idea to continue it as long as it works.
And of course, there's areas where you're going to go a little faster than others, like to keep up with traffic, especially because for safety reasons. If you're on 87th Avenue, there's no residents there. You want to get from point A to point B and get out of traffic as soon as possible. That's a quicker area to go. But once you're going into the back streets of the neighborhoods, like by your house, and it's a little slower, the speed limit is slower, you're more residential. But in the commercial areas or anything, they're just going from point A to point B, trying to get to
How
other
fast does the lieutenant ride?
He's younger than me, so he can ride faster. But I totally agree. And to talk about the Airbnbs, what we're doing right now is we're working with Danny and his team on getting a list. Obviously, normally we don't write reports on like a noise complaint. We'll go there, whatever, and then it'll be like no reported if there's no other issues. But we're documenting all the Airbnbs. So if we're gonna get a list from him, and we'll provide it to all our officers. So if we go to a call, it's an Airbnb residence, then we write a report documenting the incident, whether it's a noise nuisance or parking issue, and then we work with code. We provide that to them to start see what enforcement they could do on top of whatever we could do with the noise ordinances.
I'll be real. I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I agree that when it comes to the police, and I truly believe that it does make a difference. So when it comes regarding the bicycles and the police officers on bicycles, I have no issue with it. Regarding the Airbnb, I will anything that we can make the short-term rentals more restrictive. I'm in agreement with it. Actually, it speaks to the item that I'm about to present regarding our state lawmakers restricting us at a local level. So yeah, we need to do something about Airbnbs, and I'll support that.
Councilman Sanchez.
Yeah, about the Airbnb, I was at the senior bingo. A few of the residents that were there from Loch Ness Drive, they came up to us that they're throwing parties and they're out there until 2 o'clock in the morning and they're being loud, and you can tell that they're just not locals because it's an Airbnb. So anything that we can help to mitigate that situation, I'm completely in favor for.
Like I said, that's why we work more with code, because the issue the challenge, right, that we have is today it's one person, tomorrow is another.
Yeah.
So if we were to come back to the same house, I'll use the mayor gracefully as the example. If we go to your house, right, repeatedly every night, and you're the homeowner and you're there, then we could progressively implement going from a verbal warning to a citation to an arrest, where you're here today and then they're there tomorrow. I can't progress the enforcement because it's different people.
This is based on a true story, right?
I actually have a question on the Airbnb issue to the mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
You say that because you're only allowed to cite the actual person through, what is it? Is it a misdemeanor?
It's a noise ordinance,
A county ordinance.
Yes, a county ordinance.
But if we were able to get the officers to enforce our civil code, then we can cite the homeowner potentially.
Yeah. Well, code could do that. Can you do that, Danny? I have to refer that to Danny. Yeah, code could do that.
I know code can do that, but is there a way to give the officers the ability to do that, or no?
That's Lorenzo's working his magic with the clerk of
that's
courts.
what I'm talking about. Okay, I'll stop it there. I'll bring something in November to start discussing on that issue. Thanks.
Okay, Councilman Sanchez had a follow-up.
Yeah, just for Danny. For a resident to have a house as an Airbnb, do they need to pull like a BTR and a CU?
Yeah, so the registration process includes a minimum life safety inspection in order for them to obtain a certificate of use and a business tax receipt that gets renewed on an annual basis.
Okay, and if police get called out to that same residence, let's say 4 times in a calendar year, can we revoke that and take away their?
Absolutely. The ordinance that you all adopted recently,
Right.
it has an escalator. First offense, monetary fine. Second offense, I think it's a letter from the town manager. Third offense, we're showing up with a major and bikes, and we're getting everybody there.
And one of
after the 4th offense,
we're gonna deputize Danny to be one of our bike as a code. Can we get code enforcement on bikes? Look at that. They
Yes.
might have more.
I mean, Danny, like the
I'm
midsection.
sorry. I'm getting. But that's the part of the teamwork that we're doing together, right? So we're doing a lot of the documentation where we normally wouldn't, just to make it a point. And then we're working with Danny's team, and they're doing a lot more of the enforcement that we still can't do, but at least we're getting things done together.
But there is a point where they would lose their permission to have an Airbnb.
Of course.
Absolutely. Through the town manager, we can suspend it and ultimately revoke them. And then what ends up happening if they continue operating,
Lorenzo, we're going to you. I will
it
get to you.
converts and escalates into a lien. If they're non-homesteaded, through the attorney's office, we're sending them the foreclosure notices and threatening that way as well too.
I hate to say this as an attorney, but let's go to our attorney to kill the mood.
No. Actually, Danny just brought it up. What I was going to say, that
Okay.
something that we've been pretty successful, I think, as of recent, is we've been mailing out the foreclosure letters with regards to code enforcement, and that would be a kind of an arm that we would have with regards to the B&B, and a lot of people are coming into town to comply. So.
Okay, so with that, I'll close out with this. I'm going to make an amendment, obviously, to strip that part out. I think, if anything, the length of this discussion showed that it was necessary, right? And it was both informative and insightful. Though the 2 philosophical points, though, that I will push back on 2 of my colleagues, looking at you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and my good friend, Councilman Herzberg, is, look, with respect to, and obviously I know that you guys agree with this, right, with what I'm about to say. But obviously, we all say that, and obviously I know the major and the lieutenant are upstanding people. They're never going to tell us something that is not in the best interest of the town and based off of their experience. But just, just for the record and just as a philosophical point, right, obviously if the statistics, I forgot who brought it up recently, or maybe it was the major, but the statistics speak for themselves. If they were not what they are, it'd be a different story, right? If the statistics were peeing on my leg, right, as the expression goes, do not tell me it's that it's raining. So, so again, I trust their judgment, obviously, and I think the debate was important. And then as far as to the Vice Mayor, really what I just want to say is, I agree that having them on bicycles makes it more approachable. But I just want to state more for the record and for anybody watching, who maybe might be a parent in the near future or in the future, at least for me, respect for law enforcement began at home, right? It had nothing to do with whether they looked, friendly or not. It was, you respect them, right? And you follow the law. So, but that begins at home with good education, right? So, thankfully I had one of those. So thank you, gentlemen, for your time. Don't worry, the bikes are safe. You can let everybody know. At this time, I'm going to move to amend out the part of my motion dealing with the police officers on bicycles and leaving in the portion for them to come back to us explaining the protocol with respect to Airbnbs and directed patrols and other measures they can take to ensure compliance with town code.
Second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is amended, and we're back on it as amended. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The item passes. 16B is passed. Thank you all for your time. Have a great night. All right. With that, we're on 16C. Golf cart pool by Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we all got together last month, and I want to thank the mayor. The mayor showed up to meet with with Bob Graham, principal, and the school board, and a lot of the stakeholders with a painful leg injury, and he stuck through it, and he went to the hospital after that. I'm glad you're doing better. I want to thank you for doing that, Mayor. So we decided to meet. We were supposed to meet, and we're trying to get that together. But again, the town of Miami Lakes always is coming up with ideas to lower traffic, and one of the things that we said we're going to do is continue to come up with those ideas. One of those ideas that I like to get cars off the road is we have a lot of golf carts in that area, and I like to create a golf cart pool with parents in that area that they register with the school and are able to bring kids to school and lower the number of cars that are dropping off. And I like to work with the staff and, again, the Youth Activity Task Force, Educational Task Force, Committee, to come up with a plan to do that, to try to get that list going, and also provide a discount or remove the fee for registration for any parent that is part of this pool.
I'll second it for discussion.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Vice Mayor, you're recognized in discussion.
The part about the fee reduction, my primary concern is the enforcing of it is going to be a little bit of a challenge, because I could foresee people simply saying, yeah, I'm part of the pool. You don't really have a way of establishing that and following up with it, right? There's no commitment period. They could if we force them to do some form of legitimate sign up for the pool, they could do that and then get a free or discounted permit for the golf cart, and then immediately pull themselves out of the pool, right? Because it's voluntary. So look, and as it is, the fee for that permit is pretty negligible. But I do have an interest in the rest of the item, of creating the pool. I do think it would remove vehicles off the street. I guess the concern for me is it staff or the mayor as the head of government, intergovernmental relations, that needs to bring this to the school and the school board on the question of whether that would be accepted, because you have parent A who's picking up, their child, as well as the child of other parents. I know that the schools are very I don't have kids, but it's my understanding it's a mission and a half. If you want to, it's like going to a prison to figure out how to pull a kid out of these schools. So it would, I think that there may be more logistics to this than we're anticipating, but to either have the mayor or a designate of the mayor to reach out to the school board or whoever it has to be, and find out what that procedure would be like, and then if they would be willing to accept it.
Absolutely.
Through the chair.
Councilman Fernandez.
I have a quick. I mean, this is an idea. We could come up with some sort of plan, but just for drop off. In other words, pickup. I think you stated it, and it would be almost. I don't think any principal or any administrator would allow another parent, unless they were on the list of authorized persons, would release them to somebody, another parent. So I think drop off would be easy. There's nobody that's checking. You're dropping off a child at the school. So maybe we could start it that way and then go from there. It's just an idea. Maybe you want to change the motion. I don't know.
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
Yeah, well, that would be part of speaking with the principal of the school, and for them to work the details out of that. For example, if they're part of the cart pool, then they would be part of the list of people that the student can be released to, right? So that would be added to that. So that would be something they would have to work out with us as well. But again, they asked for ideas in that meeting, and this is an idea, and so they should be open to trying to make it work. Now, if they say it can't work, well, wait a second. I think we pushed back at that meeting that the first thing coming out of their mouth is no. So if they say no right off the bat, then I think the problem is not the ideas. I think the problem is the administration or just the leadership there. So we need to work with them. I'm sure it could work. I mean, this is not rocket science. As long as everybody's on board, I think this is an idea. And again, we have to work those details out with them. But I think this is something we promised we were going to come up with different solutions, and so were they. And I think it's just one of them. So I get what you're saying, but I think the onus is on them to work with us to try to make it work, because we are doing everything we can to lower traffic and the problems that we have around that school.
And for the record, I do plan to be reaching out to school board member Alonso about a couple of items related to the town and the school board, where they intersect. I'd be more than happy to raise this issue at that time, as you mentioned. Any other discussion on this? Okay. Just to be clear, there was a motion, it was not just discussion. You do want me to, you're directing, okay, got it.
We're not, I think we're also directing staff to back you up on any logistics or any help.
Perfect, thank you. I was just confirming when we had to, start moving to extend.
We're allowed to direct you to engage in
That is correct, good. Yeah, they're learning, guys. All right, with that, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, the motion carries. We are now on item 16D, discussion on SB 180 and City of Homestead, R 2025, I guess it's the ordinance number, -09-121 by J.C. Fernandez, Councilman J.C. Fernandez.
Thank you. In light of their resolution for the City of Homestead, now, I won't propose, or I won't even, I'm not going to ask us to join in that lawsuit. What I just wanted to discuss, and for us that want to be refreshed on this, when they restrict the cities from enacting or enforcing local ordinances. There's enforcement limitations. There's so many things that restrict us in regard to eroding of our home rule authority, threat to the community aesthetics and standards, legal and financial risk, and one-size-fits-all regulations. I just think that we continue to get handed these rules that we have to abide by, and I'd like to ask for us either to come up with a resolution where we push back on some of these things, or hear from my colleagues as to any ideas that they have. But I am frustrated about it.
Well, why don't I help you with this? I think what you're trying to propose is that we amend, or rather that we create a resolution urging our representatives to pass, I don't know if the term is corrective legislation, but in other words, to pass legislation that clarifies that SB 180 is only for the purpose it was stated it was intended for, which is to help those hurricane-ravaged areas on the southwest coast to recover, right? So that was the idea, is preventing local governments in those areas from impeding the rebuilding process. And unfortunately, it seems as if the bill is being expanded dramatically in its scope. So maybe that's what you're trying to propose?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So just to clarify for the town clerk, he is proposing a resolution to our state legislators, as well as other other pertinent parties, like the chairman of the bills where SB 180 was heard, to go ahead and express our opposition to SB 180 being used for anything other than its intended purpose, which was to support the hurricane-ravaged areas in the southwest coast. All right, that is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Herzberg.
I was ready to vote to join the lawsuit. It's $10,000. You saw my little tangent. I went on and I'm going to fix that when we discuss my item. But the law it's bad law. Let's just be clear, and town attorney, correct me if I'm wrong. If a tropical storm hits 90 miles away and we just have some branches fall, this law affects us.
Basically, the way that the law is drafted, it covers the entire state, and then it basically preempts any local government regulation prior to August 2024. So anything that was more restrictive than what existed prior to August 2024 is, as it says, void pro tunc. Void ab initio.
And resolutions are great, but at some point, and we've seen the legislator, and this is not against anyone, this is the body, both the House and the Senate, continuously erode at local rights, local power of home rule. the only way we're going to fix it is through the courts. I think, unless we really push and try to get I remember Live Local had some changes. I mean, there's ways to try to do it, and resolution's good, but it just, every year there's something else. So I just hope that we can try to figure out how we can start making that happen a little bit less. Really just let local governments do what they're supposed to do. So obviously I'll support the resolution, but this law needs some changing. It really does.
Why don't we take the motion and then this as a motion, as a separate motion germane to the issue? I think there's I think there's fair points to be made on both sides.
Wait, are we talking about like whether to join the lawsuit or not?
Exactly, like that should be its own separate motion.
Well, I didn't make a motion.
Well, yeah, he's not. And I don't
It
think
should be, is
I
what
don't
it
think
is, if he wants to
it
bring it.
should, but no, he's not. He's not trying to propose that we do that. He's just proposing that we that that he was ready to go that far, right? And why he feels that that is the only option left to us, right?
Well, okay, Vice Mayor, would you second that motion?
I
join. Okay, I'll make a motion to amend. I think we should spend the $10,000 and join the lawsuit.
Yeah. So wait, hold on. Because right now we're on Councilman Fernandez's item. So again, I see what you're saying, Vice Mayor, but just to be clear, the problem with that is that if it's either got to be part of his motion, it can't be just a new, again, and back me up here, Mr. Parliamentarian, right? But I don't know that you can bifurcate them necessarily, right? Because it wasn't, it's one thing if you tack it on and make it an amendment as part of the main motion, right? And yes, there is an argument to be made that it was germane because it was raised in the memorandum that the lawsuit was being discussed, right? But I'm not sure what the proper posture would be here, right? Like it would have to be an amendment, or can we have two separate amendments, even though he didn't come up with the other, or two separate MBIs, basically?
I believe that what his motion would be amended. If after it's amended, it is seconded and it's added to the primary motion that's on the table, then if you want to have the question divided, that would be a separate parliamentarian motion that you would make to divide the question.
Okay, got it. So take it together, then separate, in essence. Okay, so there's a motion to amend the main motion, which is just a resolution to include our participation in the lawsuit. And it's been seconded by the Vice Mayor. And so with that, we're in discussion. Mr. Vice Mayor, do you want to kick us off in discussion?
Yeah, so I can't support it. And the reason why is this town is so tired of litigation. It's an important issue. It really is. What gain do we give to the litigation by being in it? Who joined us on the blasting litigation? We're carrying that banner all by ourselves. And guess what? We have no choice but to carry the banner because we have our version of this resolution, but for blasting, committing to going after the blasting litigation. So now Homestead is in the same boat, but with SB, 280? 180, I apologize. They're gonna go after this. And what I would recommend, rather than us jumping headfirst into this, because it's 10,000 now. We both know, we all know 10,000 in the legal field goes quick. Rather than that, I do see us being able to participate in the lawsuit as an amicus. I would like to ask our attorney to now begin including in their monthly attorney's report an update on the status of this Homestead litigation. And as soon as the opportunity arises for an amicus brief, that we do one. And I think there we are participating and we are assisting the city of Homestead in a worthy battle while not exposing ourselves to protracted litigation.
You want to do a strike all, I like that. One thing I will note though, the way this fee structure works, it's a flat fee. It's $10,000 for the case, 5,000 for appeal, and then I think 3,000 for Supreme Court. So it's something that can go awry and protracted. But I like your idea better.
Well, for the reason stated by the vice mayor so eloquently, again, the fact that again we're tired of litigation. We have, in my view, again, we've unfairly been saddled with the burden of everything else related to blasting, even though everybody else has been affected, including Homestead, right? So I think they're a much larger city with a lot more revenue sources. They can carry this on their own and ask whoever else they want. I like the vice mayor's idea. I'll second the strike all, though, incorporating his ideas. Any discussion on the strike all amendment? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor of the strike all, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. And the ayes have it. The strike all is approved, and we are on the main item as amended by the strike all. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Congratulations, Councilman Fernandez. Item 16D passes. And we are now on 16E, technology upgrades by Councilman Sanchez.
So my item kind of piggybacks a little bit on Councilman Hertzberg, so goes to show, great minds think alike. So just to give a little bit of background, I feel like our town has a bit of antiquated software when it comes to our online platforms and things like that. So I'd like to, or they don't communicate with each other. I'd like to have a discussion with IT and our building department to discuss ideas on current software, or current software that's out on the market that would maybe be at a lower cost and enhance the user experience. And that would allow for residents to apply for permits and inspections online. It would allow for online submissions and tracking of planning department requests by staff and the public. And it would enhance the phone app with new features. So,
is there a motion?
My
Second.
motion is to approve this item so that I can meet with building and IT to see what's possible.
Wait, but you don't need this motion to meet with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just need to ask the manager over there.
Right, but based on the charter, it has to be that the council approves for me to meet with them.
Mr. Attorney, is that accurate? That if Councilman Sanchez would like to meet with staff, that he needs the passage of an MBI, he can't just ask the manager?
He can ask the manager if it's for purposes of inquiry.
Right,
You may
to
do
see
so.
what's out there.
You may do that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
but
this is not needed.
No.
No, I mean, it's fine if you want to make it into an MBI. There's nothing wrong with it.
Right.
But it's not obligatory.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like us voting this up isn't gonna change the fact that you have access to staff through the manager.
Well,
Yeah.
I'd also like to know if the
And we
rest of the
can't
council believes-
override the manager, to meet directly with staff, you get what I'm saying? Like, per the charter, any meetings with staff, any meetings have to run through him or her in the future if we ever get a
I
her.
thought it was at the direction of the council.
No.
Okay.
To the extent that Councilman Sanchez is just looking to see the feeling of the council on this, I
Yeah.
definitely
So,
support
let-
technology upgrades.
Let
Yeah,
me,
yeah, me too.
let me,
And we're working on it. That's what the convenient business licensing is all about and everything else.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
You may.
A point. So if you want to direct staff to do something, then yes, that requires the direction of the entire council. However, if you just have a question, you need to meet with staff, then you can do that, just through the manager's office.
Okay. All right.
He can and would have to, per what is it, Article 3 or 4? I always get them confused.
Okay.
At any rate.
Okay.
Okay, so you're good?
I'm good.
All right, and then I'm sure you'll come back to us once you've had that meeting. Okay, with that, we are now on item 16G, pardon me, 16F, fund restriction removal by Vice Mayor Morera, which requires a waiver of 7.2 of the special rules of order.
I move for a waiver of section 7.2.
The waiver has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Hertzberg. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The waiver is removed. And we are now, and you are free to go ahead and introduce the item, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for the waiver. I move to direct staff to take all necessary actions, including coordination with the developer of the Lucida development, if required, to effectuate the removal of the existing restrictions on the $240,725 currently held in the Special Revenue Funds Other account. These funds, I'll pause there if anyone wants to second.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilman Herzberg.
I'll just finish off the thought if you'd like.
Okay, wait, we'll go ahead and finish it off. But yeah, but next time, just finish your whole thought and then, wait for the sec.
These funds originated from the Lucida development and are presently restricted for the acquisition of new parkland or green space. However, over the past several months, this council has consistently expressed a preference for prioritizing the proper maintenance and enhancement of our existing parks and public spaces before pursuing additional land acquisitions. Given that I do not foresee the town acquiring new parkland in the future, it is both practical and fiscally responsible to release these funds so they may be redirected for purposes that more immediately benefit our residents and taxpayers.
Second for discussion.
Oh, well, yeah, it was seconded already by Councilman Herzberg, which I'll go to him first. Do you have anything?
No, I agree with the Vice Mayor's item.
Okay, Councilman Garcia, because clearly you want to speak.
Yeah. This is in line with one of my new business item as well, to
Identify more like that.
end the restriction, pass an ordinance that ends the restriction of just for the new parkland, and to open it up to, using that money for existing, to fixing, the parks that exist. That was something that in my new business item. So I'm for that, to open it up the parameters.
Well, so I have a question. Yeah, because I thought staff is already working on this, right? With anything involving open spaces, impact fees, and all that.
Yeah, this is.
I know this is pursuant to the development agreement. So just maybe the question is actually to you. What you're trying to do then is just work on, work with the developer to remove that restriction and move it into open spaces, impact fees, or what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to put that into the general fund.
To do what?
Or into a different special revenue fund. Right now, it's restricted for that purpose, which we do not reasonably foresee buying new park space in anytime soon. What was the other part of it? Yeah, new parkland or green space. The only possible acquisition that we would do is Par 3, and we all know how complex that transaction is. It probably 240 wouldn't even make a difference in that.
Well, again, when paired with everything else in it, it
correct.
could. But
even then, I think that we can put this into our general and give that money back to our residents through your program, for example, on the the tax stabilization fund. I think you have
we wouldn't be giving it back to them, but at least saving it for the future so that we don't have to.
They don't have to increase taxes. This was a fund that had I had access to it during the budget cycle, we would have been under the flat rate.
Actually, no, I don't believe so. Right? Like how much?
$240,000.
We were $400,000 away.
Okay, we
just wanted to be clear. Just wanted to be clear.
We would have been instead of at 2.15.
No, I get you.
Been at like 2.10, something like that. It was an opportunity that we lost.
I'm going to vote yes. Don't worry.
This was there.
All right. So with that, Mr. Attorney.
Okay. So, Mr. Vice Mayor, I can come back with you with a little bit more of an answer, and we can reach out to the attorneys. But two things to keep in mind. First of all, usually this money was part of a development agreement. Usually development agreements are done as, in a manner to be able to mitigate the impacts of additional developments, especially in this case where it was for affordable housing. So in that vein, it would probably have to be for a specific type of impact, usually for park and open spaces. Anything that we finally are able to accomplish will need to be done through the developer agreeing to it. So those are the two things kind of to keep in mind, but we'll come back and definitely we can work on unrestricting it so that we have greater latitude.
This was primarily directed towards you.
Okay.
I figured that it would be a primarily attorney item. Okay. And that being the question, as I actually phrased it as if required, right? Talking about in that first paragraph, coordination with the developer of the Lucida development if required.
Absolutely.
That's really a question towards you of if their involvement is required. If it is, great, let's reach out to them.
Yep.
And I think that the Lucida developer is long gone, right?
No, they still own the building. I mean, it's rentals.
The developer still owns the building?
I believe so. It was a gentleman, and then it was sold to a group that finally developed it.
Okay. So yeah, I don't think that they're going to have an objection as to how the funds are used, if I'm being honest. And if they do, I'm happy to meet with them directly. And then that's my item.
Any further discussion on this? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no.
No.
Okay, one no. So, Madam Clerk, that is a 5 yeas, 1 nay, coming from Councilman Fernandez. Everybody, make him feel awkward. Just kidding. No, because he was the odd man out on that vote. But with that, I'm just kidding. No, he's sticking by his principles, as he should. All right, so we are now on 16G, resolution and letters supporting responsible property tax relief and protection of local control and small government by Councilman Herzberg. You are recognized to introduce your item.
Thank you, Mayor. And I went a little bit on a tangent on my memo about the small government. I was just thinking to myself, the only thing I hate more than mulch is legislatures preempting us. But so I would focus this item on property tax relief. We've recently seen multiple options that are very likely going to go to the 2026 ballot. For a town like us, I do believe at a certain point this is an attack on our existence, depending on how these options are laid out and restrictions on what we can do. So with that said, and I know the city of Doral recently passed something as well similar to my idea, I believe we should pass a resolution making it clear that yes, property tax relief, no one likes taxes. Like, let's get property tax relief, but it needs to be done responsibly without unfunded mandates, because there are towns like us that have low millage rates. There are municipalities in Miami-Dade with millage rates that don't even have fire service in the 7s and 8s. That's not us. Go after them, right? But I also think we should include a little bit more, and we've done it before. I know we did it for blasting, but we should look at potentially doing a joint letter. I'm happy to provide a first draft or something to go along with that resolution signed by everybody, as long as you agree, to ask for that type of responsible action. One thing I will mention, I've told people this, we continue to hear over and over from people of the state, which I think they're doing a good job in a lot of things. I just happen to disagree on some of these items about, for example, flat millage rates, right? At the same time, the state sales tax hasn't moved since 1988. So they're enjoying increase in the cost of goods, yet if we keep our millage rate flat, we're raising taxes. So let's get on even playing grounds, right? That's all I'm saying. I think we should join cities like Doral. We should maybe look into joining with other municipalities as well, asking for responsible relief that's not unfunded, that it leaves us in a good place, which does provide property tax relief, but at the same time allows municipalities to continue to give essential services. So that would be my motion.
I'll second it for discussion. Councilman Herzberg, can you elaborate? Because I was not aware of what the city of Doral did. Actually, I remember seeing an Instagram post about it, but I don't know what the contents of that letter were. What exactly did they state, or in their resolution, what did they state in their resolution as far as, what they were doing?
Right, I'm happy to defer to the person who likely wrote the resolution.
Wow, you traitor. All right, go ahead. Tell me.
I'm your town attorney, okay?
Yes.
For the record, there was no resolution that was passed yet. They did do a workshop, though, discussing, and I believe that there will be a resolution that will be considered. Now, going to what you mentioned, Councilman, there were about 8 bills that were passed by the House last week, and they run the gamut, like you mentioned, of completely getting rid of all homestead taxes, which would decimate, I think would be horrible for this town. And for some cities, I think, would not be able to survive that, and some run the gamut of just getting rid of veterans or seniors exemptions. So that's something that, if you want to, a workshop could be had to figure out what the impact would be for the town of Miami Lakes. I don't want to give more work to finance, but I think that would be an interesting exploration, and then come up with a resolution as to what we want to support.
Yeah, and my thoughts on this, and I support it, and I'm down to do a resolution down the line, perhaps, but we don't know what's going to come out of this whole process yet, right? I've spoken to Representative Fabricio, Senator Avila, and a few others to get their feedback, and so far I've been getting kind of conflicting information about what is going to be the likely proposal. I would even argue that the likely proposal has not yet been announced, you know? And part of what tells us a lot about that is that the Senate, it has not even really started having their deliberations on this. And in fact, the last official statement from Senate President Albertin on this was that, you know, we're just watching, you know, that we're, you know, waiting and seeing. So I don't, my follow-up question to you, though, is then in this resolution, what exactly are we including as the substance? What are we asking them or urging them to do?
You know what? What we urge them to do is let them know that they should reach out to municipalities like us before they make decisions on putting these things on the ballot. Because let's be honest, if there's something on the ballot that says we want to lower your taxes, it's likely going to pass, right? They should reach out to municipalities like us that the vast majority, if not almost entire amount of our property taxes pay for our police. They likely don't even know that there's municipalities around that the property taxes, all they do is pay for law enforcement, right? When if you tell them, by the way, you know, you're going to lower our taxes by this amount, you might be cutting into law enforcement, or you're going to be cutting into essential services, right? I do agree. Maybe we should get the numbers from finance first, right? Come back to us, so when we can get those numbers, and then create the resolution that has actual numbers.
Well, not just the numbers. The big thing is we need to see which proposal is going to be most likely. Because if we're just spraying and praying, as the term goes, right? You know, like it just seems like too generic that they won't take it seriously, right? I think we need to wait. I think either two things actually, and actually Lorenzo, if you can please stay on top of this to help me out, and JV you as well. You know, when the select committee on property taxes from the House starts to meet, if you can just give me updates whenever they do, and perhaps, you know, because I don't know if they're done with committee weeks already on their end, but perhaps I can take a trip up there and you know, be part of the public testimony on that issue. Alternatively, again, like you had mentioned, if you want to take the first stab at a potential letter that we would all sign, I'm open to that. I just don't want to give a generic thing that's not going to be focused on you know, what the specific impacts of a proposal or the other would be. You know what I'm saying?
I understand, and I get what you're saying. We should see what the proposal is, but I guess my point is we should invite them to talk to us and get with us while they're thinking about what the proposal is, because we should be wanting to give our input now before they make their decision on what the final proposal is.
Yeah.
So then they could understand.
That's going to be likely, again, you know how this works by now, right? You know, so that's going to be in this case, in the winter, you know, because they're going to start in January now. So that'll be during session. So we will have an opportunity for days and otherwise to go up there, express ourselves. Obviously, the manager and I typically go earlier on in session to kind of get a leg up on appropriations and whatnot. Be more than happy to bring it up there. But yeah, like if you want to take the first stab at this letter, I mean, I don't know, Mr. Attorney, what would be the best way to go about it, given sunshine or whatever, but if you want to take the first stab at a letter that then we can all sign on to, you know.
Yeah, you're voting on it in the sunshine, allowing him to be the author and for everyone to sign in on it, so that's fine.
Okay, excellent. Well, with that, let's call the vote because we have a lot to go through.
November. I mean, but he can bring back the draft in November, and then you're in the sunshine.
Well, again, we may not even have a specific proposal. Again, you know how it is. Leadership might drop the actual proposal in the middle of session. So.
Yeah, but I believe that what I saw in the paper is that there's about, like somebody said, about half a dozen bills, and they said that several of them may actually go on the ballot, which I'm not sure how that's going to work because there's a compounding effect.
But remember that the Senate has to agree with that too.
100%.
That was the Speaker of the House speaking on that, but the Senate President right now seems to be very cool to that idea.
From a staff perspective, in the meantime, we'll take those half a dozen and we'll start working on trying to price them out and figure out what the impact of each of those individually would mean to the town of Miami Lakes based on this year's tax rolls.
Okay, perfect.
Let me take a draft of the letter. We can bring it back and discuss it in November and then determine how we want to proceed. You're right. Maybe we wait until the session to actually make that thing. I agree with you, man.
Okay. Again, we still have a lot to cover here, and we're already at 11. So with that said, is there any more discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 16G is passed, and we are now on 16H, my item on the Miami Lakes Tree Nursery. Look, as it states here, this is actually something born out of a brainstorming session. I mean, it was, we all know Dr. Velasco, who just donated $10,000 worth of new trees to the town during the campaign, and even before the campaign. He and I would frequently speak about his concerns about losing the tree canopy, and also about what we can do to prevent further erosion of the canopy. And actually, one of the ideas I threw out there that he was in agreement with, and I said I would do it after the campaign, and here we are now, is exploring the idea of a tree nursery, which I think if we find the right site, and let's say the stars align, especially now that Durham's authority has been diminished somewhat after the last budget process, and let's say we were to get the Part 3, that could make a good site for a tree nursery where we can, grow trees that eventually, when we need to replace them, would obviously cost us substantially less over time to go ahead and replace whatever trees we need to, and we can continue doing it in a sustainable way, where we get the next generation, and cut our costs that way long term. Additionally, make even some money on the side, perhaps. So that's where I like this idea to explore. Again, this is purely exploratory. No commitment to doing so. But yeah, that is what this is. That is my motion to go ahead and direct staff to go ahead and explore this. Been moved and seconded by Councilman Garcia. All those in favor? Any discussion? Yeah. Okay, Councilman Sanchez.
Instead of purchasing a piece of land, would it be conceivable to possibly lease a piece of land from Miami Lakes residents?
No, why not? But again, this is really just about having them explore. You're right. I think I did put about purchasing land, but. Yeah, owned and operated. But, well, I guess leasing is a type of ownership. You know what I mean. We're getting technical here. Yeah. At any rate, with that said, okay, so yeah, that's 100% it. The idea is just to have a tree farm, or to explore the potential for a tree farm that is ours. Right, as a way of cutting costs and perhaps even maybe, specific cutting costs and protecting a tree canopy. Right. Plain and simple. Anything else? All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Item 14H passes, and we're now, Councilman Garcia, you're recognized to introduce item 16I, 59th Avenue Project Guarantee.
Thank you so much, Mayor. As you know, we've been discussing the 59th Avenue project, and we've made some progress. I know there was some concern from my part as to the timeline of the completion, which was set about 3 years. I'd like to do everything possible to mitigate that to a year and a half or less than 2 years, knowing that time means money, especially with inflation and construction cost. So what I'd like to recommend is the continued pursuit of a project manager, to hire a project manager who is focused and has experience when it comes to these types of projects, to not only not take the lead, but help the staff and move forward as quickly as possible, to try to lower the time frame of 3 years to less than 2. I think the only way this project is going to get done and get paid for, honestly, is if we bring it in between a year and a half and 2 years. If not, I think the costs are going to get too prohibitive. We have the chance now to perhaps spend a little money, but save millions in the construction costs by hiring a project manager to take this on and move this forward and try to complete it in a timely manner. Less than a year and a half or 2 at the most.
Is there a second? Oh, pardon me. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying 3 is unacceptable to me.
Okay. Is there a second on this?
I'll second for discussion.
Seconded by Councilman Sanchez, who is recognized to discuss, and then the Vice Mayor.
Councilman Garcia, I'm just wondering, is there a specific fund that you have identified as to where we would pay for the new project manager?
It would come from the funds that the capital project funds that we have for this specific project.
Okay.
Absolutely, from this specific project. Okay. So it would come from there. And I guess I would ask the town manager to also opine on that, so where we can get that money from. And again, they would have to put this out to bid and see how much it is. If it's cost prohibitive, I understand, but I think it's going to save us money in the end, a lot of money in the end, by saving time.
So it would come from the funds that are already allocated for this project?
Yes, it would.
If there is any wiggle room, because if all the money is already accounted for within that project, within the scope, we would need to find the funds elsewhere.
Understandable, but I think we all agree and we all know that if this project takes 3 years, it's going to cost at least 20 to 30% more than it's budgeted for.
Okay.
I mean, it's anecdotal, but everybody knows that construction costs are just skyrocketing. Yeah. The longer we take with this project, the more it's going to cost. So spending a little money up front is going to save us millions down the road.
Okay.
I'm going to come to you in a second, Councilman Herzberg, but I do want to clarify a certain point here. We already have this. I think it's a consultant, Kimberly Horn. Kimley.
Kimley Horn.
Whichever one, that already serves this function. I don't see how hiring an additional person would save taxpayers time and money. I get what you're saying, that delays in the project cost money because the price of materials and labor increases over time. I want to assume that that is factored into a lot of this stuff. Right now, the timeline of this project shows it ending in 2029. So if that is the case, I would like to assume that our staff has enough brain power to understand that it has to estimate the price based on a completion of 2029 and the inflation rate, the increased price of labor. I hope that they would include that. If they didn't, that's a different story. Sure.
Through the chair, to the vice mayor, it's my understanding that the current project manager is used as needed. Is that correct? He's not. At this point, he's not controlling this process.
Right. If you want, I can go through a synopsis that Omar put together for me. We issued a request for qualifications for a consultant as directed by the council. So the RFP was open to both individuals and firms. Only one firm submitted a proposal, Kimley Horn. The goal of the RFQ was for the consultant PM to lead the project. However, during negotiations with Kimley Horn, their attorneys proposed several changes to the scope, shifting the role from a leadership position to more of a supportive one. Staff and Kimley Horn spent considerable time discussing the original intent of the scope. At one point, it seemed an agreement might not be reached. Fortunately, we were able to agree on a revised scope that preserves most of the original intent, except that Kimley Horn will not operate completely independently. Town staff will still need to remain involved in the project. We are currently in the process of issuing the first work order for $50,000 of service, and we have an estimated total cost over the life of the project of $140,000, and we have that budgeted in the project as we speak. So I think in essence, this may be, other than the fact that Kimley Horn was not receptive to being an independent lead agent, they're going to be project management as things are assigned. They're going to be reviewing the design for areas where it could be improved or time can be cut off. But that's the synopsis of the process that we went through already when this was brought up several months back.
Through the chair to the manager, what is it about this project that a company that specializes in projects does not want to take leadership role in?
Well,
what was their pushback?
Omar, I don't know if you want to opine on it. You were intimately involved in that.
Good evening. It was nothing in specific. It was just in general. When it came to making calls on certain design changes or catching design flaws, and just certain risks, they didn't want to be the final call. They just wanted that to still lie with the town. So the town staff would be the one to make the final call. They would make the recommendations for review, send it to us, to me in this case. I would do a final review. If there's anything wrong, they would always have the option to.
What was the reason they gave? They just don't want to take responsibility? Isn't that what we put the RFP for, to get someone to lead the project?
Yes, but in the end, it's ultimately down to a negotiation of the scope.
So when we say we're looking for someone to lead a project, their response was, sure, but we don't want to lead the project.
They'll lead it to a certain point in the scope.
Okay, and what's the difference between them, how much time is lost with them not taking that responsibility? Like, the whole point of this, for me, was to get someone to not take things off your plate, but make, anticipate issues, save us time and effort. Now, are we saving time and effort hiring them or paying them how much, $140,000?
That's what's in the project budget as an
Are we saving
estimate.
time by having them have to go do exactly what I'm trying to save, is having to, every single thing go through the town, hey, can we do this, can we do that? What I'm trying to do is save time. Are we saving time with them? Are we wasting money, is what I'm trying to ask?
It's possible either way. The way I would see it and the intent that the past council had with this was for them to add additional resources to go ahead and accelerate those reviews. So they would have dedicated team. Again, so it's a part-time because they're not working on the project every day, but they would have, right now it's 2 team members within Kimley Horn that would go through those reviews. In theory, that would go faster as 2 people instead of 1 with the town. And then that would generate a report that would be sent to us.
Are they saving us time? Are they saving you time? I guess the question I have to ask you.
Me time, in the end, yes, because I wouldn't be doing those reviews fully.
How much would you anticipate in months are we saving having them do what they're doing right now under the current contract?
That would be difficult to estimate.
Well, that's the question.
Yeah, they haven't really
the
started
question
doing
on
anything,
the
council
table,
member.
right?
This is all just recently finalized, right, Omar? Have they started doing anything with the project yet?
We're at the tail end of that work order.
Okay.
Okay. So let me just, a little history.
And we haven't stopped the project. The
Sure,
project
no,
has
the
been
project
going on.
kept going, but I know I brought this up, the former mayor brought this up, the former council brought this up. We've been kind of asking for a project manager to start from the beginning to help save time.
Mhm.
How many years are we into this project already? From the time it's been approved financially to the time you actually started? Like, okay, it's been a couple years since the last council.
Before my time.
Okay, no, but when we approved this to get a project manager, it's been,
Mhm.
what, 2 years already? A year?
A year, roughly around a year.
Okay, it's been a year.
Yeah.
And we're just finalizing the contract? The whole point
No,
of
no,
this
no.
was
The
this-
contract was already issued
Okay.
for negotiation. We're finalizing the work order.
Okay, but no work has been done on their part?
No.
And there's the rub, right, guys? It's been a year since we passed this to try to get this done so we can save time. A year has gone by of time wasted. This is the point that I'm trying to make. For some reason, every time we try to come up with ideas to help you, help the town, help the manager, make this timeline shorter, it takes a year to finalize the scope of their job. So no time has been saved in this year. I mean,
Well, you also got to understand, they have to agree to the scope. So if there's no agreement, they're not going to proceed.
okay, but I would love to have heard this 9 months ago. By the way, we put it off to RFP, they agreed, they're not agreeing to the scope. Okay, let's put it out again. I'm just finding this out now in a sense where, hey, I'm trying to save time, but by the way, a year's gone by.
But, council member,
Work has been progressing
No,
at a steady rate.
guys,
It's not
I know
like-
work, you're doing the best you can, 100%. But do you realize my frustration that it took a year and we still haven't come to an agreement on their scope of work, and you haven't put a work order in a year? I'm just saying, I would have loved to have heard, your idea to save time is not saving time right now because of these issues. And perhaps 9 months ago, I would have said, well, okay, let's put it out to RFP again. Let's change the scope. Let's see what we can do. The whole point is at the same time, we're not saving time. A year has gone by. I appreciate everything you're doing because you're doing everything you can and the manager's doing everything he can to pass this. But I mean, I don't know, I just think this is a failure.
Why don't we do
if I
this?
may-
Why don't we do this? Let's let some of the colleagues
Sure.
who also had some questions chime in, and then if anything, we can circle back. Councilman Herzberg, I know you had a point on this.
No, I think my question was answered. I share some frustrations if this bid happened over a year ago and nothing, they haven't. Is it that they haven't wanted to do work, or their purpose hasn't come up yet because they're more in the design build part?
No. The delay there was in the negotiation because we structured the original scope for them to take over the project, but there was pushback on that. Then we asked again, hey, the goal was this, the changes that are being made are pretty much removing the original intent or the spirit of this contract. In the end, like the manager mentioned in the email I said, it seemed like negotiations had just died out, and then we came up with a solution to.
To the manager, have we approved the revised contract? Because that seems completely outside the scope of what the prior council wanted.
Well, I mean, it's project management, right? It's kind of like a broad scope. Now, the devil's in the detail, right? And that's what Omar's been working on with them. That one thing about them taking it over, and remember, Kimley Horn, like you mentioned, right? Their design, construction, engineering, all of those things, top line, right? But so many other pieces of this, the legal piece, the negotiations with the Miami-Dade School Board, the conversations with Caterpillar, the finalization of the acquisition of that warehouse, none of that would Kimley Horn have been involved in. That would have taken other disciplines that, you know, that were necessary, and our team, through all of the different pieces, have been able to bring those things in.
I mean, I wouldn't call whether or not they were supposed to be a project lead and now they don't. I don't think that's a small detail. I think that's a massive change in complete scope of what the prior council wanted. So maybe, I don't know, maybe we should ask for another bid.
To clarify, and I'll double check this through the manager, but the original intent was for more of an assistive role. We issued it with the intent to lead, because there was an appetite for that, but I think from the meeting minutes when I reviewed it, it was more of an assisting role.
And through the chair, but they're balking on even that, right?
No. We already made, the agreement has been executed, and they're ready to start.
They're ready to start as a support role, not a lead role.
Yeah, but I would call it 99% would be them reviewing everything.
How much time do you think that'll save you in the overall project if they take 99% of the lead role, like you mentioned?
I would have to discuss that with them once they get it started, once they see the meat of the project, where everything is at. Because remember, we have to do a transition of what I know, what I've been working on, and handing it over to them.
Okay.
If I can just get
go ahead.
my comment on the record here. Look, the item as stated, I can't support it because it's an impossibility. There is no firm on planet Earth that is going to be willing to give you a guarantee that the 59th Avenue project will be completed within a year and a half. No one, they're not going to guarantee any timeline, as a matter of fact, much less a year and a half. That's just not going to happen. No firm's going to do that. No firm even wanted to just be a full-time, fully responsible party. The reason why is simple. It's the old CYA, right? They want someone else to point the finger at. They want the town to be ultimately responsible, which, in all fairness, the buck stops here. We are ultimately responsible. It should come to us, and it shouldn't be a detriment to the project that should be the fastest part, right, when it comes to the town. At the end of the day, the first reason I can't support it is because it's a waste of time. No one is going to guarantee. The guarantee part is the first reason I can't support it. The second reason I can't support it is because we have entered into an agreement with them. I do want some clarification on one thing in a moment, but whatever happened with those negotiations is now finished. I don't want to now start negotiations again with someone else and only delay this further, because it's my understanding that all the negotiations are now done and they're ready to go, right?
Yeah, if I can add something after
when you said, okay, hey, the contract part was done about a year ago, I remember. It was during my time. So it's within the last year and a half or so. When you say, okay, that was an authorization to
negotiate.
It was an ITN?
At that point, it was authorization to negotiate, and upon mutual agreement, award the contract.
Okay. So then, when was the contract awarded?
About 2 months ago.
2 months ago.
Wait, Rosa's not here. About 2 or 3 months ago, I think is when we executed it.
Who? Oh.
It was awarded by the council many, many months ago. The execution of the contract by us, because we had the authority from when it was initially done. So the execution of the contract was done a couple months ago.
Okay, so that being said, it's another reason for me not to support the item, not by anything of your doing, but rather, no offense, the ones that may have dropped the ball is our staff in taking so long. This probably should have come back to us. If negotiations were taking that long, I think maybe at the 4 to 6 month mark, you probably should have came back to us and said, hey, these negotiations are taking a while. Here are the sticking points. You know, what's some direction you want to give us? But I do think that taking a year to negotiate a contract, that's an excessive period. I mean, there was a whole election between one point and the other. So again, it's not it's done, right? The contract is executed. What is the what did you call it? A change order?
Work order.
Work order, I'm sorry. What is the work order part of it?
The work order is when we have a contract, that's when we actually issue the authorizations to start work on the scope that was agreed.
Okay, so the work order has been issued?
We're about to issue it.
When you say about to,
We
I've
just need to-
learned to not like that word. When you say you're about to, am I gonna hear at the November meeting that you're about to?
No.
Okay. In that case, look, let's allow the people who we hired to do something. It's not their fault. It's kind of our fault that we took this long negotiating. Let's let, a sleeping dog lie. At least that's my 2 cents.
So through the chair, hearing this, I will withdraw this part of the motion, but I withdraw this MBI, but I would like to, or actually, no, I'd like to kind of like withdraw this or change it and just add one thing.
Well, at this point, it's been moved and seconded, so
Okay.
remember that you would have to move to lay it on the table indefinitely.
Then I'd like to,
Not indefinitely. He doesn't have to do it indefinitely.
Well, he needs to lay it on the table.
well, I'll lay it on, I move to lay it on the table.
And if it's not indefinitely, then no. All right, so I'll second that. All those in favor of the motion on the table, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is laid on the table, and we are now on item 16J by Councilman Sanchez, police presence at Bob Graham Educational Center.
Okay.
You're recognized for a motion.
Okay, so a bit of background. Traffic in the afternoon hours for the release of students from Bob Graham Educational Center has been a topic of frustration for many years. For quite some time, the town has staffed 6 sheriff deputies, which causes overtime expenditures at Bob Graham Educational Center to control traffic and bring some relief to the area, while other schools within Miami Lakes are staffed with only 2 deputies. On the 23rd of September, exactly 4 weeks ago from today, a sunshine meeting was held to discuss traffic solutions with members of Miami-Dade County Public Schools, with a follow-up date for a meeting to take place 4 weeks from that meeting to review the ideas presented and return with feedback for possible steps. The meeting that was supposed to take place 4 weeks later still has not been scheduled as of today, which shows disregard to our intentions to alleviate traffic congestion for the area in proximity to Bob Graham Educational Center. I am going to amend my original recommendation that would have instructed the town manager to reduce the amount of deputies from 6 to 2 to show Miami-Dade County Public Schools that the town is collaborating with traffic mitigation at the cost of taxpayer funds. My amendment would be for us to continue staffing the 6 so that our residents don't get affected in a severe way by the traffic that would cause by the reduction of force by our officers, and it would be to instruct town staff to create a budget, an estimate as to how much, because based on my calculations on Google Maps using the measuring tool, we would need about 1,000, as a phased approach, we would need about 1,000 linear feet of a new fence to be the first stage of it. The reason why I'm doing this is because November 21st, if we want to go for appropriations to at least try to start this project from Tallahassee, we would have to submit to them that appropriation request by the 21st of November at 5 p.m., which we're basically up against the clock. in order to at least get the ball rolling with a 10-foot fence that would allow for pre-staging of at least already 70, with 2,000 linear feet with the project entirety of everything that I'm looking for, would allow to stage 135 cars. At least doing half of that will alleviate some of the traffic. But if we can get at least an estimate of how much it would cost to do based on the piggyback contract that we did earlier this year with the city of Miami for fencing, how much would it cost to do 1,000 linear feet of 10-foot fence at Bob Graham, so we can at least get the ball rolling for appropriations?
Second.
Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded. Any debate?
Yeah.
All right, Councilman
Quick
St. Garcia.
question, Councilman Sanchez. It says here
Yes.
you want to lower recommendation, reduce the amount of deputies from 6 to 2?
I amended it.
That was the, okay. So
Yes.
that was.
I amended it.
Listen, I'm in total agreement with this. Again, this council and this staff is the ones coming up with these ideas, and we're being the proactive ones. So again, no one can say that you're not trying and we're not trying to make this work. So thank you. I'll vote yes on this.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Item 16J passes. And we are now on item 16K, grants protocol by the Vice Mayor, who needs to move to waive 7.2 of the special rules of order.
I move to waive section 7.2 of the special rules
Is there a
of order.
second?
Second.
There's been a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The rule 7.2 is waived. With that, Mr. Vice Mayor, you are recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just show of hands, has everyone read this entire thing?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm gonna make this quick then. I move to establish uniform, it's gonna be two separate motions. I move to establish uniform protocols for how grants are presented to the town council, specifically for all requests seeking council authorization to either apply for or accept grant funding as described in my written NBI on page 435 through 436 of the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilman Herzberg. Is there any discussion on this? All right, no discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. I know you have one more, but hold on. Let me say my piece, So, okay, item 16K, Part A has, or a little I has passed. All right, you're recognized now for your second motion.
Thank you. In addition, I move that all items requesting council authorization to apply for or to accept a grant be placed under the resolutions portion of the agenda rather than the consent calendar to ensure these items receive appropriate public discussion and scrutiny.
Okay, is there a second on this?
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilman Sanchez. Councilman Sanchez, do you have any discussion? No. Okay, I do have some discussion on this. I won't be in support of this. I don't think that we need to bring out every grant out into, a separate discussion, especially if it's something that has unanimous support anyway. All it does is prolong the meeting and add unnecessary time discussing these things that we were elected to discuss too, right? And the truth is that, look, without getting into any specifics, the reality is that there are residents who just do not understand, some of the verbiage of these grants and sometimes take those things out of context, right? We've seen it with discussion about DEI, being brought up in certain grants that have nothing to do with DEI in the political sense, or in the sense that we know it politically, right? And was simply a benign mention in there, I guess, just to appease some administration executive order at the time. I just don't, again, as I've always done, I am just not going to support anything that lengthens these meetings, in my view, unnecessarily, so I just cannot support this. But that's where it comes from. It's not that I don't believe that these items don't deserve scrutiny or even public scrutiny. It's just that I think we need to pick and choose our battles, and that's why we pull from consent when we need to. With that said, is there any further discussion on Roman numeral 2 of this item?
Through the chair.
Okay, Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. I just think the idea, because these grants that come up, especially matching grants, I think we're all in agreement. We got to be more discerning and find out more information. I think that's again, there's grants, but there's not thousands of grants or hundreds of grants. They come along. I think discussing it in the open gives us an opportunity, especially for a lot of the residents will be open to knowing exactly that, especially the ones we have to match, that we discussed it. And if we did decide yes, because we're held responsible, then it's open, discussed, and they had an opportunity to opine on it. So again, I don't think, because there's not many grants coming, I mean, there are grants, but I don't think it's going to add too much time. And I know you like to run a tight ship, and I respect that, sir. But I think you know, especially bigger grants, I think opening it up for more discussion is a good idea.
Again, my rebuttal to that, and I understand it comes from a good place, is that this is all public record. If a resident wants to, you know, actually learn about the grant, this information is there available to them. They can contact any of us to pull out of consent if it happens to be in consent. And then what's more is that, you know, again, none of this is ever a surprise, right? And ultimately, if we talk about being more discerning, that's on us. You know, I mean, I hope we're all asking questions when we are in our agenda briefings, you know, about the source of the grants, you know, what are the sources paying for it, if it's a match, et cetera, et cetera. You know, again, because I understand where you're coming from, but I just don't think this does it doesn't add to any of that level of public scrutiny. Any member of the public wants to scrutinize these grants can already do so. It's publicly announced. It's included in our agenda. All this does now is take away our ability to say, okay, this grant is not controversial, which I think we can tell which ones, especially now, are not controversial, right? And if not, we'll hear about it from those more involved residents that are constantly perusing the agenda. And we're just taking that ability away from ourselves and, again, extending the meetings for no reason, in my view. You know, but again, it's the will of the council. Any other discussion on this?
I'll just say, a very rarely, if ever, exercise right that we have is during the order of business when we normally pull. There's nothing stopping us from adding things to the consent
That is
calendar.
correct.
So you could, in theory, have it here where the default is, hey, let's discuss it. But where you do find that grant item that is truly unanimous, a council member says, hey, I'd like to add it to the consent.
I think that's fine, but I think that's just adding an extra step that doesn't need to be there. That's the moral of the story, you know. But with that, okay. Any other discussion on this? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, actually, pardon me. I am not an aye. You know, it's getting late. Okay. So one more time. You know, just for clarity's sake, all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no.
No.
Okay. So I guess that would be. Madam Clerk, Councilmember Fernandez and myself as no's. The remainder is yeses. Okay. With that, item 16K, Roman numeral 2, little Roman numeral 2 passes. All right. We are now on 16L, organizational structure and efficiency review by Councilman Herzberg. You are recognized to introduce your item.
Thank you, Mayor. And I assume everyone read the item. In reality, this is a first step of the potential to look at this type of study. But the first thing we need to do is ask staff to go ahead and figure out what this would cost, and then we can decide whether or not it's something we want to do. So this is just a first step. It's something I think we should do, but I have no idea how much it costs, right? So we can figure that out. I told staff to be open in all the different ways, reach out to other municipalities. I'll reach out to other municipalities myself. But the first thing is direct staff, figure out how much a review like this would cost, and then they'll come back to us. That's my motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion?
No discussion.
Well,
From me.
You got it.
From me.
I did have one question to the attorney, because as I mentioned earlier, he and I did not have a chance to go over the agenda together. So my question to you then is, does this in any way impede on the manager's authority as far as how to structure the departments? Or maybe the question is better asked to you, is if this is more of just giving him input?
It's just, well, first of all, and that's the question, I'll add another question to the attorney. I mean, the way I structured the MBI is they're giving us the input, the council, not necessarily the manager. Obviously, everyone's going to see it. Mm-hmm. But the idea is for us to have data, to have something that we can really work on and back up. Is our structure working? Now, yes, we don't have the ability to go department by department, employee. No one's saying that, but we have the ability to figure out where money should go. We have the ability to tell staff, you know what? Maybe we should do in-house positions for this type of contracting work instead of going to contractors. Maybe it'll save us money. Maybe it'll give us a better return on our investment on those type of things. So the idea is to just get a review, a consultant. So that's all it is right at this stage.
Got it. Okay, so that answered my question. Thank you. So, and again, it's going to come back to us anyway before we expend any funds. So with that, I'll move it for now. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
The ayes have it. 16L passes, and we're now on 16M, removal of certain hedges from 87th Avenue, which is my item. I'm going to ask IT just to please display the screenshots I just took a little while ago, because I just realized that I forgot to send them over. Just to give you an idea of which hedges I'm talking about for those that maybe haven't passed by there often. Exactly. So, and actually, Judge Pando, I think, or one of the judges, actually reached out to us and sent us these photos too. And other members of the community on that side have told me that we should try to get rid of these. And it's true, right? I don't know why we're maintaining this. There are all sorts of gaps. Again, some of them, as you can tell, are dead. So it's unsightly, and it just it doesn't add anything. So I think removing it, and that should actually help our litter crew, or not the litter crews, but the crews that maintain that swale. I think it's about time to get rid of those.
So it's the swale ones on the east side of the road,
yes.
Not the median.
No. Like, these are the problematic children.
And everything from 154 south?
Yes, south into Hialeah, yes. Yeah, we don't have
all the way to
north
Commerce.
All the way to Commerce, yes.
Okay.
Second for discussion.
Seconded by the vice mayor, and so you kick off discussion, then we'll come around.
I do want to state for the record and sunshine that Councilman Herzberg stated that the primary problem with those photos is the mulch.
Well, he's a bit biased. He has some kind of blood feud with the mulch.
I used to actually walk that exact route every day, and it is actually practically a nuisance. My only recommendation is that it be a call for the manager or the staff to come back to us with pricing, because it's not just the expense of cutting it, but the sod as well. So just come back to us with pricing, make sure that we're cool with that, and then go ahead and do it.
That's not a problem. I don't have any issue with that direction. Councilman Sanchez, and then anybody else? Oh, and then Councilman Garcia after Councilman Sanchez.
The vice mayor touched on what I was going to speak on. What's going to replace? What's going to be removed? Is it
Sod.
going to be
Sod.
just sod?
Yeah.
But you know what? Maybe just to mess with Councilman Herzberg, I'm going to suggest mulch.
And we'll come back next month and report
the
back.
whole thing with mulch.
Mulch the whole swale. That's all I wanted.
Especially that red mulch.
Or
which I know you
flowers.
really
We
like.
can replace it with flowers.
Okay, exactly. Councilman Garcia.
Just quickly, I'd like to amend the friendly amendment that anywhere in the town that we have just lonely shrubs that are dying, we should remove. I mean, honestly.
I'm not in disagreement. I just also, not that I distrust staff, but I would rather that for other areas that they come back to us just to make sure that we're seeing the same thing. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay.
Also, guys, there's spray, seed spray that we can seed there. Well, honestly, in a couple of weeks, the grass will grow in, but we really don't have to
So
spend.
like minoxidil, but for the
Yeah,
grass. Okay,
exactly.
got it.
All right.
Okay. It's okay. We don't have to worry about these hair issues, so we're good.
Oh.
At any rate, with that said, so there was an amendment proposed by Councilman Garcia. Is there a second? I'll go ahead and second it, because I don't think there's anything absurd with that, as long as staff comes back to us. With that, any discussion on the amendment?
Just to clarify the amendment, is it that staff would still come back to us?
Yes, like staff would identify other areas where similar type hedges exist,
Okay, that I can support.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, seeing none on the amendment, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The amendment passes. Back on the main motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The motion carries. And now we are on 16N, Capital Funds by Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor, and I think this is in line with what the Vice Mayor mentioned and what the town is already working on. We saw that during the budget process, we have to find creative ways of finding money and put it into the general fund. What this does is, again, in the spirit of that, directs the town staff, unless they're already doing it, is to allow for us to make a change to the ordinance that allows for new park projects, funding for new park projects, to open up that and also allow for opening that up to current park projects or current fixing of infrastructure for our current parks as well. And I think that's already in progress. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor? I mean, town manager.
I got a promotion.
Sorry, I'm getting
I got
loopy.
a promotion.
I'm getting loopy.
Maybe a demotion.
Well, okay, yeah. Well, that's true. Okay, but go ahead.
we are already initiating the steps that we've been talking about. I think we've talked about it last month.
Yeah.
About the developing our own standalone impact fee ordinance. And the very first step is doing the study that will allow us to do that. And
Okay.
we've already started those.
Yeah. Is there kind of like a cost to that? I mean, do you know what the cost to that will
Well,
be? or-
you approved the cost already.
We already did, yeah.
We won't know the exact cost till we put it out. I think we're in the process of developing the RFP to put it out to bid, but you approved it in the carry forward, the cost under the category of studies. So we
And
have the money there.
When do you foresee us getting the information for us to be able to make that vote to allow that? And if we do approve it, when can we use those funds for current park projects or current
Yeah, I
improvement
don't think
of parks?
it's from what I've seen and what I've heard from other cities, it's a multi-step process before we can actually come back to you with the finished product of being the new ordinances to adopt.
But you think it'll be before the next budget process?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, it'll be within the next, 180 days or whatever.
So I guess my motion would be to continue that effort?
Yes.
Is there a time frame that you mentioned to?
I'm hoping that within the month, we'll be able to at least put it out on the street. And then RFPs normally are out on the street for 30 days. Then we have an evaluation. So I'm hoping January, February, we may have something back for you to approve to award.
And the impact fee change in the ordinance will allow us to use new park money for existing park improvements.
We'll be able to tailor the kinds of impact fees that we want to charge to our
For the future
needs.
or for current budget?
Prospectively, in the future. Now, the question of money that we've already collected under the umbrella of the county
Yes.
ordinances, we'll have to work with the legal to figure out what we can or cannot do with that money. Does it still stay under the rules under which they were collected, or we can now modify them under the new? So those are things that we'll have to sort out. But prospectively, the important thing is to get our new ordinance ready.
Well, yes, and also see if we can use existing money. So is that part of the process right now? If not, I'd like to amend my motion to add that as
We're going
a priority as well.
I
to
can
use
tell you that's already part of the
Okay.
process, yeah.
All right. So I guess my motion is for staff
It's
continue their
it's
current
like
work.
like a parallel process. It's a question that we'll ask once we get our own ordinance done. Then we can figure out with legal and the county and say what can we do with the monies already collected.
And again, any ideas that you have proactively that can say, hey, for the next budget cycle, I think we can move this money around if we do this. That kind of proactive approach would help us out in the next budget cycle as well. Thank you so much. I guess I move. The motion is to have staff continue the work they're doing to amend that impact fee.
Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any discussion? No. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. You guys have it. 16N passes, and we're now on 16O by Councilman Hersberg. Reimbursement of police coverage costs for a resident-led vigil and review of policy. But before he goes, I'm going to move to extend the meeting of the council to 12:30 a.m. Seconded by the Vice Mayor. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion to extend passes. So, Councilman Hersberg, you are recognized to go ahead and make a waiver of Section 6.10 and 7.2 of the Special Rules of Order.
Right, I make a motion to waive Section 610, 7.2 for this item, the special rules.
Is there a second? It's been seconded. All those in favor of the waiver say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The rules are waived, and you are recognized to present the main item.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we're all aware of the visual that took place at Veterans Park. I got involved with it because I was made aware of issues that the residents were having in getting their permit approved. And ironically, it had nothing to do with the police. It had to do with a requirement for insurance. At that point, I dug deep into the issue with the help of the town attorney as well. We looked into the issue, and it was clearly my opinion, and I believe the town attorney shares that opinion, that requiring insurance or any cost other than nominal cost on a permit of a clearly expressive political First Amendment event is unconstitutional. So with that, we did get, there was a decision to waive the insurance requirement, but then we have this issue of, I believe it's over $1,700 in police costs. So nobody asked me to do it. The organizers did not ask me to do it. I know them and they have the money to pay for it, but this is the right thing to do, not just for them, but to make sure we're in the right posture moving forward. You cannot incur a fee on your right of free expression. And it cannot be determined based off the police assessment, which I agree with. The police have the right to determine if they need more officers or not. That's our job as a town to pay for it. I've had residents come up to say, well, what happens if I want to do a memorial for a family member? Yeah, you can do a memorial for your family member. And I agree. I don't think we can charge anything. But the police department's probably not going to need to hire 8 officers for the memorial for the family member. Where you get at that is now you're regulating or putting a cost to what the content of the speech is. And I've gotten plenty of phone calls about this on both sides. I've been very clear that, and when I discuss the item in detail, people usually understand and end up agreeing, right? This shouldn't be controversial because it doesn't regulate the event. It just gives the free expression, which is something that this doesn't open the door to anything. This right has always existed. So there's 2 things to my motion. One, that we reimburse the organizers of that event for the police cost, and second, moving forward, we make sure that these type of events, which I would say that are events that are under section 1894 of the town code, do not have any cost or insurance requirements moving forward. And we are going to work on revising the ordinance. I know that the town managers will come back over that. That's my motion.
It's been seconded by the Vice Mayor, who I'll recognize first to speak in discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is a perfect definition of a public gathering, a public demonstration. It's subject to First Amendment protections, and outside of reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions, there's not only not much that we can do, there's not much that we should do in terms of limiting that ability of our residents. And that being said, I know that the mayor was present. I was at another event and caught up, and I wish I could have made it. But yeah, it's our one job as a town is to keep our residents safe from the day-to-day as well as things of this nature. We had this in the past when we had the BLM peaceful protesters on one side of the street one time, and then we had the counter demonstrators on the other side of the street, and our police was there, and they kept the peace. Everything was safe. So yes, this is something that the town should absolutely cover. And I will more directly state that, yes, absolutely, this should be codified into our town code. And the reason being is, at this very moment, there's several free speech hawks on this dais. You are one of them. I am one of them, and I know several others here are included on that. That may not always be the case. Put it into the code. Protect the residents.
I'm gonna take the liberty to speak a little bit out of turn here, and just state that I'm not gonna go down, all the way. Again, I have a foundational knowledge of First Amendment law. I don't pretend to be an expert by any stretch of the imagination on that. So my arguments in favor of why I'm going to be voting for this have nothing to do with that as much as it does with the issue of fairness, right? As I had mentioned earlier on social media, and the Vice Mayor brought it up again now, back in 2020, when we had multiple, not just one, but multiple Black Lives Matters protests in town, and we had police officers that were on standby and present in some cases, to ensure that that the protesters for the BLM side were safe, as well as for those counter protesters that were protesting on the other side of the street. We never asked for reimbursement. So to me, it's a fairness issue, right? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. What's good for one is good for the other one as well. Unfortunately, this vigil, which really, again, having been there, which was more, a combination of praise and worship and a variety of non-political type speech, really, right? In my opinion, that's where I see this more as an issue of fairness, right? Not so much about and expression in other ways, that more religious and yes, some political, but it wasn't. Again, I did not detect everybody going out there saying forget the other side of the political spectrum, you know, and throwing epithets the way that some of them have been doing online, right? But rather what I saw was just a group of people that wanted to come together to honor somebody's life who they believed stood for, bring people together to have respectful dialogue and to learn from one another, right? And perhaps persuade the other closer to toward their position. Unfortunately, it got heavily politicized and everything else. But and again, I'm getting ahead of myself. But rather, you know, despite all that, the reason why I'm going to vote for this is the fairness issue, right? We never ever got reimbursed for the number of police that we had out there during and again, it was at least 2 different Black Lives Matter protests. You know, and I think that as a way of, you know, being fair, we need to make sure that we take away that cost from the organizers of this event, which unfortunately, in my view, got more political as you know, as we get closer to the event, right? I guess that was a summary of what I'm trying to say.
If I may, Mayor.
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree with your comments, and it certainly is fair, but at the same time, a prayer vigil is protected. Like,
yeah,
that is
it's
protected
religious. I was just saying that it's
right.
not political.
Oh yeah, but I've had some residents tell me,
political.
I'll have, oh well, it wasn't political. They said it wasn't. So why? A prayer vigil is protected. Having a memorial for your family members, there's a good argument that's protected speech, right? There is.
I think that one's a little.
I don't think
slimmer,
so.
But
I don't think it is. The only thing is, we wouldn't
briefing-
have any cost because the police wouldn't have extra.
And look,
officers,
I'm
right?
sure that we're gonna see some nasty messages tomorrow, you know, by text, by social media about this from people that are deliberately, in my view, misunderstanding this issue.
I will be heartbroken.
I know you will.
I don't. I know what. I honestly don't know if we will because I've spoken to some of those people that were I don't want to say against the event, but are against what the person that they were memorializing, and they understood my position. They understood that this is a matter of not content. This is a matter of being
No, and
fair
obviously we're
to
talking about
all
a
sides.
small minority of people that don't want to understand, you know, what the difference is here, and they want to equate this to some satanic ritual and everything else, right?
Look, I'll just say though, to your point though, I discussed this issue during my briefing with Dr. Tony Lopez. I don't know if he wants to come up real quick and give me that rundown that he gave me during the briefing about the National Park Service and how they define.
Well, I do know that he already told me that they're going to try to adapt our rules to reflect what the National Park Service
basically,
does.
In that codification, it'll include the way that the National Park Service does it, which is obviously already First Amendment compliant. There you go.
Yeah, and what I will say as well, just as a final parting thought, is that I'm going to wait to see what language comes back. I want to be careful how we structure this. I don't want to offer police protection to every event, right? But I just want to be clear that, you know, that just because we might waive the cost, you know, we're still going to retain discretion on whether we provide it. You know, because again, the issue with the visual, even though it took place, you know, a while after, you know, the assassination took place, you know, is that it was still, as we saw, a very hyper-partisan event for some. Some people were even out there insinuating that there was going to be shootings, unfortunately. And then just with Black Lives Matter as well, it was a heated time in our history. And so providing the protection made sense. So because the protection made sense in this case, given the inability of some to handle this in a mature fashion, right? You know, and also the fact that, again, the precedent was set well before we were. Well before we had this issue come up, right? You know, I think we should support it. And again, maybe you're not going to get those angry messages, but I know I'm going to get some of those, and it is what it is. But I'll deal with it when that time comes. Any other discussion on this? All right.
Just really quick, I'm sorry.
Councilman Garcia.
Just to add to what you're saying, sir, I think if the police department thinks there's a credible threat, right? I think they should be the final word in credible threat, depending on the event. And then, yes, we provide that. But I think we need to add that to the language.
No. And I think they always do. Initially, when the organizers wanted to put on this event, they try to come in with 4 officers, you know, in an abundance of caution because of the nature of the timing of the original event and because of the, you know, just the heat, I guess, for lack of a better term, that was attracting. They made them pay for more. But again, you know, look, thank God everything worked out fine. You know, there was a good crowd of I don't know who else went, but 60 people is what was give or take is what I had observed, you know, in passing. But it was a good event. It was, you know, again, not at all what some of these people that were attacking it made it out to be. And it was exactly what Annie, the organizer, had said it would be. And I just wish people would start trusting their neighbors more and also just leave things be, right? Let people express themselves. Not everything is a crisis. Not everything needs to be treated as this, great epic battle between good and evil. And, I think that's the perspective that some people have lost, right? With that said, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 16-0 passes. We're now on 16P, my item, reviving the karate program. I move to waive section 6.10 of the special rules of order.
I'll second.
It's been seconded, moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The rule is waived. Very simply, council, and this was submitted at a time before I found out that staff was already working on this. Some residents have reached out to me, sad about the fact that we had to cancel the karate classes as part of our budget cuts. But proposing for them just to go ahead and continue the classes, but they will pay for them, right? Instead of being provided to them for free. My understanding is that staff is already working on that. So, Mr. Manager, just for the record, just so I can send this little
Jeremy,
clip.
if you can come up and tell us exactly what we're...
Just so I can send this little clip out to some of those parents, so they can better, for those that don't know that we're already working on this, that would be great. So just if you can explain what you guys are working on already.
Yes, so in light of the cuts we had to do during the budget cycle, we went ahead and looked at options to go ahead and continue a pay-for-play model. We already had the vendor, who was an ICA, providing more of the advanced level classes after our normal recreational programs. So essentially, we are just going to amend their LUA for the remainder of this agreement to include those 4 times a week, 2 times a day classes. So allowing the parents to keep the same instructor, keep their same schedule, and essentially just pay for the direct service that they're going to be receiving individually. The agreement is already signed on the vendor side. I believe it's probably sitting with the manager or probably already executed. So they may be commencing as soon as next week.
Through the chair.
Well, we haven't made a motion, and not the one that's required again. This ultimately ended up being a discussion item. But you know what? I'll go ahead and allow it. Go ahead and make your statement.
Thank you. Director, how many special need kids were in that program?
This is the recreational, not the special needs one. So the special needs, Dewey Inc., Dojo for Excellence, is separate from this.
And they're funded? They're fully funded?
Yes, they're funded, and their agreement's in place, and their schedule's set.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, I'll withdraw. Well, okay, fine. The vice mayor is recognized for remarks.
My question is, in that agreement that we have with them, it states that out of the registration fees, they have to fully pay for the course. The location is a town location, right? So, and we're giving that to them for free?
It's a license and use agreement. So similar to the softball that we spoke about earlier, it's a revenue share. So essentially, total revenue gained, there's a percentage that must be given back. And if I'm not mistaken, they are not-for-profit, or they are for-profit, so it'll be a 30-70 split.
Okay. The bulk of the budget that we cut, that represented the karate program, was the compensation for the instructor. So the registration fees cover the instructor.
Correct.
Okay. What happens if they don't get enough kids or enough people registering to the point where they cannot cover the price of the instructor?
As of right now, we have not got into that, and nor has it been a concern of the instructor. From what he's hearing from the residents that are ready to pay and are ready to continue the program, it's not a concern.
Okay. I'll talk to you after.
Yeah.
Anyone else? All right. Show the item withdrawn. Which now brings us to the last item of the evening, on account of Councilman Cuadra Garcia's absence. What happened?
2 more items.
I said we're going to the last one.
There's 2
Where was the other one?
Mine. Loch Lomond.
That's not on my agenda, so
it was added. Loch Lomond.
Oh, well, I missed that. Okay, so somebody needs to provide me then a copy of that item, because that's not in my binder. So, all right, we'll get there. So, all right, 16, Q, responsible budget planning. I move to waive 6.10 of the special rules of order.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say
Aye.
aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. And the rule is waived. Again, very simply, as the item states, this is simply me directing, or us directing through my motion, the manager to come back to us with a comprehensive study of what steps they would take, you know, in the event of some of these proposals being enacted, right? I want to be prepared. The county clearly had a lot of time to prepare for the transition to the new county or constitutional offices and did not adequately plan, and look what happened to them, right? And I know that staff is being more proactive than the county, you know, which is just the way we've always been. But with that said, I just want to make sure that they are, you know, being comprehensive about their approach. So everything from monitoring what's going on in Tallahassee, actively, adapting, or rather forecast modeling if need be. You know, I just want to make sure that we have a game plan in place for, how we would make up for the loss of property tax revenue. I can tell you that one of the proposals that I don't know if it's been filed yet, and this is what I was trying to say earlier, but it seems as if one of the ideas is actually to increase the homestead exemption to $500,000, which would wipe out most people's taxable value in their property, and in that way, for most homeowners, would wipe out their property tax obligations on their primary homes, right? So that is the leading proposal. So that's something else that you guys can consider as you're modeling this. But that's all this is, just basically having the making sure the staff is on it and being proactive on how they would avoid any loss in revenue from property taxes.
I'll second
when it
for
happens.
discussion.
It's been seconded by Councilman Garcia, who will lead us in the beginning of the discussion. Go ahead.
Yep, just quickly, the mayor's correct. It looks like the Senate and the representatives are looking to at least all agree that 65 and over homesteaded property should either increase the homestead to 500,000 or remove all altogether. So you have to have a plan ready to go before that is a good idea. So I will be voting yes on this item.
Yeah, I know. We'll get there. I'm sorry, Councilman.
He supports you.
All right. Anything else? Anything else? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. And we are now on the new, as I just learned, 16R by Councilman Sanchez, who is recognized for the rural waiver.
Yes, I move to waive section 7.2 of the special rules of order.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded by the Vice Mayor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the rule is waived. And now you are recognized to introduce your item.
Okay, so during past workshops, we've had residents and HOA members from Loch Lomond express concerns regarding accessibility into their community. The current width of Turnberry Drive restricts access for large vehicles, including first responder units, such as fire trucks and ambulances, which possess potential safety risk during emergencies. To allow entry, the delineators must often be temporarily removed. However, if they're not properly reinstalled, they can interfere with the gate arms functionality, preventing it from closing and requiring on-site intervention by a security supervisor. Additionally, when the security guard is on break, the delineators are not removed at all, further limiting access and delaying response times for emergency and service vehicles. Residents have also requested a revite of the guardhouse to align with the aesthetics of the recently renovated golf course and to include a restroom facility for the security personnel on duty. My recommendation is to have the Public Works Department prepare a cost estimate and also reach out to the county to see what can be done about the widening of Turnberry Drive and the complete renovation of the guardhouse. Upon completion, the proposed cost should be presented to the residents of Loch Lomond Special Taxing District for review and approval, as all associated expenses will be funded by the district's residents.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded by, was it Councilman Garcia?
Yes.
Okay. With that, then you may lead the way in discussion.
Well, during the workshop, I think the residents made it clear that they are for it. And I think the town attorney said that we can go through, or I'm sorry, the vice mayor said we can go through the HOA process for a letter of intent. So 100% agree with this item, and we'll vote yes.
Councilman Fernandez, and then the vice mayor. The vice mayor.
I support the spirit of the item. I don't support jumping the gun. What we discussed at the workshop was that the HOA was going to go and take a formal vote. I just highly recommend we go and let them take that formal vote and then use that formal vote to direct the staff to prepare a cost estimate. Because right now, we'd be preparing a cost estimate off of which proposal. Remember the Loch Lomond had suggested to their residents when they were trying to do the petition, like 3 different options. Which one are we doing a cost estimate for? So I think we can wait a month let their HOA meet, come back, and then do this exact thing. So I'm gonna move to table this till the next meeting, and then let it come back with the blessing of the HOA so that we know what we're approving.
Okay, if I may, Mr. Mayor?
Well, first there needs to be a second. Is there a second
I'll
on the motion
second.
to table? It's been seconded. Wait, who seconded it? Councilman Herzberg. All right, go ahead. Because we
Usually-
agree that there is discussion on the motion to table.
No, but usually we need to.
You looked it up the last time. Anyway, okay, Councilman,
yes, there is.
Councilman Sanchez, please proceed with your rebuttal.
Yes, the rebuttal is that since the county is going to be involved, you know that can delay the process a little bit. And in order to find a solution for this, I'd rather just get the ball rolling on at least an estimate, even if it's just for the street or just for the guardhouse, because I know there's going to be 3 separate components of it, but everything is going to have a price. Addition to that, I think there is something that needs to be done to the ordinance for Loch Lomond, and to that, I'm going to defer to the town attorney for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, some of these items, we've got to take a look at the ordinance. Just as in any of the, Section 1 or Royal Oaks, we've got to be specific that we're following the ordinance as it's written. Anything that we do to expand the ordinance, we got to take a look at it, and perhaps it needs to go back to the people for a vote if we're going to expand the ordinance. So I agree with what you were saying, Vice Mayor, to see what they come back with. If it's just pure maintenance, no. But if it's things of adding.
Sorry, they're talking about a full knock it down and build it back up.
But not just the guardhouse, the width of the street too.
That too.
Yeah.
It's got to go back to the residents. But what I'm saying is, the procedure is either 10% of the residents or the HOA issues an LOI. We then approve that LOI, and then it goes back for the actual vote of the residents. When it goes back for that vote of the residents, it should come back with a cost estimate. But what I'm saying is, let's not confuse issues, and let's not jump the gun. Let's wait for the HOA to come back. Tell us, hey, here's what we want. We want the wider street. We want the I forgot what the other thing is, and the bigger guardhouse.
That's it.
Uh-huh.
Water Street and guardhouse.
Oh, I thought you said 3 things.
No.
And then
You said 3 things.
no, it should definitely have a bathroom. And then we move forward, having the benefit of theirs, so that we can tailor what we're cost estimating to their request. That's just my suggestion.
So vote on the amendment.
All right, any other discussion on the motion to table? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the
For
roll.
the record, it was to table to.
Yes,
the
to
next-
the November 18th meeting, right? Or November 18th? Yes,
So,
okay.
motion to table by Vice Mayor Morera, which was seconded by Councilmember Herzberg, and to table, I understood, till next meeting, right? Till November. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
No.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The motion passes to table.
Excellent. The item is tabled therefore until the November 18th council meeting. Councilman Cuadra Garcia is away, and therefore there are no council member reports. There being no further business, we are now adjourned at 12:09 a.m.